Hello guys, welcome to Muse Fanfiction. So in this video, we will see what if Harry's system labeled Dumbledore, final boss on the Hogwarts Express. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1. The interface between the compartment door slid open and Harry looked up to find a freckled boy with dirt on his nose standing in the doorway, looking like he'd just escaped something embarrassing. "Anyone sitting here?" the boy asked, gesturing at the seat across from Harry. "Everywhere else is full." Harry shook his head, and the boy collapsed into the seat with the boneless relief of someone who'd been searching for a safe harbor. He had red hair, Harry noticed. Bright red, like a signal fire. And his robes were a bit frayed at the cuffs. "I'm Ron, by the way. Ron Weasley. Harry. Harry Potter." Ron's face did something complicated. His eyes flicked to Harry's forehead, then away, then back like he couldn't help himself. "So it's true. I mean, do you really have the—" Harry pushed his fringe aside without thinking. The lightning bolt sat there, raised and pale, and Ron stared at it with the wide-eyed fascination of someone seeing a historical landmark up close for the first time. "Bloody hell," Ron breathed. Then, as if remembering himself, he straightened. "Right. Okay. That's normal then. Completely normal. Nothing weird about sitting with a legend." "I'm not a legend," Harry said, the words coming out flatter than he intended. "I didn't even know I was a wizard until yesterday." This, apparently, was the right thing to say. Ron's posture loosened and he launched into a story about his brothers, his hand-me-down robes, and his anxiety about being the sixth Weasley to go through Hogwarts. Harry listened, grateful for the normalcy of it all, someone talking to him like he was just another kid, not a museum exhibit. And then something happened that changed everything. The world flickered. It was subtle at first, a shimmer at the edge of Harry's vision, like heat rising off summer pavement. He blinked hard, thinking it was nerves or exhaustion from the whirlwind of the last 24 hours, but the shimmer didn't go away. It intensified. Blue light coalesced at the periphery of his sight, forming shapes that couldn't possibly exist, numbers, letters, symbols that looked like nothing Harry had ever seen. Ron kept talking about Quidditch, oblivious, and Harry tried to focus on him, but the blue light was getting brighter, more insistent, and then a rectangular panel snapped into existence right in front of his face. System initialization. Harry jerked backward so hard his head hit the compartment window. Ron stopped mid-sentence. "You alright, mate?" "Yeah," Harry managed, his voice strangled. The panel was still there, translucent blue, hovering between him and Ron like a window made of light. "I just thought I saw something outside." Ron turned to look out the window at the pastoral English countryside rolling past. "What, a cow?" "Something like that." The panel pulsed, and new text appeared. "System initialization complete, user identified, Harry James Potter, welcome, player." Harry's heart hammered against his ribs. This wasn't normal. Even by the standards of discovering magic was real and he was apparently famous in a world he'd never known existed, this wasn't normal. He'd read some of his school books on the train. None of them mentioned floating blue panels that appeared out of nowhere and called you a player. Tutorial initiating, this interface has been bound to your soul. No other being can perceive it unless you grant permission. Well, that explained why Ron wasn't reacting. Harry forced himself to breathe. If no one else could see it, he could deal with this. He just had to stay calm and figure out what was happening. Tutorial complete, the system responds to your needs and intentions. Access functions through focused thought. Would you like to run diagnostic analysis on companion, Ronald Weasley? Y/N, Harry thought no as hard as he could. The panel didn't disappear, but it stopped pulsing, settling into a steady glow at the edge of his awareness. He could feel it there, waiting, like a muscle he'd never known he had. "There's a witch with a trolley coming down the corridor," Ron said, visibly brightening. "D'you want anything?" "I've got sandwiches, but Mum always puts corned beef in mine, and she means well but honestly." The door opened, and a smiling, dimpled witch pushed a trolley loaded with enough sweets to make Dudley Desley weep with envy. Harry, who had never had pocket money for sweets in his life, bought some of everything. Sharing with Ron felt natural, and the system's quiet presence in his peripheral vision became almost comfortable as they gorged themselves on chocolate frogs and Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Then Ron opened his second chocolate frog. "Oh, brilliant, I've got Dumbledore again," Ron said, holding up the card. "I've got about 6 of him. Want it?" Harry reached for the card, and the second his fingers touched the painted image of the old wizard with the long silver beard and half-moon spectacles, the system screamed. Not audibly, Ron didn't react, but inside Harry's head, a klaxon blared so loud he nearly dropped the card. The blue panel expanded, flooding his vision with crimson warnings that made his stomach drop like he'd missed a step on a staircase. Warning, final boss detected, designation, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, threat level, apocalyptic, engagement requirement, level 999+, current player level, 1, survival probability if engaged directly, 0.003%, Harry couldn't move. Couldn't breathe. The card in his hand showed a kindly old man with twinkling blue eyes who had, according to the card's text, defeated the dark wizard Grindelwald and was considered the greatest wizard of the modern age. The system was calling him the final boss. Threat level, apocalyptic. "What's wrong?" Ron asked through a mouthful of cauldron cake. "You look like you've seen a ghost." Harry forced himself to look away from the card. His hands were shaking. "Nothing. Just, the picture. It moved. I'm still not used to it." "Yeah, they do that." Harry tucked the Dumbledore card into his pocket, and the system's alarms gradually quieted to a dull, ominous hum. The crimson warnings minimized but didn't disappear entirely. A small icon appeared in the corner of his vision, a skull with a phoenix feather tucked behind its ear, and Harry knew without being told that it represented the final boss tracker. New passive ability unlocked, threat detection. The system will alert you whenever the final boss's attention is directed toward you. Recommendation, do not attract the final boss's attention. No argument there. The compartment door opened again. This time it wasn't the trolley witch, it was a girl with bushy brown hair and an expression that reminded Harry sharply of a teacher about to deliver a pop quiz. "Has anyone seen a toad?" "A boy named Neville's lost one, and he's been looking for nearly an hour, and I said I'd help because honestly, if we're all going to be at school together, we should help each other, don't you think?" She said all of this in a single breath. Ron stared at her with something approaching horror. The system pinged. Scan initiated, Hermione Jean Granger, designation, strategic ally, high potential, class, scholar, compatibility rating, S rank, recommendation, recruit immediately. This alliance will be essential for final boss preparation. Harry looked at the girl, Hermione, with new eyes. The system thought she was S-rank compatible. Whatever that meant, it sounded important. And given that the alternative was apparently facing an apocalyptic-level wizard with a survival probability of basically 0, he was inclined to trust the system's recommendations. "We haven't seen a toad," Harry said, "but we can help you look." Hermione blinked, apparently surprised by the offer. "Oh. Well. That's very decent of you. Most people just tell me to go away." "Most people are idiots," Ron muttered, then flushed when Hermione's sharp gaze turned to him. "What? They are. You're trying to help someone. Nothing wrong with that." The system pinged again. Companion bond strengthened, Ronald Weasley, hidden stat revealed, loyalty, A rank, note, Ronald Weasley's greatest strength is not immediately visible. He will be crucial in maintaining morale and strategic grounding. Harry filed that away. The system didn't just identify threats, it identified strengths. And weaknesses. It was like having a guide who could see beneath the surface of everyone they met. They searched the train for Neville's toad, Hermione interrogating every student they passed with a thoroughness that left several older students visibly shaken. She was relentless, Harry realized. Once she decided to do something, she did it completely. The system's S-rank assessment was starting to make sense. They found the toad in a compartment filled with boys who were trying to use it in a magic trick, and Neville's face when Hermione returned it to him was so pathetically grateful that Harry felt an unexpected surge of protectiveness toward both of them. "Thank you," Neville kept saying, clutching the toad to his chest. "Thank you so much. I was so worried. Gran would have been so angry." "It's fine," Hermione said briskly, but her expression softened just slightly. "Just maybe keep him in your pocket until we get to the school." They made their way back to their compartment, Hermione trailing along with them as if it had already been decided that she would stay. Ron looked like he wanted to protest but caught Harry's eye and subsided. The system had labeled Hermione as essential. Harry wasn't going to argue. "So you're Harry Potter," Hermione said, sitting down and smoothing her robes with precise movements. "I've read about you. You're in several books, Modern Magical History, The Rise and Fall of the Dark Arts, Great Wizarding Events of the 20th Century. I'm in books." "Of course you're in books. You're the boy who lived. You defeated you-know-who when you were a baby. That's historically significant." Ron shifted uncomfortably. "We don't say his name." "Voldemort," Harry said, and both Ron and Hermione flinched. "Sorry. I didn't know. No one told me not to say it. Everyone's afraid of the name." "Fear of a name increases fear of the thing itself," Hermione said, but she still looked a bit pale. The system pinged. "Quest unlocked, unravel the greater good, objective, investigate the Order of the Phoenix, background, the final boss's power is built on a network of allegiances and secrets. Understanding this organization is the first step toward identifying weaknesses. Additional objective, investigate the defeat of Grindelwald, note, historical records may have been altered. The truth is often the first casualty of power." Harry's mouth went dry. The system was telling him to investigate Dumbledore's organization. To question the official history. To look for cracks in the foundation of the most powerful wizard alive. This was insane. He was 11 years old. He'd known about magic for exactly 1 day. And now some mysterious interface was telling him that the kindly old wizard on the chocolate frog card was actually an apocalyptic threat who needed to be investigated and eventually defeated. "Are you okay?" Hermione asked, and Harry realized he'd been staring into space for too long. "You keep going quiet. Are you feeling ill?" "Just nervous," Harry said. "About the sorting." The lie came easily. Too easily, maybe. But what was he supposed to say? "Sorry, I've just discovered that I have a magical interface in my brain that says the headmaster of the school we're going to is the final boss and I need to prepare to fight him. They'd think he was mental." "It's supposed to be some kind of test," Ron said, his expression darkening. "Fred and George told me we have to fight a troll." I think they were joking, but with those two, you never know. "You don't have to fight a troll," Hermione said, exasperated. "I've read Hogwarts, a history cover to cover. The sorting is done by the Sorting Hat, which was enchanted by the founders themselves. It reads your mind and places you in the house that best suits your qualities." "Reads your mind?" Harry didn't like the sound of that. "It can see what you're thinking." "That's the principle, yes." Harry thought about the system. The blue panel still hovered at the edge of his vision, patient and constant. If the Sorting Hat read his mind, would it see the system? Would it know that Harry had been warned about Dumbledore? Would it tell the headmaster? Analysis: the Sorting Hat, nature, enchanted artifact, founder-level magic, threat, moderate, the hat is bound to serve the school, not any single headmaster, recommendation, do not resist the hat's probing. The system can operate in stealth mode during the sorting. The hat will perceive what you want it to perceive. Stealth mode. Harry filed that information away. The system could hide itself if necessary. That was useful. The train rattled on through the darkening countryside. They changed into their robes as the sky outside turned from gray to deep purple, and Harry's stomach tightened with a mixture of excitement and dread. Hogwarts was waiting. Dumbledore was waiting. And Harry had approximately zero idea what he was supposed to do about any of it. First years. First years over here. The voice belonged to the largest man Harry had ever seen, a giant with a wild black beard and beetle-black eyes that crinkled with warmth. He was carrying a lantern and gesturing toward a cluster of boats waiting at the edge of a dark lake. Scan initiated, Rubius Hagrid, designation, Keeper of Keys and Grounds, former Order of the Phoenix member, loyalty, Dumbledore, absolute, threat level, low, physical, moderate, information channel, note, Hagrid is the final boss's most trusted agent. He loves Dumbledore uncritically. Anything you tell him will reach the final boss within hours. Harry swallowed hard. Hagrid had been the one to find him in that hut on the rock. Hagrid had been kind to him, had given him his first birthday cake, had shown him the wonders of Diagon Alley. And the system was telling him that Hagrid was essentially Dumbledore's eyes and ears. No more N4 to a boat. Hagrid bellowed, and Harry found himself climbing into a tiny wooden vessel with Ron, Hermione, and Neville, who was clutching Trevor the Toad with both hands. The fleet of boats glided across the Black Lake, and then they rounded a bend and Hogwarts appeared. Harry's breath caught. The castle rose from the cliff like something from a dream, its towers and turrets silhouetted against a star-studded sky. Windows glowed with warm golden light, reflected in the dark water below, and for a moment, Harry forgot the system, forgot the final boss warning, forgot everything except the simple, overwhelming wonder of it all. Wow, Ron breathed, and Harry couldn't agree more. The boats carried them into an underground harbor, and they climbed stone steps to a massive oak door. Hagrid raised a fist and knocked 3 times, and the door swung open to reveal a severe-looking witch in emerald green robes. Professor McGonagall, she introduced herself, and the system immediately activated. Scan initiated, Minerva McGonagall, designation, Deputy Headmistress, Order of the Phoenix member, loyalty, Dumbledore, strong but not absolute, threat level, high, combat, low, ideological, note, McGonagall's loyalty is to the school and its students first. If Dumbledore's actions harm students, her loyalty can be shattered. Potential ally. Harry felt a flicker of hope. Not everyone in Dumbledore's orbit was blindly loyal. Some of them could be reached, could be shown the truth, whatever the truth actually was. He still wasn't sure about that part. McGonagall led them into the great hall, and Harry's breath caught again. The ceiling was enchanted to look like the night sky, candle flames floating in midair like captured stars. 4 long tables stretched the length of the hall, filled with older students who turned to watch the first years file in. At the far end, a raised platform held the staff table, and there, in the center, on a golden throne-like chair, sat Albus Dumbledore. The system didn't scream this time. It didn't need to. The skull and phoenix feather icon in the corner of Harry's vision pulsed with steady red light, and a single notification appeared. Final boss in range, do not draw attention. Do not make eye contact. Do nothing that might trigger interest. Harry dropped his gaze to the stone floor so fast his neck hurt. He stared at the flagstones, counting the cracks, while McGonagall placed a stool at the front of the hall and set a battered old hat upon it. The Sorting Hat. The one that would read his mind. The hat twitched. A rip near the brim opened like a mouth, and it began to sing. Harry barely heard the words. He was too focused on the system notification pulsing at the edge of his awareness. Stealth mode activated, the Sorting Hat will perceive a standard mindscape. No trace of the system will be detectable. Potter, Harry. The hall went silent. Utterly, completely silent. Harry felt 300 pairs of eyes fix on him, and the system's threat tracker spiked. Not from the students, from the staff table. Final boss's attention directed toward you. Analysis in progress. The final boss is evaluating you. Every movement, every expression is being catalogued. Harry walked to the stool on legs that felt like jelly. He sat down, and McGonagall lowered the hat onto his head. It fell over his eyes, plunging him into darkness. Said a small voice in his ear. Difficult. Very difficult. Harry's heart hammered. He could feel the hat's presence pressing against his mind, a gentle but insistent probing that felt like fingers rifling through files. Plenty of courage, I see. Not a bad mind, either. There's talent, oh my goodness, yes. And a nice thirst to prove yourself, now that's interesting. So where shall I put you? Not Slytherin, Harry thought desperately. Anything but Slytherin. Not Slytherin, eh? Are you sure? You could be great, you know. It's all here in your head, and Slytherin would help you on the way to greatness, no doubt about that. The hat paused. Harry felt something shift in the probing, a sudden, sharp interest that hadn't been there before. Wait, the hat said, and its voice was different now. Quieter. More careful. What's this? There's something else here. Something hidden. Harry's blood ran cold. The system had said stealth mode was active. Had it failed? Not hidden from me, exactly. More like, layered. Like a game board set up beneath the surface. Interesting. Very interesting. I've sorted thousands of students, Harry Potter, but I've never encountered anything quite like this. You're playing a different game entirely, aren't you? Harry couldn't speak. Couldn't move. The hat was seeing the system, or at least sensing its presence, and if the hat knew, could Dumbledore know? Would the hat tell him? Don't worry, the hat murmured. I'm bound to the school, not the headmaster. Your secrets are safe with me. But I'll give you a piece of advice, young Potter, free of charge, better keep that hidden from the old man. He's cleverer than most, and he's been playing the long game longer than you've been alive. You'll need every advantage you can get. The hat paused again, and when it spoke next, its voice was pitched to carry throughout the great hall. Better be. Gryffindor. The table on the far right erupted in cheers. McGonagall lifted the hat from Harry's head, and he stumbled toward the celebration, his legs still weak. Fred and George Weasley were shouting, "We got Potter! We got Potter," and someone clapped him on the shoulder hard enough to sting. But Harry's mind was elsewhere. The system's warning pulsed in the corner of his vision. Threat assessment updated, the final boss knows something is different about you. He does not know what, but his curiosity is piqued. Recommendation, maintain low profile. Do not display unusual abilities. Do not challenge authority. Do not stand out. Harry sat down at the Gryffindor table and tried to make himself as small as possible. The feast appeared on golden plates, and he filled his plate without tasting anything, hyper-aware of every movement from the staff table. Ron was sorted to Gryffindor shortly after, collapsing onto the bench next to Harry with visible relief. Hermione joined them, and Neville, and then the sorting was over and Dumbledore rose to his feet. The hall fell silent. Welcome. Dumbledore spread his arms wide, his long beard catching the candlelight. Welcome to a new year at Hogwarts. Before we begin our banquet, I would like to say a few words. And here they are, nitwit. Blubber. Oddment. Tweak. He sat back down to scattered applause and bewildered laughter. Harry didn't laugh. He was watching the system's threat tracker, which had spiked the moment Dumbledore stood up. Final boss analysis active, subject is projecting, harmless eccentricity, true nature, assessing each first-year student individually, the final boss has identified 3 unusual magical signatures in the incoming class. You are one of them. The other 2 are unknown. 3 unusual signatures. One was definitely Harry. The other two, who? Other students with system-like abilities? Or something else entirely? You all right? Ron asked through a mouthful of pie. You've barely touched your food. Fine, Harry said. Just tired. The feast continued. Harry mechanically ate roast beef and Yorkshire pudding, keeping his head down, resisting the urge to look at the staff table. But he could feel eyes on him. Dumbledore's eyes. The weight of them was unmistakable, like a physical pressure against the back of his skull. After the feast, Dumbledore gave a few more announcements. The Forbidden Forest was forbidden, emphasis his, magic wasn't allowed in corridors, Quidditch tryouts would be held in the second week of term, and then the prefects were leading them away, through the portrait hole, up shifting staircases, past paintings that whispered and pointed. The Gryffindor common room was warm and welcoming, with squashy armchairs and a roaring fire. Harry barely noticed any of it. He was exhausted, drained in a way that went beyond physical tiredness. The system had been active all evening, and maintaining any kind of composure while being analyzed by the final boss had taken everything he had. First night, Ron said, collapsing onto a four-poster bed in the boys' dormitory. Made it. No troll fight. Fred and George are dead when I see them next. Harry managed a weak smile. The dormitory was cozy, circular, with windows that looked out over the grounds and the Forbidden Forest beyond. His trunk had already been brought up. Hedwig was in her cage by the window. He changed into pajamas without speaking, climbed into bed, and drew the curtains closed. For the first time since the train, he was alone. Daily summary available, would you like to review? Y/N, Harry thought yes. The system panel expanded, showing him a cascade of information. Chapter 1 complete, the interface between, alliances formed, Ronald Weasley, S-rank loyalty, combat potential, Hermione Granger, S-rank compatibility, strategic value, Neville Longbottom, B-rank, potential for growth, quests accepted, unravel the greater good, final boss awareness, 3%, recommendation, keep awareness below 20%. Above this threshold, the final boss will begin active intervention. 3%. Dumbledore was already 3% aware that something was different about Harry. He'd only been at Hogwarts for a few hours. Skill tree access unlocked, would you like to view available paths? Harry thought yes again, and the panel shifted to show 4 branching paths, each labeled with a house crest. Path of Gryffindor, the Lion's Courage, Focus, Direct Combat, Leadership, Physical Enhancement, Skills, Sword Mastery, Battle Roar, Morale Boost, Flame Resistance, Last Stand, Final Attack at 1 HP, Path of Slytherin, the Serpent's Guile, Focus, Deception, Detection, Political Maneuvering, Skills, Lie Detection, Occlumency Shield, Social Camouflage, Poison Resistance, Path of Ravenclaw, the Eagle's Wisdom, Focus, System Upgrades, Analysis, Ancient Magic, Skills, Arcane Analysis. Pattern Recognition, System Interface Customization, Memory Enhancement, Path of Hufflepuff, the Badger's Bond, Focus, Alliance Building, Healing, Earth-Based Defense, Skills, Companion Telepathy, Wound Transfer, Loyalty Aura, Boosts Allies, Tenacity, Immunity to Mind Control. Harry stared at the options. Each path represented a different approach to surviving the game he'd been thrust into. Combat. Deception. Wisdom. Bonds. The system pulsed expectantly. You have 5 skill points to allocate. Points can be spread across paths or concentrated. Warning, skill tree choices are permanent. Choose wisely. Harry thought about it. Slytherin's path was tempting, the ability to detect lies and shield his mind from Dumbledore's probing could be invaluable. Ravenclaw's path would let him understand the system better, and maybe figure out what it actually was. Gryffindor would prepare him for direct conflict. But the system himself, Hermione, Ron, Neville, had emphasized alliances. And the final boss's greatest weapon seemed to be the network of loyalty he'd built over decades. If Harry was going to survive, he needed to build his own network. His own people. His own bonds. 2 points allocated to Path of Hufflepuff, skill unlocked, Loyalty Aura, Tier 1, allies within 30 meters receive plus 5% to all stats. Skill unlocked, Companion Telepathy, Tier 1, you can send short mental messages to bonded allies. 1 point allocated to Path of Ravenclaw, skill unlocked, Pattern Recognition, Tier 1, the system will highlight connections and anomalies in observed behavior. 1 point allocated to Path of Slytherin, skill unlocked, Social Camouflage, Tier 1, your tells and micro-expressions are suppressed during social interactions. You appear plus 10% more innocuous. 1 point allocated to Path of Gryffindor, skill unlocked, Last Stand, Tier 1, when at critical health, all stats increase by 25% for 60 seconds. Harry felt the changes settle into him. It was subtle, just a slight warmth spreading through his chest, a faint clarity in his thoughts. But the system was part of him now, more deeply than before. Skill tree allocation complete, future points will be earned through quest completion, combat, and significant social achievements. The panel minimized, returning to its resting state at the edge of his vision. Harry rolled over, pulling his blankets up to his chin, and stared at the dark curtains around his bed. Tomorrow would be his first day of classes. He would need to act like a normal student, learn magic like everyone else, pretend he didn't know that the headmaster was apparently the greatest threat he would ever face. He would need to build his alliances, gather information, and somehow prepare for a confrontation that the system currently rated at 0.003% survival. It was impossible. Completely, utterly impossible. But the system had called him a player. And players, Harry was starting to understand, didn't get the option of giving up. He closed his eyes, and somewhere in the space between waking and sleep, he felt the system pulse one final time. Daily quest complete, survive the first day, reward, 1 skill point, banked for future use, tomorrow's quest, begin your education. Identify hostile faculty. Locate safe rooms. Good night, player. Harry slept, and dreamed of chess pieces moving on a board so large he couldn't see its edges, and an old man with twinkling eyes who watched from above, rearranging pieces whenever Harry looked away. He woke to sunlight streaming through the dormitory window and Ron's voice saying, "Mate, you missed breakfast. And possibly lunch. It's nearly noon." Harry sat up so fast his head spun. What? Sunday, Ron said, already dressed and holding what looked like a half-eaten sausage roll. No classes. Hermione's been in a common room since dawn reading through next week's lessons. She's mental. Brilliant, but mental. Harry scrambled out of bed, pulling on clothes with the frantic energy of someone who felt like they'd already wasted half a day. The system was still there, its blue panel hovering patiently at the edge of his vision. He realized he could minimize it further, a single thought shrank it to a barely visible dot. He'd need to get used to this. To the constant awareness of another layer of reality superimposed on everything he saw. To the knowledge that every person he met was being analyzed, categorized, assessed for threat level and potential utility. The common room was indeed occupied by Hermione, who had 3 books spread open in front of her and was cross-referencing something with furious concentration. Harry. She looked up when he entered, her expression brightening. I've been reading about the castle's history. Did you know that Hogwarts was built on a convergence of ley lines? That's why the magic here is so powerful. There are ancient wards layered into the very stones, some of them dating back to the founders. The theoretical implications are fascinating. Slow down, Ron said, dropping into the chair across from her. It's not even noon yet and you've already read 3 books. 4, actually. The 5th one's about house elves, but I'm saving that for this afternoon. Harry sat down, accepting a piece of toast that one of the older students had left on a plate. Have you read anything about Dumbledore? Hermione's expression flickered. The headmaster? Well, of course. He's mentioned in nearly every significant magical text from the last century. His work on alchemy with Nicholas Flamel, his defeat of Grindelwald in 1945, his discovery of the 12 uses of dragon's blood. He's arguably the most accomplished wizard alive. The system pinged. Pattern recognition activated. Notice, Hermione Granger's tone when discussing Dumbledore contains subtle dissonance. She admires his achievements but is troubled by something. What about Grindelwald? Harry asked. The defeat. How exactly did Dumbledore beat him? Hermione frowned, reaching for one of her books. It's actually quite vague. Most sources just say there was a legendary duel and Dumbledore emerged victorious. But there aren't any detailed accounts. No witnesses. Which is strange, now that I think about it. Major historical events usually have multiple documented perspectives. Maybe there's a reason no one saw it, Ron said, surprising both of them. Maybe it wasn't the kind of fight people want to remember. Harry looked at Ron, and the system helpfully supplied, Ronald Weasley is using intuitive reasoning. His strategic mind operates below conscious level but often arrives at correct conclusions. Forget it, Ron said quickly, looking uncomfortable. Just thinking out loud. My mum says I've got too much imagination. Your mum might be wrong, Hermione said, and the surprise in her voice suggested she hadn't meant to say it out loud. She cleared her throat. Anyway. We should probably explore the castle before classes start tomorrow. Fred and George said the staircases move, and we don't want to get lost on our first day. Exploring sounded like a good idea. It would also give Harry a chance to use the system's abilities in a more controlled environment. The threat detection passive could help them avoid areas where Dumbledore or hostile faculty might be present. The pattern recognition might identify useful features of the castle. I'll go get Neville, Harry said, standing. He looked pretty lost last night. Probably needs the practice. Ron snorted. You just want to use him as a canary. Send him down the wrong corridor first to see if anything attacks. No, Harry stopped, caught off guard. Was that what he was doing? Using people the way the system seemed to encourage? He thought about Neville's round, anxious face, the way he'd clutched Trevor the Toad like the creature was his only friend in the world. No. I want to help him. That's all. Ron held up his hands. Just joking, mate. But the system had already logged the interaction, moral compass tested, response recorded. Alliance network growth requires genuine connection, not manipulation. Noted. Harry filed that away too. The system wasn't just a tool. It was a teacher, in its own way. Testing him. Shaping him. And he needed to be careful about what kind of person it was shaping him into. They found Neville in the boys' dormitory, staring at a textbook with the glazed expression of someone who'd been reading the same sentence for 20 minutes. Exploring? Neville said when Harry asked. His face lit up with pathetic gratitude. Yes. Please. I've been trying to memorize the potions textbook, but I keep getting distracted thinking about what happens if I melt a cauldron on my first day. My gran says well. Yes. Exploring sounds great. The four of them set out into the castle, and Harry let the system's interface expand to full awareness. The corridors of Hogwarts appeared differently through its lens, not just stone walls and moving portraits, but a complex overlay of magical signatures, potential threat zones, and points of interest. Doorways that led to nowhere glowed with faint purple light. Certain stones in the walls hummed with stored energy. The moving staircases had pattern rotations that the system began calculating the moment Harry observed them. Safe room identified, 7th floor corridor, left tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy, walk past 3 times thinking of need. Room of requirement. Add to map. Harry added it. A room that became whatever you needed. That was the kind of advantage that could make the difference between survival and defeat. They wandered for hours, finding hidden passages, dead ends, and one corridor that Hermione insisted was particularly interesting but that the system flagged as high risk, restricted section proximity, Filch patrol pattern active. Harry steered them away from that one without explaining why. By late afternoon, they'd created a rough mental map of the castle's layout, and Harry had added 7 safe rooms to the system's growing database. They'd also identified the general locations of most of their classrooms, which Hermione considered a victory. Transfiguration is on the ground floor, she said, consulting a parchment she'd been scribbling on. Charms is on the 3rd. Potions is in the dungeons, which seems dangerous, but I suppose it makes sense for ingredient storage temperatures. Defense against the dark arts is 1st floor, Harry said, then caught himself. I think I saw a sign. He hadn't seen a sign. The system had mapped the entire castle during their exploration and was now projecting a mini-map in the corner of his vision whenever he focused on navigating. It was incredibly useful. It was also incredibly suspicious, and he needed to be more careful about revealing knowledge he shouldn't have. Hermione looked at him oddly but didn't press. They headed back to Gryffindor Tower, tired and dusty and oddly pleased with themselves. The common room was busier now, filled with older students who'd returned from Hogsmeade or Quidditch practice or whatever it was older students did on weekends. Harry spotted Fred and George in a corner, heads bent together over what looked suspiciously like a piece of parchment that kept shifting colors. Scan initiated, Fred and George Weasley, designation, Chaos Agents, high potential for Alliance Network, compatibility, A rank, note, the Weasley twins are natural rulebreakers with a strong moral compass and deep loyalty to family. They dislike authority figures who abuse power. Recruitment potential, very high. Harry made a mental note. Fred and George could be valuable allies, especially if the system was right about their attitude toward authority. But approaching them directly would be risky. Dumbledore had eyes everywhere, and 2 students who caused as much trouble as the Weasley twins would be watched. He'd need to be patient. Build trust slowly. Learn who could be recruited and who was too deeply embedded in Dumbledore's network. Dinner that evening was another exercise in maintaining a low profile. Harry ate with his head down, pretending interest in Ron's commentary about the food while the system's threat tracker monitored Dumbledore's attention. The final boss was watching Harry again, not continuously, but in pulses, like someone checking a clock to make sure it was still ticking. Final boss awareness, 4%, increase cause, unusual magical signature during castle exploration. The final boss noticed your interest in the 3rd floor corridor. The 3rd floor corridor. Dumbledore had specifically warned everyone to stay away from it during the opening feast, which meant it was almost certainly where something important was hidden. Something Dumbledore didn't want students to find. Or something he wanted specific students to find. New quest available, investigate the 3rd floor corridor, objective, determine what the final boss is protecting, warning, this quest will increase final boss awareness. Proceed with caution. Harry declined the quest. Not yet. He needed more information, more allies, more skills. Rushing into the 3rd floor corridor with nothing but basic pattern recognition and a loyalty aura would be suicide. But he stored the location in the system's map, marking it with a bright red flag, unknown objective, investigate later. That night, after Ron had fallen asleep and the dormitory was quiet, Harry sat up in bed and opened the system's interface. He'd earned another skill point from completing the day's exploration, and he wanted to understand his options better. Skill tree, additional information available, each path has tiers. Higher tiers require more points and sometimes specific achievements. Growth is not linear. Synergies exist between paths. Discover combinations for unique abilities. Harry studied the trees. Path of Hufflepuff's Tier 2 skills included, Healing Touch, and Bond Shield, which would let him share damage with nearby allies. Path of Slytherin had, a Clemency Shield, at Tier 2, which would block mind-reading attempts. Path of Ravenclaw offered, system interface customization, and, arcane resonance, the ability to detect magical frequencies. Path of Gryffindor had, sword mastery, and, battle roar. He wanted them all. But points were limited, and he had no idea when he'd earn more. The system was generous with quests but stingy with rewards, and every choice he made now would ripple forward into abilities he either had or didn't have when the confrontation with Dumbledore finally came. Dumbledore. The final boss. Threat level, apocalyptic. Harry still couldn't quite believe it. The man he'd seen at the feast had been grandfatherly, warm, slightly eccentric. The kind of person who said, nitwit. Blubber. Oddment. Tweak, instead of giving a proper speech. The kind of person who smiled at students like he genuinely cared about them. But the system hadn't been wrong yet. It had correctly identified Ron's loyalty, Hermione's potential, Hagrid's role as Dumbledore's agent. It had predicted the Sorting Hat's reaction and warned Harry about Dumbledore's attention. Everything it had told him had proven accurate. And it had told him that Albus Dumbledore was the final boss. Threat level, apocalyptic. Engagement requirement, level 999+. Harry was level 1. He had a long way to go. Would you like to allocate your available skill point? Harry thought about it. He'd spread his points across all 4 paths initially, which gave him a broad foundation but no deep specialization. If he wanted to survive the early game, and he was starting to think of his life in those terms, as a game with levels and quests and a final boss, he needed either better information or better protection. A clemency shield was tempting. The ability to block mind reading would be invaluable if Dumbledore started probing deeper. But it was a tier 2 skill, requiring 2 more point investments in the Slytherin path before it unlocked. Healing Touch was closer. 1 more point in Hufflepuff would unlock tier 2. Being able to heal his allies could mean the difference between life and death. But information was power. And right now, Harry had very little of either. 1 point allocated to Path of Ravenclaw, skill unlocked, Arcane Resonance, tier 1, you can now sense magical frequencies in your environment. Strong enchantments, wards, and magical beings will register as distinct frequencies. Synergy detected, pattern recognition plus arcane resonance equals magical mapping, passive, the system will now automatically map magical energy patterns in visited areas. The world shifted slightly. Harry blinked, and the dormitory looked different. He could see the magic now, faint auras around the enchanted windows, subtle energy flows in the stones of the walls, a complex web of protective wards woven through the very air of Gryffindor Tower. It was beautiful and terrifying in equal measure. And somewhere in the castle, pulsing like a second heartbeat, was a concentration of magic so dense it blotted out everything around it. A sun of power, burning cold and bright at the center of Hogwarts. Location identified, Headmaster's Tower, magical signature, Albus Dumbledore, power level, 999+, your arcane resonance is not strong enough to fully analyze this signature. Upgrade for more detail. Harry dismissed the notification. He didn't need a detailed analysis. He already knew Dumbledore was powerful beyond comprehension. The question wasn't whether the headmaster could destroy him, it was why he hadn't already, and what he was waiting for. That night, Harry dreamed of chess again. The board was larger this time, stretching to infinity in all directions, and the pieces were familiar. A knight with red hair and freckles. A queen with bushy brown hair and an expression of fierce concentration. A rook that looked like Neville, solid and dependable. And the king was Harry himself, standing alone at the center of the board. Across from him, the opposing pieces were arrayed in perfect formation. The enemy king was old and silver-bearded, wearing half-moon spectacles that glinted in an unseen light. But behind the king, half hidden in shadow, was another figure entirely. A piece that shouldn't have been on the board, blacker than the black squares, radiating cold. The dream shifted before Harry could see it clearly, dissolving into fragmented images, a prophecy orb on a dusty shelf, a door that couldn't be opened, a voice whispering in a language he almost understood. He woke gasping, his scar prickling with phantom pain. The system was already active, a notification pulsing gently. Dream recorded, unknown origin, possible source, connection to secondary boss, Voldemort, or system-generated warning, recommendation, investigate the nature of your scar. It may be more than a physical mark. Harry touched his forehead. The lightning bolt scar was warm beneath his fingers, warmer than it should have been, and the pain was already fading, but the memory of it lingered. Another mystery. Another quest. Another thing to investigate while pretending to be a normal first-year student. Monday morning brought chaos. Harry discovered that getting from Gryffindor Tower to the dungeons for potions involved navigating 3 moving staircases, a trick corridor, which tried to turn him around 3 times before the system's mapping overrode it, and a courtyard that was exposed to the October chill. The system's mini-map was the only reason he made it on time. Ron wasn't so lucky. He burst into the potions classroom 5 minutes late, hair windswept and robes askew, earning a look of pure venom from Professor Snape. "Ah, Weasley," Snape said, his voice soft and cutting. "How generous of you to join us. Perhaps you'll be equally generous in explaining to the class the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane." "They're the same plant," Ron said, looking startled that he knew the answer. "Also called aconite." Snape's expression flickered, surprise, quickly suppressed. "Correct. A point to Gryffindor for basic herbological knowledge. Now sit down before I change my mind." Harry found his seat next to Hermione, who was already taking notes with the intensity of someone transcribing a sacred text. The system scanned Snape as the professor began roll call. Scan initiated, Severus Snape, designation, Potions Master, Double Agent, Loyalty, Unknown, Complex, Threat Level, High, Moderate. Note, Snape's allegiances are divided. He operates within Dumbledore's network but maintains independent goals. He once loved a woman whose death defined him. That loyalty may be exploitable. Harry filed the information away. Snape wasn't a straightforward enemy or ally, he was a variable. Someone whose loyalty could potentially be shifted if the right lever was found. "Potter," Snape said, reaching Harry's name on the roll. His black eyes fixed on Harry with an intensity that made the system's threat tracker spike. "Our new celebrity. Final boss awareness, 5%, note, Snape reports directly to Dumbledore. Your interactions with him will be communicated upward. Tell me, Potter. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? The draft of living death." Harry had read about it in his potions textbook. But he remembered Snape's reaction to Ron knowing an answer, and something, maybe the system's Slytherin path, maybe his own instincts, told him that showing off knowledge wouldn't help him here. "I don't know, sir," Harry said. Snape's lip curled. "Clearly. Fame isn't everything, is it, Potter?" He turned away, dismissing Harry from his attention. "Asphodel and wormwood make a sleeping potion so powerful it is called the Draught of Living Death. 5 points from Gryffindor for your ignorance." Hermione's hand shot up, but Snape ignored her and moved on to the next name. The potions lesson continued in this vein, Snape alternating between ignoring everyone and delivering cutting remarks designed to make students feel small. Neville melted his cauldron within 20 minutes, earning a blistering reprimand and 20 points from Gryffindor. Hermione successfully brewed her potion and was ignored entirely, and Harry managed to produce something that was at least the right color, even if the system noted that his potions proficiency, D rank. By the end of the lesson, Harry was exhausted in a way that had nothing to do with physical labor. Navigating Snape's hostility while maintaining a low profile and suppressing the urge to use the system's abilities was draining in a way he hadn't anticipated. And this was only the first day. Transfiguration with McGonagall was better. The professor was strict but fair, and when Harry managed to turn a matchstick slightly silvery, not fully into a needle, but closer than anyone except Hermione, she gave him a small nod of approval that felt more valuable than the system's skill points. Charms with Flitwick was actually enjoyable. The tiny professor squeaked with delight when Hermione successfully levitated her feather, and Ron's feather wobbled off the desk in a way that Flitwick called, "Promising, Mr. Weasley, very promising." Harry's feather rose a full 3 inches, and the system recorded, Charms Proficiency, C rank. Defense against the dark arts was a disaster. Professor Quirrell's classroom smelled strongly of garlic, and the turban-wearing professor stuttered so badly that half his lecture was unintelligible. The system, however, had plenty to say. Scan initiated, Quirinus Quirrell, designation, host, secondary boss, threat level, moderate, warning, dual presence detected. This body houses 2 souls. The secondary soul is extremely dangerous. Identity of secondary soul, Voldemort. Harry's blood ran cold. Voldemort. Here. In the castle. Possessing the defense against the dark arts professor. The system continued, unperturbed. The final boss is aware of this presence. He is permitting it for unknown reasons. Possible explanation: the final boss is using the secondary boss as a testing mechanism. Recommendation: do not reveal your knowledge. Do not approach Quirrell alone. Do not engage. Harry sat through the rest of the lesson in a daze, pretending to take notes while the system fed him information about Voldemort's known abilities, weaknesses, and the nature of possession magic. Lily's protection was what kept Voldemort from touching Harry directly, that much he already knew. But the system also suggested that the protection might extend to Quirrell's body while Voldemort inhabited it. By the end of the lesson, Harry had learned approximately nothing about defense against the dark arts and everything about why Quirrell's turban occasionally seemed to move on its own. "Did you notice his turban smells weird?" Ron asked as they walked to lunch. "Like, garlic is one thing, but there's something else. Something rotten." "Maybe he's hiding something under it," Hermione said thoughtfully. "The turban is traditional in some magical cultures, but it's unusual for a European wizard to adopt one without a specific reason." Harry said nothing. He knew exactly what Quirrell was hiding under his turban, and it was worse than anything Ron and Hermione could possibly imagine. The afternoon brought history of magic, taught by a ghost who droned in a monotone while students gradually fell asleep around Harry. The system helpfully noted that, Professor Binns is not a threat and has no connection to the final boss's network. He is what he appears to be, a ghost who hasn't noticed he's dead. Harry found this oddly reassuring. After dinner, they retreated to the common room to begin their homework. Hermione had already completed hers, but she sat with them anyway, offering corrections to Ron's essay on the properties of dragon's blood and occasionally glancing at Harry's work with an expression that suggested she was restraining herself from rewriting it entirely. "I've been thinking," Hermione said quietly, when Ron had gone to the bathroom and they were alone. "About the 3rd-floor corridor. The one Dumbledore warned us about." Harry looked up from his potions essay. "What about it?" "There's something there. Something important." Her voice was barely above a whisper. "I asked Percy, he's Ron's brother, a prefect, and he got very strange about it. Said it was none of my concern and I should stay away. But he looked scared, Harry. Not annoyed. Scared." The system pinged. "Alliance trust threshold reached, Hermione Granger, she is choosing to share concerns with you rather than reporting them to authority. This is a significant development." "There's something else," Hermione continued. She pulled a heavy book from her bag, Great Wizarding Events of the 20th Century, and opened it to a marked page. "I've been reading about Grindelwald. About his defeat. And there are things that don't add up." Harry leaned closer. "Like what?" "The official story is that Dumbledore defeated Grindelwald in a duel. A spectacular battle that ended the global wizarding war. But the dates don't work. Grindelwald was terrorizing Europe for years, and Dumbledore didn't do anything. He stayed at Hogwarts. Taught students. Let other people fight. And then, suddenly, in 1945, he went and defeated Grindelwald in a single afternoon. Maybe he was waiting for the right moment. Maybe. Hermione didn't look convinced. But there are letters. Published letters, between Dumbledore and people like Bathilda Bagshot, the magical historian. They mention a Gellert, Grindelwald's first name, and they're friendly. Intimate, almost. Dumbledore refers to him as, "my dear Gellert," in one of them. And these letters are from the 1890s, when Dumbledore was young and Grindelwald was still a student at Durmstrang. Quest progress, unravel the greater good, 5%, new evidence acquired, Dumbledore and Grindelwald had a personal relationship prior to the war. Nature of relationship, unknown but significant. Dumbledore and Grindelwald knew each other, Harry said slowly. Before the war. Before Grindelwald became a dark wizard. Yes. And that's not in any of the official histories. You know what else isn't in the official histories? Hermione's voice had dropped to barely a whisper. What happened to Grindelwald after his defeat? He wasn't killed. He was imprisoned. In Nurmengard, his own fortress. He's still there, as far as anyone knows. Alive. Harry stared at her. Alive. After 50 years. The greatest dark wizard of the century, and Dumbledore didn't kill him. He imprisoned him. In the same fortress Grindelwald built to imprison his own enemies. Hermione closed the book, her expression troubled. The official story says Dumbledore showed mercy. But what if he couldn't kill him? What if there was some reason, some magical bond, some vow, something, that prevented it? The system's threat tracker pulsed. Hypothesis logged, Hermione Granger, Dumbledore/Grindelwald connection, system analysis. This hypothesis has a 67% probability of accuracy. The final boss's history contains a hidden weakness. Continue investigating. Hermione, Harry said, and something in his voice made her look up sharply. I need to tell you something. But you have to promise not to tell anyone. Not the professors. Not Dumbledore. No one. She didn't hesitate. I promise. And Harry told her. Not about the system, he wasn't ready for that, wasn't sure anyone would ever be ready for that, but about his suspicions. About the way Dumbledore had looked at him at the feast, the feeling that the headmaster was testing him somehow, the confirmation from Hagrid that Dumbledore had been the one to place Harry with the Dursleys. The strange way the third-floor corridor had been specifically mentioned, almost like an invitation. Hermione listened without interrupting, her expression growing steadily more troubled. When Harry finished, she was quiet for a long moment. If what you're saying is true, she said finally, if Dumbledore is manipulating things somehow, then we're in over our heads. He's the most powerful wizard alive. We're first-year students who can barely levitate a feather. I know. We'd need proof. Real proof. Not just suspicions and coincidences. I know. And we'd need allies. People who could help us if things went wrong. The Weasleys, Harry said immediately. Ron. Fred and George. Maybe Percy, but I'm not sure about him. Neville's Gran was in the Order of the Phoenix, so he might know things. And there's other students. People who've noticed things. Hermione nodded slowly. A network. An information network. We collect evidence, build a case, and when we have enough proof, we take it to someone who can do something about it. McGonagall, maybe. Or the Ministry. The system pulsed with approval. Strategic ally alignment achieved, Hermione Granger, she has accepted the mission without knowing its full scope. This is a testament to her trust in you and her innate sense of justice. Quest updated, unravel the greater good, additional objective, build evidence file against final boss's manipulations. Ron returned from the bathroom, looking between them with suspicion. What? What did I miss? You two look like you're planning a revolution. "Just discussing homework," Hermione said smoothly, and Harry was impressed by how convincing she sounded. "Harry's potions essay needs work." "It does not, it really does." Ron accepted this explanation with the ease of someone who found homework discussions inherently boring. He dropped into his chair and started complaining about Snape, and the tension of the moment dissolved. But something had changed. Harry could feel it. The game had entered a new phase. He had his first true ally, someone who believed him, or at least believed there was something worth investigating. And if Hermione's research was right, Dumbledore had a weakness. A connection to Grindelwald that he'd spent decades hiding. It wasn't much. It wasn't nearly enough to face a final boss with a threat level of apocalyptic. But it was a start. That night, Harry lay awake long after the others had fallen asleep. The system's interface floated before him, showing him everything he'd learned, the skill tree, the mapped castle, the identified threats, the growing evidence against Dumbledore. Player status, Harry James Potter, level 2, skills, loyalty aura, T1, companion telepathy, T1, pattern recognition, T1, social camouflage, T1, last stand, T1, arcane resonance, T1, magical mapping, passive, alliances, Ronald Weasley, S rank, Hermione Granger, S rank, Neville Longbottom, B rank, quests, unravel the greater good, 5%, survive first year, 2%, final boss awareness, 5%, days until estimated confrontation, unknown, 5%. Dumbledore was only 5% aware that Harry was different, and already Harry felt the weight of that attention. What would happen when it reached 20%? 50? 100? He didn't know. But he knew he couldn't stop. The game was already in motion, and the only way out was through. Somewhere in the castle, a bell tolled midnight. Harry closed his eyes, and the system's interface dimmed to a gentle glow. Good night, player. Tomorrow is a new day. New opportunities. New dangers. Remember, the game is not won in a single move. Patience. Preparation. Persistence. Harry slept, and this time he didn't dream of chess. He dreamed of a mirror, tall and ornate, with an inscription around the frame. In the reflection, he saw his parents, smiling and whole and alive. They were reaching out to him, and he was reaching back, and somewhere in the distance, an old man with twinkling eyes was watching. When he woke, he couldn't remember the dream. But the system had recorded it, and the recording waited in his interface, flagged with a single word, prophetic. Chapter 2, the tutorial dungeon. October arrived with a chill that seeped through the castle stones, and Harry discovered that Hogwarts in autumn was a different creature entirely from the sun-warmed castle he'd entered in September. The corridors grew drafty, the common room fire burned constantly, and the forbidden forest beyond the grounds turned skeletal as the trees shed their leaves. Harry had been at Hogwarts for 6 weeks, and in that time, he'd learned exactly nothing about how to defeat an apocalyptic-level final boss. He had, however, learned a great deal about Professor Quirrell's turban. Observe, Quirinus Quirrell, updated analysis, the secondary soul's influence fluctuates. During daylight hours, Quirrell maintains majority control. After sunset, the secondary soul becomes more active. The garlic odor is a cover for decomposition, the secondary soul is rotting the host body. Harry sat in the library, pretending to read a beginner's guide to transfiguration while the system fed him information he absolutely did not want. Ron was across from him, actually doing his transfiguration homework for once, and Hermione was somewhere in the herbology section researching something she'd refused to explain. The system continued its analysis. Quirrell's classroom contains trace elements of soul magic. The secondary boss is attempting to perfect a ritual. Purpose unknown but likely related to the third-floor corridor. The final boss is aware and monitoring. Of course Dumbledore was monitoring. Harry had come to expect that. The headmaster seemed to know everything that happened in his castle, from which students were sneaking out after curfew to which professors were secretly housing the souls of Dark Lords in their turbans. "You're staring at that page again," Ron said without looking up. "The one about matchstick-to-needle conversion. You've been on that page for 20 minutes. I'm thinking. You're doing that thing where you go somewhere else in your head. Hermione does it too. It's unnerving." Harry closed the book. "Sorry. Just distracted." Ron set down his quill and fixed Harry with a look that was surprisingly sharp. "Is this about what you and Hermione were whispering about last week? The thing you said you'd tell me when you were ready?" Harry had forgotten that Ron had overheard fragments of his conversation with Hermione. Not the important parts, they'd been too quiet for that, but enough to know something was happening beneath the surface of their ordinary school routine. "It's complicated. Everything with you is complicated." Ron's voice wasn't accusatory. If anything, he sounded concerned. "Look, mate, I'm not Hermione. I'm not going to figure out whatever puzzle you're working on by reading a dozen books. But I'm not stupid either. And whatever's going on, you're going to need more than just Hermione's brain to handle it." The system pinged. "Companion insight, Ronald Weasley, he is offering support without knowing the details. This is a significant loyalty indicator. Sharing information will strengthen the alliance. Withholding it may create resentment. Recommendation, trust your instincts. But remember that burdens shared are burdens halved." Harry looked at Ron, really looked at him. The red hair, the freckles, the slightly too short robes. The boy who'd sat with him on the train when every other compartment was full, who'd shared his sandwiches even though they were corned beef, who'd stood by him through 6 weeks of classes and homework and Snape's increasingly pointed hostility. "Dumbledore," Harry said quietly, "isn't what he seems." Ron didn't laugh. Didn't make a joke. His expression flickered through several emotions, surprise, confusion, and then something that looked almost like relief. "Yeah," he said. "I've been wondering about that." Now it was Harry's turn to be surprised. "You have?" "He gave me the chocolate frog card, remember? The one with Dumbledore. And you went all strange when you touched it. White as a ghost." Ron shrugged, but his eyes were serious. "I've got 5 older brothers, Harry. I know when someone's hiding something. And you've been hiding something since the first day on the train." Harry opened his mouth to deny it, but the system's gentle pull stopped him. Truth, it seemed, was the only viable path forward. "I can't explain everything," Harry said. "Not because I don't trust you, but because I don't understand it all myself. But Dumbledore is dangerous. Not in the way Voldemort is dangerous. Not obviously evil. But he's been manipulating things. Manipulating me. And I think he's been doing it for years." Ron absorbed this in silence. "Then, what do we do about it?" The word "we" hit Harry harder than any spell could have. "We investigate," Hermione said, appearing beside their table with a stack of books that looked heavy enough to kill someone. She dropped them onto the table with a thud that made several nearby students glare. Quietly. Carefully. Without drawing attention. "Merlin's beard," Ron muttered, eyeing the books. "How long have you been standing there?" "Long enough." Hermione slid into a chair. "And before you ask, yes, I've been suspicious too. The evidence is circumstantial, but there's enough of it to warrant further investigation. Dumbledore's relationship with Grindelwald, his placement of Harry with abusive relatives, the third-floor corridor being announced rather than quietly secured, it all suggests a pattern of orchestrated events." "A pattern," Ron repeated. "Like a game." "Exactly like a game." Hermione opened the topmost book to a marked page. "And I think I've found something important. Something Dumbledore doesn't want anyone to know." The book was old, older than the others Hermione had been reading. Its pages were yellowed and brittle, and the text was in a language Harry didn't recognize. But the system did. Arcane resonance activated, text identified, medieval German, magical variant, content, personal correspondence between Gellert Grindelwald and unknown recipient, dated 1899. Translating. This is from the restricted section, Hermione whispered. I told Madame Pants I needed it for a history of magic project. She didn't believe me, but Professor Binns signed the permission slip. He doesn't pay attention to anything. Harry stared at the incomprehensible text while the system overlaid its translation. My dear friend, your last letter troubled me greatly. You speak of the greater good as if it demands sacrifice, but you do not name whose sacrifice you envision. Is it your own? Or another's? The boy you took in, the one with the unstable sister, is he another piece in your grand design, or something more? I know your heart, Albus. Perhaps better than you know it yourself. And I fear what you will become if you continue down this path. Come to Nurmengard. Let us speak face to face. Let us find another way. Your friend and confidant, Gellert. Harry read the letter twice. Then a third time. The pieces were clicking into place, Dumbledore and Grindelwald, friends in youth, writing about sacrifice and the greater good. And then, decades later, Dumbledore had defeated Grindelwald and imprisoned him in the same fortress where they'd once met as friends. This proves they were close, Hermione said, her voice barely above a whisper. More than close. Grindelwald knew about Dumbledore's family. About his sister. There are references in other letters to something that happened, something terrible. And after it, Dumbledore changed. Became more calculating. More willing to use people. Quest progress, unravel the greater good, 12%, evidence acquired, Dumbledore-Grindelwald correspondence, new hypothesis, the final boss's current methods were shaped by a traumatic event in his youth. Understanding this event may reveal exploitable patterns. His sister, Harry said slowly. Grindelwald mentioned an unstable sister. Who was she? Hermione shook her head. There's almost nothing about her in any of the standard histories. Ariana Dumbledore. She was sick, some kind of magical illness, and she died young. That's all the official records say. But the timing is suggestive. She died in 1899, the same summer these letters were written. And after her death, Dumbledore and Grindelwald never saw each other again until their famous duel in 1945. Something happened that summer, Ron said. He wasn't looking at the books, he was looking into the middle distance, his expression distant. Something bad enough to end a friendship and shape the next 50 years of Dumbledore's life. That's what I think too. Hermione turned another page. And there's more. Grindelwald's letters become increasingly concerned. He accuses Dumbledore of playing games with lives and sacrificing pawns for positional advantage. Chess metaphors, over and over. As if Dumbledore saw people as pieces on a board. Harry thought about his dreams, the endless chessboard, the pieces with familiar faces, the old man moving them from above. The dreams hadn't been random. They'd been the system showing him what Hermione was now confirming. Grindelwald was warning him, Harry said. Even back then, he could see what Dumbledore was becoming. And then Dumbledore defeated him. Hermione's voice was grim. 50 years later. A single duel, no witnesses, no record of what actually happened. And instead of killing Grindelwald, he imprisoned him. Kept him alive. Why would you keep your greatest enemy alive unless you couldn't kill him, Ron finished quietly. Or didn't want to. The three of them sat in silence, the weight of their discovery pressing down on them. Outside the library windows, the sky was darkening, and the enchanted candles were beginning to flicker to life overhead. Harry's mind was racing. If Dumbledore had loved Grindelwald, and the letters suggested something deeper than friendship, then perhaps he truly couldn't kill him. Some magical vow, some emotional bond, something that prevented the final strike. And if that was true, then Dumbledore's entire reputation as the defeater of dark wizards was built on a lie. System analysis, final boss psychological profile updated, primary motivation, atonement through control. The final boss believes he can prevent future tragedies by controlling events. He sees individual sacrifices as acceptable for the greater good. This is not malice, this is the logical endpoint of a mind that believes only it can see the full board. We need to be careful, Harry said. This isn't just about collecting evidence anymore. If Dumbledore finds out what we're doing, he won't. Hermione's jaw was set with determination. I've been using a concealment charm on my research notes. It's not perfect, but it should keep casual observers from finding anything. And I'm not keeping the notes in the dormitory. I've been hiding them in, don't tell us, Harry interrupted. The less we know about where you keep things, the better. If someone reads our minds, Ron paled. Someone can read minds? Dumbledore can, Hermione said. Legilimency. It's a rare skill, but he's supposed to be a master of it. He can look at you and know what you're thinking. Or at least, that's what the books say. Harry thought about the system's skill tree. Path of Slytherin, Tier 2, Occlumency Shield. The ability to block mind reading. He'd been saving his skill points, unsure where to invest them, but suddenly the choice seemed clear. You have 3 unallocated skill points. Would you like to invest in Path of Slytherin to unlock Occlumency Shield? Not yet. He couldn't make the change in front of Hermione and Ron, they'd notice something was different about him. But tonight, when he was alone, he would make the investment. If Dumbledore could read minds, Harry needed to protect his. What about you? Ron asked, turning to Harry. Can Dumbledore read your mind? I don't think so. Harry chose his words carefully. But I've got protections. Things that make it harder for people to see what I'm thinking. Ron and Hermione exchanged glances but didn't press. They'd learned, over the past weeks, that Harry had secrets he couldn't explain. The way he sometimes knew things he shouldn't, the way he navigated the castle without getting lost even in its most confusing corridors, the way he occasionally seemed to be listening to something no one else could hear. You're strange, Harry Potter, Ron said finally. But I suppose that's why we're friends. Harry felt something warm spread through his chest, and it wasn't just the system acknowledging a companion bond. It was genuine gratitude, the kind that came from knowing you weren't alone. Thank you, he said. Both of you. I know this is all mental. Ron suggested. I was going to say, unusual. Same thing. Hermione snorted, which was so unlike her usual composed demeanor that Harry and Ron both stared. She covered her mouth, looking embarrassed, but her eyes were still crinkled with suppressed laughter. We're investigating the most powerful wizard in the world based on suspicious letters and a feeling, she said. If we're wrong, we could be expelled. If we're right, we could be in even worse trouble. I think mental is exactly the right word for it. Good, Harry said. I'd hate to think we were being reasonable about this. The Troll came on Halloween. Harry had been at Hogwarts for exactly 2 months, and he'd made significant progress. 2 skill points invested in Slytherin had unlocked a Occlumency Shield at Tier 1, which the system confirmed would protect his surface thoughts from casual legilimency. He'd strengthened his alliance with Hermione and Ron, bringing them deeper into his investigation. He'd mapped nearly the entire castle, identifying 23 safe rooms, 7 hidden passages, and 3 areas the system flagged as restricted, do not approach without further leveling. But he hadn't been prepared for the Troll. It started during the Halloween feast. Harry was eating roast chicken and listening to Ron describe his older brother's various Quidditch injuries when Professor Quirrell burst through the doors of the Great Hall, his turban askew, his face white with terror. Troll, he screamed. Troll in the dungeons. Thought you ought to know, and then he fainted. The Great Hall erupted into chaos. Students screamed, plates clattered, and Dumbledore's voice cut through the noise like a blade, demanding silence and ordering the prefects to lead their houses back to their dormitories. Harry, however, wasn't paying attention to any of this. He was watching the system, which had just activated with an urgency he'd never seen before. Event triggered, troll incursion, scripted encounter, orchestrator, secondary boss quarrel, purpose, diversionary tactic. The secondary boss is using the troll as a distraction to investigate the third-floor corridor. Additional note, the final boss permitted this event. Reason, bond formation between target and companions. The final boss is engineering a high-stress situation to strengthen your alliance with Ronald Weasley and Hermione Granger. Harry's blood went cold. Dumbledore had allowed this. A troll, a full-grown mountain troll, capable of crushing a student with a single blow, was roaming the castle because Dumbledore wanted Harry to bond with his friends. That bastard, Harry breathed. Ron grabbed his arm. Come on, we have to go with the prefects, wait. Harry pulled away, scanning the hall. Hermione. Where was Hermione? She hadn't been at the feast because she'd been upset about something Ron had said in Charms class, something about her being a nightmare to be around, and she'd been crying in the girls' bathroom all afternoon. Harry, we have to go. Hermione doesn't know about the troll. Ron's face went ashen. She's in the bathroom. The one on the second floor. She's been there all day. They didn't need to discuss it further. While the prefects led the rest of Gryffindor toward the tower, Harry and Ron slipped away, ducking behind a tapestry and using one of the hidden passages Harry had mapped weeks ago. The corridors were empty, but Harry could hear the troll before he saw it. A heavy, dragging footstep sound, punctuated by grunts and the occasional crash of something being knocked over. The smell hit them next, old socks and sewage and something animal and foul. The system's mini-map showed the troll as a red marker, moving toward the second-floor bathroom. Enemy identified, mountain troll, threat level, moderate, physical, low, magical, weaknesses, low intelligence, slow reflexes, sensitive to bright light, recommendation, do not engage in direct combat. Use environment and distraction. They reached the bathroom just as the troll smashed through the door. Hermione's scream cut through the air, high and terrified, and Harry didn't think, he just moved. The troll was enormous, 12 feet tall with grayish skin and a lumpy body that looked like it had been assembled from boulders. It had cornered Hermione against the sinks, a massive wooden club raised over its head. Hey! Ron shouted, grabbing a broken piece of pipe from the wreckage of the door. He hurled it at the troll's head, and it bounced off with a dull thunk. The troll turned, its tiny eyes fixing on Ron with something that might have been confusion or might have been hunger. Combat initiated, Mountain Troll, Allied Stats, Ronald Weasley, Combat Proficiency, D rank, Hermione Granger, Combat Proficiency, E rank, Enemy Stats, Attack 75, Defense 60, Speed 15, Tactical Assessment, Direct Combat not advised. Use Allied Abilities. Harry's mind raced. He had a wand but knew maybe 3 spells, none of them combat-ready. Ron had a broken pipe. Hermione was trapped behind the troll. Ron, distract it. Harry shouted. Hermione, get out of there. Ron started yelling, waving his arms like a maniac, and the troll's attention fixed on him with the single-minded focus of something too stupid to track multiple targets. It lumbered toward Ron, club raised, and Harry saw his window. He sprinted across the bathroom, grabbed Hermione's arm, and pulled her toward the door. She stumbled but caught herself, and they made it to the corridor just as the troll's club smashed into the sink where she'd been standing. Harry, no time. Ron! Ron was backing away from the troll, still shouting, and Harry realized with a jolt of pure terror that his friend was about to be cornered. The corridor dead-ended just past the bathroom, and Ron didn't know the layout. Companion telepathy activated, you can send one short message to Ronald Weasley. Turn left at the statue. There's a hidden passage behind the tapestry. Ron stumbled mid-step, his eyes going wide. But he recovered instantly, spinning on his heel and sprinting toward the gargoyle statue at the corridor's bend. The troll followed, slower but relentless, its club dragging along the stone floor with a screech that set Harry's teeth on edge. Ron vanished behind the tapestry. The troll smashed into the wall where he'd been, and the impact shook the corridor. Where did he go? Hermione gasped. He's safe. Harry was already moving. Come on. We need to get to the third floor. The third floor? That's forbidden. And there's a troll, there won't be for long. The professors will handle it. But Quirrell, he's using the troll as a distraction. We need to know what he's looking for. Hermione grabbed his arm, her grip surprisingly strong. Harry. Stop. Explain. Now. Harry took a breath. He could feel the system pulsing at the edge of his awareness, offering tactical data, threat assessments, probabilities. But Hermione didn't need any of that. She needed the truth, or at least enough of it to understand. Quirrell is working for Voldemort, he said, and Hermione flinched at the name. I don't know how, but Voldemort is here, in the castle, and he's after whatever Dumbledore hid in the third-floor corridor. The troll was a distraction. We need to know what he's after before he gets it. Hermione stared at him for 3 heartbeats. Then she nodded. The third-floor corridor. What do you know about it? It's guarded. I've mapped the approach, but I haven't gone inside. The wards are strong. Mapped the approach, Hermione repeated. Of course you have. Why wouldn't you have mapped the forbidden corridor? She shook her head, visibly pushing aside her questions. Fine. Let's go. But if we get caught, we won't. They moved through the castle with the ease of practice. Harry's minimap showed them the patrol routes of the professors and prefects, and he navigated around them without conscious thought. Down a corridor that Filch never checked, up a staircase that stayed still on Thursdays, through a hidden door that the system had identified as a servant's passage from the castle's founding days. They reached the third-floor corridor just as the sounds of the troll faded into the distance. Someone, probably the professors, had engaged it. The corridor was empty. A single door stood at the end, heavy oak bound with iron. Ward analysis, third-floor corridor, protective enchantments detected, intruder alarm, active, identity verification, active, animated guardian, dormant, recommendation, do not proceed without clearance. The animated guardian is designed to detain, not kill, but it will alert the final boss. We can't go in, Harry said. Not yet. But we can wait. Watch. See who comes out. They retreated to a shadowed alcove further down the corridor, hidden behind a suit of armor that Harry had determined was non-sentient and unlikely to report them. The minutes stretched. Harry's legs cramped. Hermione's breathing was loud in the silence. And then the door opened. Quirrell emerged, his turban slightly more askew than usual, his movements furtive. He closed the door behind him with exaggerated care and hurried down the corridor in the opposite direction, never looking back. Secondary boss movement logged, destination, defense against the Dark Arts Office, status, agitated. The secondary boss failed to breach the final protection. Identified, the corridor protects an artifact of immense value. The secondary boss could not obtain it. The final boss's security measures are adequate for now. Adequate for now. But Quirrell had gotten past at least some of the protections. He'd tried to breach the final one and failed, but he'd try again. And eventually, he might succeed. What did you see? Hermione whispered. Quirrell. He tried to get past the protections. He couldn't. Protections for what? I don't know yet. Something important. Harry turned to look at her. Something Dumbledore wanted to test. Hermione's expression sharpened. Test. You think Dumbledore put whatever it is in there as a test? Not just a test. A trap. For Voldemort, maybe. Or for me. Harry thought about the system's analysis, each obstacle teaching skills necessary for a final confrontation. He's watching to see who comes. Who succeeds. Who fails. That's monstrous. That's Dumbledore. They made their way back to Gryffindor Tower in silence, taking a different route to avoid Filch's patrol. The portrait of the fat lady swung open at Harry's approach, and they climbed through into a common room full of anxious students. Ron was waiting for them, his face pale but his expression triumphant. Made it. And you should have seen McGonagall's face when she found the troll. She thought I was dead. Thank you, Hermione said abruptly, turning to Ron. For coming to find me. For throwing that pipe. For caring. Ron's ears went red. Yeah, well. Couldn't let a troll smash you, could I? You're annoying, but you're our annoying. Coming from Ron, it was practically a declaration of love. Hermione seemed to understand this, because her eyes went shiny, and she sat down next to him without saying another word. Harry stood by the fire, letting the warmth seep into his bones. The system was still active, still analyzing, but its urgency had faded. The immediate crisis was over. Event complete, troll incursion, bond strengthened, Ronald Weasley and Hermione Granger, alliance solidified, final boss's objective achieved, your companion bonds have been strengthened through shared trauma. This was the intended outcome. Note, the final boss is pleased with the result. His attention on you has increased. Final boss awareness, 8%, 8%. Up from 5. Dumbledore was noticing him more, and every time Harry did something significant, like survive a troll attack, that number would climb. But Harry had gained something too. His companions. His network. Tonight, Ron had been brilliant under pressure, and Hermione had followed him into danger based on nothing but trust. They were his pieces on the board, not in the way Dumbledore would have used them, but in the way that mattered, people who chose to be there, who knew the risks, who stayed anyway. Hermione, Harry said quietly, when the common room had emptied and only the three of them remained. The thing Quirrell was after. It's connected to Voldemort somehow. And Dumbledore put it here deliberately. How do you know? Harry hesitated. This was the moment. He could tell them about the system, the whole truth, the interface, the final boss designation, the impossible game he'd been playing since the first day on the train. But once he said it, he couldn't unsay it. And the system had warned him, from the very beginning, to keep it hidden. Advisory, revealing the system's existence carries risks. If this information reaches the final boss, your survival probability will drop significantly. However, maintaining secrecy from your closest allies may create fractures in your network. Balance is required. Partial truth, then. Enough to maintain trust without revealing everything. I have a way of knowing things, Harry said. I can't explain how, not yet, maybe not ever. But I can, sense things. Dangers. Threats. Connections between events. It's been happening since I got to Hogwarts. Hermione's eyes narrowed. What kind of things? I knew the troll was a distraction before Quirrell even finished his sentence. I knew where Ron was going in the corridors tonight. I know that Dumbledore watches us, and I know when he's paying particular attention to me. That's impossible, Hermione said, but her voice lacked conviction. Unless you're a seer, or you have some kind of, I don't know what it is. But it's real, and it's been helping me stay alive. And it's telling me that whatever's in that corridor, it's important. Important enough that Voldemort wants it. Important enough that Dumbledore built a dungeon to protect it and then invited us to try to break in. Ron leaned forward. Invited us? He specifically told everyone to stay away. Exactly. What's the first thing a Gryffindor does when someone says, "Don't go there"? Ron opened his mouth, closed it, and then laughed. Goes there immediately. Yeah, all right. That's fair. The third-floor corridor is a test, Harry continued. A dungeon designed for someone to fight through. And I think Dumbledore designed it for me. The words hung in the air. Hermione looked horrified. Ron looked like someone had just told him that Quidditch was cancelled permanently. Why? Hermione demanded. Why would Dumbledore design a dungeon for an 11-year-old student? Because he's not just a student. Harry's voice was quiet. He's the boy who lived. The one who defeated Voldemort as a baby. Dumbledore's been planning something for him, for me, since the night my parents died. And whatever it is, it requires me to be able to face dangers. To learn certain skills. To become something specific. A weapon, Ron said. The word fell like a stone. Or a sacrifice, Hermione added, even quieter. Harry nodded. The system had been suggesting as much for weeks. The final boss needed something from him, something that required preparation, testing, and eventual confrontation. And the only reason to prepare someone so carefully was if the end goal required their willing participation. I don't want to be anyone's weapon, Harry said. Or anyone's sacrifice. But I can't just ignore what's happening either. Voldemort is here, in the castle. Dumbledore knows it, and he's letting it happen. Whatever game they're playing, I'm in the middle of it whether I want to be or not. So what do we do? Ron asked. We prepare. We learn. We find out what's in that corridor, and we make sure Voldemort doesn't get it. Harry looked at both of them. And we do it without letting Dumbledore know what we're really doing. A secret mission, Ron said. Against the headmaster. While also fighting a Dark Lord. Essentially. Ron grinned. It was the same grin he'd worn when he'd thrown the pipe at the troll, reckless and brave and slightly unhinged. Brilliant. Absolutely not brilliant, Hermione said. It's terrifying and probably suicidal. But I'm in. Someone has to make sure you two don't get yourselves killed. The system pulsed. Quest updated, survive first year, 10%, new objective, uncover the artifact in the third-floor corridor, Alliance network status, 3 members, strong foundation, notification, your companions are committing to the mission without full knowledge of the stakes. This is either extraordinary loyalty or extraordinary foolishness. Probability of success, 15%. 15%. Better than the 0.003% chance of surviving direct confrontation with Dumbledore, at least. We start tomorrow, Harry said. Research first. We need to know what kind of artifact Voldemort would want, and why Dumbledore would bring it to a school. The Philosopher's Stone, Hermione said immediately. Ron blinked. The what? I've been researching. It's the only thing that makes sense. The Philosopher's Stone produces the elixir of life, which grants immortality. It also turns any metal into gold. And Nicholas Flamel, the only known maker of a Philosopher's Stone, is Dumbledore's longtime alchemical partner. Harry stared at her. You figured this out already? I suspected. The timing fits. Flamel is over 600 years old, but there have been rumors that the stone might be in danger. And Dumbledore's been corresponding with someone in France. I saw the letters when I was organizing Professor McGonagall's office as a favor. She paused. I was going to mention it, but then the troll happened. The Philosopher's Stone. Voldemort wanted it for the immortality it promised. Dumbledore had hidden it in a school full of children. Voldemort's here because of the stone, Harry said slowly. And Dumbledore brought the stone here knowing Voldemort would follow. He's using the school as bait. Using us as bait. It would explain the protections, Hermione said. They're not designed to keep a Dark Lord out permanently. They're designed to delay him. To test him. To see if someone else gets there first. Someone like Harry, Ron said. The fire crackled in the silence. Somewhere in the castle, professors were still dealing with the aftermath of the troll. Students were being soothed and counted and sent to bed. And Harry Potter sat in the Gryffindor common room with his two friends, staring into the flames and contemplating the shape of the trap that had been laid for him. "All right," he said finally. "We know what it is. We know who wants it. Now we need to know how to stop him, and how to do it without playing Dumbledore's game." "How do we do that?" Ron asked. Harry looked at the system's interface, at the skills he'd been building and the alliances he'd been forming. The final boss wanted him to play a certain role. Wanted him to walk a certain path. The only way to win was to choose a different path entirely. "We changed the rules," Harry said. "We don't try to beat the dungeon. We figure out how to keep Voldemort from getting the stone without ever going near it ourselves." "That's brilliant," Hermione said. "And completely impossible." "Maybe. But we've got until June to figure it out." Harry stood, exhaustion finally catching up with him. "Right now, though, I need to sleep. Tomorrow's Tuesday. We've got double potions." Ron groaned. "That's almost worse than the troll." November brought cold weather and a new discovery: the system could analyze more than just people and places. It could analyze history. Harry discovered this by accident, while helping Hermione sort through old Daily Prophet articles in the library. She'd gotten permission to access the newspaper archives for a History of Magic project, and she'd recruited Harry and Ron to help her search for mentions of Dumbledore. The system had been quiet all morning, idling in its minimized state, but when Harry touched a yellowed newspaper from 1945, it activated with sudden intensity. Historical analysis available: the defeat of Grindelwald, November 1945, the system can reconstruct events from physical evidence. This process requires sustained contact with the source material. Proceed. Y/N, Harry hadn't known the system could do this. He hadn't known it could reach into the past and pull out truths that had been buried for 50 years. He pressed his palm flat against the newspaper and thought yes as hard as he could. The world dissolved. Harry stood in a city that was burning. Buildings crumbled around him, flames licked at a smoke-choked sky, and the air was full of screaming. But it was distant, muffled, like watching a scene through water. He turned, and there they were. Two men stood in the center of the destruction, facing each other across a street littered with rubble. One was young, younger than Harry had expected, with golden hair and eyes that burned with something between madness and devotion. Grindelwald. The other was older, his auburn hair untouched by gray, his face still carrying the grief of decades. Dumbledore. They were speaking. Harry couldn't hear the words, but he could see their faces, and what he saw made his blood run cold. Dumbledore was crying. Not just crying, weeping, openly, tears streaming down his face as he faced his old friend, his old enemy, his old love. And Grindelwald was smiling. A sad smile, gentle in a way that seemed impossible for the monster who had terrorized Europe. Dumbledore defeated Grindelwald in a legendary duel. That was the official story. But what Harry was seeing wasn't a duel. It was a conversation. A negotiation. An ending. Grindelwald lowered his wand first. Then Dumbledore lowered his. They stepped toward each other, and when they met in the middle, Dumbledore embraced him. Held him like he was the most precious thing in the world. Harry saw Grindelwald's lips move, "I'm sorry," and then Dumbledore was binding him with golden chains, and Grindelwald wasn't resisting. Wasn't fighting. Was surrendering to the only person he had ever truly trusted to contain him. The vision shattered, and Harry was back in the library, gasping, his hands shaking. "Harry! Harry!" Hermione was gripping his shoulders. "What happened? You went completely rigid for almost a minute." "I saw it," Harry managed. "The duel." "It wasn't a duel. Grindelwald surrendered. He gave up because Dumbledore asked him to." Because they loved each other. Hermione's face went pale. Ron, who had been half asleep over a stack of newspapers, sat up sharply. Dumbledore didn't defeat Grindelwald in combat, Harry continued, the words tumbling out. He talked him down. And then he imprisoned him instead of killing him because he couldn't bear to, because some part of him still, he couldn't finish. The implications were too enormous. Harry, Hermione said carefully, how do you know this? I saw it. When I touched the newspaper. I know that sounds insane, it does, actually, Ron said, but his voice was gentle. But you knew about the troll. You knew about the corridor. We're past the point where we question your weird visions. These visions, Hermione said slowly. Are they always accurate? Yes. As far as I can tell. Then we have something. Something real. She pulled out a fresh piece of parchment. Tell me everything you saw. Every detail. Harry did. The burning city. The two figures. The embrace. The surrender. When he finished, Hermione had filled an entire page with notes, and her expression was a mixture of awe and horror. This changes everything, she said. Dumbledore didn't defeat Grindelwald because he was more powerful. He defeated him because Grindelwald loved him enough to stop. And Dumbledore kept him alive, has kept him alive for 50 years, because he can't bear to lose the people he loves. Even when those people are Dark Lords, Ron said. Even then. Hermione looked at Harry. You said Dumbledore can't directly harm you. Something about soul fragments. The system had told him that, back on the train. Dumbledore couldn't directly harm vessels carrying soul fragments. Including Harry. Something like that, Harry said. Then maybe it's the same principle. Maybe Dumbledore can't permanently kill anyone he truly loves. Grindelwald. His sister. Maybe even, she stopped, her eyes widening. Maybe even Voldemort, Ron finished. If Dumbledore knew him. If he was Tom Riddle once, a student here, and Dumbledore taught him, they'd have a connection, Hermione said. A history. Dumbledore might not be able to destroy him, even now. Which means he needs someone else to do it. Someone who doesn't love Voldemort, Harry said. Someone who's already marked for it. The prophecy. The scar. The night his parents died. It all led back to the same conclusion. Dumbledore had been arranging the pieces of Harry's life since before he could walk. I'm the weapon, Harry said quietly. The one who can kill Voldemort because I'm not bound by love or history. But Dumbledore can't just point me at Voldemort and hope for the best. He has to train me. Test me. Make sure I'm strong enough. And if you're not? Ron asked. Then I die. And Dumbledore finds another way. The library was quiet around them. Somewhere, a clock ticked. Somewhere else, Madame Pants was shushing a pair of third years. Normal sounds. Normal life. None of them aware that 3 first years had just uncovered the shape of a conspiracy 50 years in the making. We have to tell someone, Ron said. McGonagall. The Ministry. Someone. Tell them what? Hermione's voice was bitter. That we have a feeling. That Harry touched a newspaper and saw a vision. Dumbledore is the most respected wizard in the world. No one will believe us without proof. Real proof. Documents. Witnesses. Grindelwald, Harry said. He's still alive. In Nurmengard. If we could talk to him, talk to the most dangerous dark wizard in history. Are you mental? Maybe. Harry looked at the newspaper, still sitting innocently on the table. But he surrendered once. He chose to stop. Maybe he'd be willing to talk about why. Hermione was already shaking her head. Nurmengard is in the Austrian Alps. It's one of the most heavily warded prisons in the world. We're first-year students. We can't just, not yet, Harry agreed. But eventually. When we're stronger. When we know more. When we have allies who can help us get there. Allies, Ron said. Right. We need more than just the three of us. I've been thinking about that. Harry pulled up the system's alliance network, studying the profiles of students and staff he'd been analyzing for weeks. Neville's grandmother was in the Order of the Phoenix. She might know things. Dean Thomas's family has connections in the Ministry. And the Weasley twins, they hate authority and love secrets. They'd be perfect for this. You want to recruit my brothers? Ron looked torn between pride and horror. Not yet. But eventually. We need people we can trust, and we need to build slowly. One person at a time. Each person bringing something we need. Like a resistance cell, Hermione breathed. Like a guild, Harry said, and the system pulsed its approval. Generating Alliance Network Expansion Path, potential recruits identified, Neville Longbottom, Herbalism and Pure Blood Connections, Luna Lovegood, Unique Perception Capabilities, Fred and George Weasley, Chaos Operations, Dean Thomas, Ministry Connections, Recommended Recruitment Timeline, spread over next 6 months to avoid detection, warning, each recruitment increases final boss awareness. Proceed with caution. Harry closed the system interface and looked at his friends. His guild. His party. We'll do it carefully, he said. One step at a time. And we'll start with Neville. He deserves to know the truth about what happened to his parents, and Dumbledore was the one who sent them on the mission that got them tortured into madness. Ron's expression hardened. The Longbottoms. Mums mentioned them. They were Aurors. Really good ones. And after they were attacked, Dumbledore just, let it happen. Didn't go after the Death Eaters who did it. Didn't do anything. Because it wasn't part of his plan, Harry said. The Longbottoms weren't essential to his game. Only I am. The weight of that statement settled over them. The knowledge that their lives, their families, their fates were all pieces on a chessboard controlled by a man who had loved a Dark Lord and couldn't bear to destroy him. We're going to beat him, Ron said, and his voice was surprisingly steady. I don't know how, but we're going to. He thinks we're pawns. But pawns have a way of surprising people. Queening, Hermione murmured. What? In chess. When a pawn reaches the other side of the board, it can become a queen. The most powerful piece. She looked at Harry. That's what he's afraid of. That's why he's testing you. He wants you to become powerful, but only in the ways he can control. If you become too strong, too independent, too much your own person, you stop being a pawn and start being a threat. Harry thought about the skill tree. The 4 paths. The choices he'd been making, spreading his points across all 4 houses instead of specializing in combat the way a weapon might. He'd been building alliances, gathering information, learning to sense magic and read patterns and shield his mind. He hadn't been becoming a better fighter. He'd been becoming something else entirely. A player. Not a piece. Then that's our strategy, Harry said. We don't play his game. We play ours. We gather allies. We gather evidence. And when the time comes, we don't fight him with magic, we fight him with truth. And the Philosopher's Stone? Ron asked. We protect it. Not for Dumbledore. For ourselves. And we make sure Voldemort never gets anywhere near it. It was a plan. A terrible, impossible, probably suicidal plan. But it was theirs. Outside the library windows, snow had begun to fall, the first snow of winter, dusting the castle grounds with white. A new season was beginning. And Harry Potter, level 2 player, with 3 allies and a 15% probability of success, was ready to face whatever came next. The game was far from over. But for the first time since the Hogwarts Express, Harry felt like he might actually have a chance. Chapter 3, The Forbidden Forest. Instance. December arrived with a howl and a fury, burying Hogwarts in snow so deep the first-year herbology students had to be dug out of the greenhouses by a disgruntled Professor Sprout and 3 seventh-years with warming charms. The castle became a fortress of firelight and frost, drafty corridors and overcrowded common rooms, and the week before Christmas holidays brought a particular kind of chaos that even the system struggled to track. Harry had been busy. Not with the Philosopher's Stone investigation, that had stalled, partly because Hermione insisted they needed more research before attempting anything, and partly because the third-floor corridor had acquired additional protections that the system flagged as fatal TO approach without level 15 minimum. Harry was level 4. The math was not in his favor. Instead, he'd been building his network. Quietly. Carefully. One conversation at a time. Neville Longbottom was the first. It happened in Greenhouse 3, of all places, while they were repotting mandrakes. The shrieking infants were deafening even through protective earmuffs, and Neville was the only student who looked genuinely comfortable, his round face peaceful as he guided a squalling mandrake into fresh soil with the gentle confidence of someone who'd been doing this since childhood. "You're really good at this," Harry said afterward, catching Neville as they walked back to the castle. Ron was ahead of them, still wincing and rubbing his ears, and Hermione had darted off to ask Professor Sprout something about the theoretical properties of mandrake root. Neville flushed. "It's just plants. They're easier than people. People expect things. Plants just grow. People expect things from you. My uncles. Everyone who remembers my parents." Neville's voice dropped. "They were Aurors, you know. Really good ones. And everyone expects me to be like them. Brave. Skilled. But I can barely hold a wand without dropping it." The system pinged, offering analysis. Neville Longbottom, self-esteem critical. Parental trauma unresolved. He believes he is inherently inferior to his parents' legacy. This belief is incorrect and has been reinforced by family members who compare him unfavorably. "What happened to them?" Harry asked, even though he already knew. "Your parents." Neville stumbled on a tree root. Harry caught his arm, steadying him. "They were tortured. By Death Eaters. Bellatrix Lestrange and her husband. After you-know-who fell. They were trying to find him, to bring him back, and my parents were in the way." Neville's voice was barely audible now. "They're in St. Mungo's. Still alive, but they don't recognize me. Don't recognize anyone. I'm sorry. Everyone's sorry. It doesn't help." They walked in silence for a moment. The castle loomed ahead, its windows glowing gold in the winter twilight. "Neville," Harry said carefully, "your parents were in the Order of the Phoenix, weren't they? Dumbledore's organization?" "Yeah. They were some of his most trusted people. That's what Gran says, anyway. And they were attacked after Voldemort fell. After the war was supposed to be over." Neville stopped walking. His face had gone very still. "What are you saying?" Harry weighed his options. The system was pulsing a warning about final boss awareness, but Harry had learned something over the past months: some risks were worth taking. And Neville Longbottom, who had been told his whole life that he wasn't good enough, deserved to know the truth about the man who had sent his parents to their fate. "I'm saying that Dumbledore knew there were Death Eaters still at large. He knew they were desperate. He knew they'd target Order members. And he didn't warn your parents. Didn't protect them." Harry met Neville's eyes. "He used them as bait. To draw out the Lestranges. And when it worked, he let them be tortured for information they didn't have." Neville's face crumpled. How do you know that?" "Because I've been investigating Dumbledore since the day I got here. And everything I've found tells me the same thing: he's been playing a game with people's lives for decades. Your parents were pieces on his board. So was I. So were mine. The words hung in the frozen air. Somewhere behind them, Hermione was calling their names. Ron was shouting about dinner. My gran says Dumbledore's the greatest wizard who ever lived, Neville whispered. She says we owe him everything. Your gran's wrong. It was the first time Harry had said it out loud, flat and unequivocal. The system's warning flared, final boss awareness, 9%, but Harry didn't care. Neville was staring at him with something that looked like hope struggling to be born. What do we do? Neville asked. Same thing we're doing. Investigate. Gather proof. Build a case. And when we have enough, we take it to people who can hold him accountable. Neville straightened. His shoulders, usually hunched, actually went back. I'm in. Whatever you need. My gran has records, old order correspondence, mission reports, things like that. She never shows them to anyone, but I know where she keeps them. Alliance network expanded, Neville Longbottom, loyalty, absolute, contribution, pure blood connections, Order of the Phoenix documentation, herbalism expertise. Note, Neville Longbottom's loyalty is not to your cause but to his parents' memory. This is stronger. He will not betray you. Harry filed that distinction away. Loyalty born from shared grievance was powerful but volatile. Loyalty born from honoring the dead was unshakable. They reached the castle and joined the stream of students heading for the Great Hall. Ron fell into step beside Harry, shooting a curious glance at Neville's transformed posture. What did you say to him? He looks like someone just told him Christmas came early. The truth, Harry said. About his parents. Ron's expression flickered. Good. He deserved to know. Luna Lovegood was the second. Harry hadn't planned to recruit Luna, hadn't even considered her, really, until the system flagged her during a chance encounter in the library. Scan initiated, Luna Lovegood, designation, seer-type perception, unique cognitive pattern, compatibility, unknown, parameters outside standard analysis. Note, this individual perceives reality differently. The system cannot categorize her perceptions, but they are not random. They correlate with magical phenomena that standard sensors miss. She was sitting alone at a table in the corner, a magazine called The Quibbler propped open in front of her. She was reading it upside down. Harry might have dismissed her as eccentric and moved on, but the system's note stopped him. Perceives reality differently. Correlates with magical phenomena. Not random. Hello, Harry said, sitting down across from her. I'm Harry. I know. Luna looked up, and her eyes were pale and protuberant, unsettling and also oddly beautiful. You've got a cloud of numbers around you. They're very pretty. Like Raxperts, but with purpose. Harry felt his blood chill. You can see them? The numbers? Yes. They keep shifting. Right now they're forming a triangle around your head and pointing toward the restricted section. She tilted her head. Are you going to investigate something dangerous? Harry stared at her. The system had said no one could perceive it unless he granted permission. But Luna was perceiving something, maybe not the interface itself, but the magical energy it generated. The numbers. What else do you see? He asked. Lots of things. Most people don't believe me when I tell them, though. They think I'm strange. I don't think you're strange. I think you're seeing things that other people can't. Harry leaned forward. Luna, what do you see when you look at Dumbledore? Her expression didn't change, that dreamy, distant quality remained, but something in her eyes sharpened. Oh, the headmaster. He's very interesting. He has chains around him. Hundreds of chains, but they're not holding him down. They're holding other people. Everyone he's ever loved, I think. They're all connected to him, and the chains go out and out and out across the whole castle. Chains. Connections. The bonds Dumbledore formed with people, binding them to his will not through magic but through loyalty and love and obligation. Can you see where the chains go? Harry asked. Some of them. There's a very thick one that goes to a tower in the mountains. Another one that goes underground, somewhere in Europe. And there's one. She stopped, her pale eyes fixing on Harry with sudden intensity. There's one around you. It's not fully formed yet. It's trying to connect, but there's something in the way. Your numbers. They're blocking it. The system pulsed. Confirmation, Luna Lovegood's perception is accurate. The final boss has attempted to establish a bond with you through shared experiences, Hagrid, the feast, the troll incident. This bond has been partially blocked by the system's presence. The final boss is aware of the blockage but does not understand its source. Luna, Harry said, would you be willing to help me? I'm trying to understand what Dumbledore is doing, what he's been doing for a long time. And I think you can see things that would help. She considered this. Will it stop the chains? I don't know. But I'm going to try. Then yes. It's very boring being the only one who sees things. It will be nice to have someone believe me for once. Alliance network expanded, Luna Lovegood, loyalty, conditional, based on mutual validation, contribution, unique magical perception, anomaly detection, glamour penetration. Note, Luna Lovegood can see through most concealment magic. This includes some of the final boss's obscuration enchantments. This capability is extremely rare and extremely dangerous if discovered. Extremely dangerous if discovered. Dumbledore had eyes everywhere, and a first year who could see through his enchantments would be a threat he couldn't ignore. Luna, you need to be careful about who you tell about the things you see. Especially anything about Dumbledore. She nodded, apparently unconcerned. Oh, I know. Most people don't listen to me anyway. It's actually very good camouflage. No one suspects the strange girl who reads magazines upside down. Harry found himself smiling. There was something refreshing about Luna, a directness that cut through the layers of deception and manipulation that seemed to coat everything else at Hogwarts. One more question. What do you see when you look at Quirrell? Luna's expression clouded. Two faces. One in front, one behind. The one behind is very angry. And very scared. He's been running for a long time. He's tired of running. Anything else? There's something around his head. Not his head, the back of his head. It's like a black sun. Cold instead of hot. It hurts to look at. Voldemort's soul fragment. The thing that was possessing Quirrell. Luna could see it directly. Thank you, Luna. If you see anything else, anything important, will you tell me? Of course. It's nice to be useful. She turned back to her upside-down magazine. Your numbers are calming down. They were very agitated when you sat down, but now they're settling into a pattern. I think that means you've made a good decision. Harry left the library feeling simultaneously more hopeful and more terrified. Luna was a resource he hadn't expected, a sensor system that operated outside the system's own parameters. But she was also a vulnerability. If Dumbledore ever looked at her too closely, if he ever realized what she could see, he'd have to protect her. Add her to the list of people he was responsible for keeping safe from the final boss's attention. The list was getting longer. The Weasley twins were the third and fourth. And unlike Neville's quiet recruitment or Luna's dreamy acceptance, Fred and George Weasley required an entirely different approach. It happened in the Gryffindor common room, 2 weeks before Christmas. Harry had been working up the courage to approach them for days, the system's analysis of their potential flickering at the edge of his vision every time they passed. Fred and George Weasley, recruitment potential, 89%, approach recommendation, do not ask. Demonstrate. The twins respect competence and mistrust authority. Show them something they shouldn't know, and they will come to you. So Harry waited until the common room was mostly empty, until Fred and George were huddled in their usual corner, and then he walked over and sat down across from them. "Evening," George said, not looking up from the parchment they were annotating. "Problem, Potter. I have information about the third-floor corridor." Both twins looked up simultaneously, their expressions shifting from casual dismissal to sharp interest in perfect synchronization. "Do you now?" Fred said. "The corridor that our esteemed headmaster specifically told everyone to avoid?" "The same. There's a Cerberus in there. A three-headed dog. It's standing on a trapdoor." The twins exchanged a glance. Then they both leaned forward. "Continue," they said in unison. "The corridor is a gauntlet. Multiple obstacles, each designed to test a different skill. Devil's snare, flying keys, a giant chessboard, a troll, already dealt with, and some kind of logic puzzle at the end. The final protection is a mirror." George's eyes narrowed. "And how exactly do you know all this?" "Because I've been mapping the castle since September. Hidden passages, ward boundaries, patrol patterns. And I've been investigating Dumbledore." Silence. The fire crackled. Somewhere upstairs, someone laughed. "Investigating Dumbledore," Fred repeated slowly. "The greatest wizard in the world. The headmaster of our school. The man with more political power than the Minister of Magic." "Yes. And you decided to tell us about it because—" Harry met their eyes. "Because you hate him too." The twins went very still. It was the stillness of predators evaluating whether something was prey or threat, and Harry felt the system's combat protocols twitch at the edge of his awareness. "We don't hate Dumbledore," George said carefully. "We're just skeptical of authority figures who treat rules as flexible when it suits them. Your brothers were in the Order of the Phoenix. Bill and Charlie. Your parents probably know more about Dumbledore's operations than almost anyone outside the Order. Our parents," Fred said, "idolize Dumbledore. Dad thinks he hung the moon. Mum would hex anyone who said a word against him. But you've noticed things. Inconsistencies. Times when Dumbledore's greater good meant someone got hurt while he stood back and watched." The twins didn't confirm. But they didn't deny either. "What do you want from us?" George asked. "I'm building a network. Students who can see what's really happening. Who can help me gather evidence and protect other students from being used as pawns." Harry leaned forward. "I'm not asking you to join a revolution. I'm asking you to be ready. If things go wrong, if Dumbledore's games put someone in danger, I want people who can act without waiting for permission." Fred and George looked at each other. Some silent communication passed between them, the kind of wordless exchange that came from sharing a womb and 18 years of mischief. "If what you're saying is true," Fred said, "about Dumbledore engineering dangerous situations for students, the troll," Harry said. "He knew it was coming. He let it happen because he wanted to see how I'd respond." The twins' expressions hardened. The troll incident had terrified the whole school. The idea that Dumbledore had allowed it deliberately went beyond political manipulation into something darker. "We've always known there was something off about him," George said quietly. "Ever since our first year. The way he watches. The way he always seems to know things he shouldn't. The way he lets punishments happen to some students but not others, depending on whatever his criteria is." "We thought we were being paranoid," Fred added. "You weren't." Harry stood. "I'm not asking for a commitment tonight. Just think about it. And if you hear anything strange about Dumbledore, or the third-floor corridor, or Quirrell, let me know." "Quirrell?" George's eyebrows rose. "What's the stuttering fool got to do with anything?" "More than you'd think. But that's a conversation for another time." Harry left them in their corner, returning to the dormitory with the system's assessment echoing in his mind. Alliance network expanded, Fred and George Weasley, conditional, loyalty, to family and self-preservation. They will not betray you because doing so would betray Ron. Contribution, chaos operations, distraction creation, physical map of Hogwarts secret passages, mass communication capability. Note, the twins have access to a unique artifact, the Marauder's Map. This item shows all occupants of the castle in real time. If you can gain access to this, your strategic capabilities will increase exponentially. A map that showed everyone in the castle. Including Dumbledore. Including Quirrell. Including whatever else was lurking in the shadows. Harry filed that away as a priority objective. The Norbert incident came 2 weeks before Christmas, and it nearly destroyed everything. Harry should have seen it coming. The system had been tracking Hagrid's activities for months, and the groundskeeper's recent interest in dragons, the library books about dragon breeding, the furtive trips to the Forbidden Forest, the sudden acquisition of a massive cauldron, had all been flagged as anomalies. Hagrid behavioral analysis, 87% probability of illegal dragon acquisition. Dragons are Class A non-tradable magical creatures. Penalties for breeding or possession include Azkaban-tier imprisonment. Additional note, the final boss's network includes the Romanian Dragon Sanctuary. This activity will be detected. This may be a loyalty test. A loyalty test. Dumbledore was using Hagrid's dragon obsession to test, what, exactly? Hagrid's loyalty. Harry's willingness to help a friend? The network's ability to operate undetected? The answer came on a freezing Saturday morning when Harry, Ron, and Hermione were summoned to Hagrid's hut. They found the groundskeeper practically vibrating with excitement, his massive hands cradling something that was making the hut's ambient temperature roughly equal to a blast furnace. "It's a dragon," Hagrid whispered, his beetle-black eyes shining. "A Norwegian ridgeback. Ain't he beautiful?" The dragon was, objectively, not beautiful. It was spiky and black and had wings that looked like they'd been designed by someone who hated aerodynamics. It also had a sneeze that produced actual flames. "Hagrid," Hermione said, her voice very calm in the way that meant she was about to lose her temper, "dragons are illegal. Keeping one is a criminal offense. You could go to prison. He's not a possession. He's a friend. I've named him Norbert." Ron made a strangled sound. "Norbert. You've named a dragon Norbert. He looks like a Norbert." The system, meanwhile, was going haywire. Dragon detected, Norwegian ridgeback hatchling, threat level, moderate, current, extreme, adult, detection risk, critical. Dragon fire is magically significant. The Ministry of Magic has dragon detection wards. The final boss's network will be aware within 48 hours. Additional analysis, this situation is being monitored. The final boss is aware of the dragon's existence. He has not intervened. This is a test. A test. Everything was a test. Dumbledore was watching to see what Harry would do, help his friend break the law, or report Hagrid to the authorities and prove his willingness to prioritize rules over relationships. Neither option was good. "Hagrid, you can't keep him," Harry said. "Not because of the law, because he's going to grow. Norbert will be as big as your hut in a year. He'll eat you out of a home. And when the ministry finds out, they'll take him away and probably destroy him." Hagrid's face crumpled. "I know. I always wanted a dragon. Ever since I was a kid. And when I won him in a card game." "You won an illegal dragon in a card game," Hermione said flatly. "Down at the Hog's Head. Fellow in a hood. Seemed trustworthy." Harry pinched the bridge of his nose. "Right. We need to get rid of him. Legally. My brother Charlie works with dragons in Romania," Ron offered. "He could probably take him. Arrange transport." "That's brilliant," Hermione said. "Ron, write to Charlie. Find out if he can help. We'll keep Norbert hidden until we hear back." "Keep a dragon hidden," Ron said. In a wooden hut. With a man who cries when he sees baby animals. I heard that, Hagrid sniffled. The plan, such as it was, went into motion. Ron wrote to Charlie. Hermione researched dragon tranquilizing spells. Harry, meanwhile, was watching the system's readouts with growing concern. Final boss awareness, 12%, awareness increase cause, draconic activity on school grounds. The final boss is tracking the situation. He has not intervened because he is waiting to see your response. Possible outcomes: if you help Hagrid break the law, this can be used as leverage. If you report Hagrid, you alienate a potential ally. If you do nothing, the dragon will be discovered and Hagrid will be arrested. Recommendation: find a third option. A third option. Something that didn't sacrifice Hagrid and didn't give Dumbledore a weapon. Charlie's written back, Ron announced 3 days later, waving a letter. He can take Norbert. His friends are coming next Saturday at midnight. They'll meet us at the top of the astronomy tower. Midnight, Hermione said. Past curfew. Carrying an illegal dragon across the entire castle. I know. It's mental. We're going to need help, Harry said. More than just the three of us. He found the twins that evening, pulled them aside in the common room, and explained the situation in a low voice. Their expressions cycled through disbelief, amusement, and finally something that looked like respect. A dragon, George said. In a wooden hut, Fred confirmed. And you want us to create a distraction so you can smuggle it to the astronomy tower without getting caught by Filch, Snape, or the headmaster. Essentially, yes. The twins looked at each other. Then they grinned, the same synchronized expression they'd worn when Harry first told them about the third-floor corridor. Finally, Fred said. Something interesting. The night of the handoff arrived with a sky so clear the stars looked like chips of ice. Harry, Hermione, and Ron waited until the common room was empty, then crept down to Hagrid's hut under Harry's best attempt at a concealment route. The system's minimap showed the patrol patterns of every professor and prefect in the castle. Filch was on the third floor, moving away from them. Mrs. Norris was in the dungeons. Dumbledore was in his office, his magical signature burning like a cold sun at the center of the map. Threat assessment, moderate, the final boss is in his tower. He is awake but not actively monitoring this area. Proceed with caution. Hagrid's hut was sweltering. Norbert had grown noticeably in the past week, and his sneezes now produced flames that reached the ceiling. He's just been weaned onto brandy and chicken blood, Hagrid said, wiping his eyes. They grow up so fast. Put him in the crate, Hagrid, Harry said. Charlie's friends will be here in 20 minutes. The groundskeeper bundled Norbert into a large wooden crate with the expression of a man attending his own execution. The dragon squawked and thrashed, and Harry felt the system spike a warning. Dragon distress call detected, magical frequency. This signal will attract attention. Recommend immediate action. He needs to be quiet, Hermione said urgently. If he makes that noise when we're in the castle, they wrapped the crate in every silencing charm Hermione knew, and she knew 17, then set off across the grounds. The castle loomed above them, dark and silent, and Harry's mini-map showed the twins' handiwork already in progress. 3 dumb bombs had been set off in the Slytherin dungeons, creating enough chaos to draw Filch and the Slytherin prefects in that direction. A 4th dumb bomb had mysteriously appeared in the trophy room, sending a different patrol scrambling. Distraction efficacy, 78%, patrol patterns disrupted. Optimal path to astronomy tower, through the ground floor corridor, up the back staircase, across the 7th floor bridge. They moved. The crate was heavy and awkward, and Norbert kept shifting inside it, making the whole thing lurch unpredictably. Ron nearly dropped it twice. Hermione's silencing charms held, but barely. They were halfway up the back staircase when the system screamed. Warning, secondary boss proximity, Quirrell is on the 4th floor. He is moving in your direction. His intentions are unknown but suspicious. Harry froze. Quirrell. He's above us. 4th floor. Ron's face went pale. How do you know? Later. We need to hide. They ducked into an alcove behind a tapestry just as Quirrell descended the stairs. Through the fabric, Harry could hear the professor's footsteps, slow, deliberate, nothing like his usual nervous scuttle. And he could hear something else. A voice. 2 voices, actually, speaking in low tones that the system automatically began to analyze. Quirrell audio analysis, 2 distinct vocal patterns. The dominant voice is Quirrell. The subvocal is Voldemort. I don't understand. The stone is protected by that monster. How am I supposed to get past it? Music, fool. The Cerberus is calmed by music. Have you learned nothing? I can't just stand there playing a flute while, you will do what I command. Or you will suffer. Find a way past the dog. The stone will be mine. The footsteps faded. Harry waited 30 seconds before breathing again. They're talking about the stone, Hermione whispered. Quirrell and, who was the other voice? Voldemort. Harry saw Hermione flinch. He's possessing Quirrell. Sharing his body. That's why the turban smells, it's covering the face on the back of Quirrell's head. Hermione looked like she might be sick. Ron didn't look much better. Music calms the Cerberus, Harry continued. That's useful information. But right now, we need to move. Charlie's friends are waiting. They made it to the astronomy tower with 3 minutes to spare. 4 figures on broomsticks descended from the star-scattered sky, and Harry recognized Charlie Weasley immediately, same red hair, same freckled face, broader shoulders and a grin that was pure Weasley. Blimey, Charlie said, eyeing the crate. He's a big one. Healthy, by the look of him. You've done well keeping him alive. Hagrid mostly just fed him, Ron said. And cried. That sounds like Hagrid. Alright, let's get this beauty secured. Send my love to Mum and Dad, and don't let Fred and George know I helped with this. They'll never let me hear the end of it. The handoff took less than 5 minutes. Charlie and his friends strapped the crate to a harness, and Norbert was airborne, vanishing into the night with his new caretakers. Harry watched them go, and the system pinged. Quest complete, dragon extraction, outcome, successful. Hagrid not implicated. Dragon safely transported. Additional note, the final boss's loyalty test has been partially circumvented. He expected you to either aid Hagrid or report him. Instead, you aided Hagrid without breaking school rules. Wait. They'd broken about 40 school rules. You broke no rules that the final boss cares about. Dragons are a ministry matter. You solved the problem without involving authority. This is not the outcome he predicted. Final boss awareness, 13%, curiosity increased. Harry didn't like that. Curiosity meant Dumbledore was paying more attention, and more attention meant more risk of discovery. We need to get back, he said. Before someone notices we're gone. They made it down 3 floors before Filch caught them. It was unfair, really. They'd evaded Quirrell, navigated past 2 prefect patrols, timed their movements perfectly with the twins' diversions. But the dung bombs had all dissipated, and Filch had returned to his regular rounds, and Mrs. Norris had cornered them in a dead-end corridor with a yowl that would have woken the dead. Students out of bed, Filch breathed, his pale eyes gleaming with malevolent joy. Students out of bed, in the middle of the night. Oh, this is a treat. Malfoy was with him. Harry's stomach dropped. Malfoy had been trailing them for weeks, not successfully. The system had always warned Harry when he was being followed, but he'd clearly decided to try a different approach tonight. Shadow Filch. Wait for the inevitable. Caught them red-handed, Mr. Filch, Malfoy said, his pointed face alight with triumph. Out of bounds, past midnight. That's detention for certain. Maybe expulsion. Maybe, Filch agreed, practically purring. Come along, you lot. We'll see what Professor McGonagall has to say about this. Professor McGonagall had plenty to say. She said it in clipped, furious tones while Harry, Ron, Hermione, and, inexplicably, Neville stood in her office, heads bowed. Neville had been caught separately, having snuck out of the common room to warn them that Malfoy had figured out their plan. The system had missed him entirely, a lapse that Harry was quietly furious about. 4 students out of bed. At 1 in the morning. The night after dung bombs were set off in 3 different locations. McGonagall's spectacles glinted. I am disgusted. 50 points from Gryffindor. Each. Hermione made a sound like a wounded animal. 200 points. They'd lost 200 points in a single night. And detention, McGonagall continued, her voice like iron. All of you. You will report to Hagrid tomorrow evening. He requires assistance in the Forbidden Forest. Harry felt the system pulse. Forbidden Forest instance unlocked, detention assignment, assist Hagrid in the Forbidden Forest, warning, the Forbidden Forest is a high-risk zone. Dangerous creatures are present. The forest also contains ancient magic that interferes with the system's sensors. Additional warning, the final boss has approved this detention. He has specifically requested that Harry Potter participate. Of course he had. The Forbidden Forest at night was exactly as forbidding as its name suggested. Hagrid met them at the edge of the tree-line, his crossbow slung over his shoulder and his expression a mixture of guilt and determination. Fawng the boarhound lumbered at his side. Right, Hagrid said gruffly. We've got a job to do. Something's been killing the unicorns. Drinking their blood. Whatever it is, it's dangerous, and it's getting bolder. Unicorns, Hermione breathed. But unicorns are pure magic. Killing one is, monstrous. Yeah. That's why we're here. Hagrid divided them into 2 groups. Neville, Hermione, you're with me. Harry, Ron, you go with Fawng. Take the left path. If you find anything, send up red sparks. The forest swallowed them. Harry had explored its edges during the day. It was impossible not to be curious about the dark tree-line visible from the Gryffindor common room, but at night it was a different world entirely. The trees pressed close, their branches interlacing overhead to block out the stars. Strange sounds echoed in the darkness. The system's minimap flickered and distorted. Arcane interference detected. The Forbidden Forest contains layers of ancient magic that predate Hogwarts. The system's mapping functionality is reduced to 40% effectiveness. Recommendation: rely on physical senses and companion instincts. Brilliant, Harry muttered. Even the system's struggling. What? Ron asked. Nothing. Just thinking out loud. Fawng whined, pressing close to Harry's leg. The boarhound was supposed to be brave, he was Hagrid's dog, after all, but he was trembling. Something's out here, Ron said, his voice tight. Something bad. The path opened into a small clearing, and Harry saw it. The unicorn was dead. Its body lay sprawled across the mossy ground, silver-white and beautiful even in death. Its blood had pooled beneath it, glowing with a faint luminescence that made Harry's eyes ache. And kneeling over the body, its hooded head bent to the wound, was a figure cloaked in shadow. Combat alert, unknown entity detected, identification, vessel of secondary boss, Quirrell/Voldemort, threat level, extreme, current location, moderate, if separated from host, recommendation, do not engage directly. Do not approach. Do not, the figure looked up. Harry's scar exploded with pain. It was worse than anything he'd felt before, a white-hot spike that drove through his skull and down his spine, blotting out thought and breath and vision. He was on the ground, he realized dimly. Ron was shouting. Fawn was barking. And the cloaked figure was rising, moving toward him, and Harry couldn't move, couldn't think, couldn't do anything except feel the pain and the cold and the terrible, terrible hunger emanating from the thing that wore Quirrell's face. Then something else moved. A centaur burst from the trees, his lower body a chestnut horse, his upper body a man with wild dark hair and eyes that burned like coals. He charged the figure directly, hooves pounding, and the figure recoiled, not in fear, in calculation, and fled into the darkness. The pain in Harry's scar receded. He gasped, pushing himself upright. Ron was beside him, white-faced, wand out. What the bloody hell was that? Quirrell, Harry managed. Voldemort. Drinking unicorn blood. The centaur turned back toward them. His name, Harry remembered, was Firenze. He'd seen him from a distance during care of magical creatures observations. Harry Potter, Firenze said, and his voice was deep and resonant, the voice of someone who spoke rarely and meant every word. You should not be here. The forest is dangerous tonight. I noticed. The creature that fled, do you know what it was? Firenze's dark eyes studied him. Do you know what it was drinking? Unicorn blood. To stay alive. Quirrell is dying. Something's killing his body. The blood is keeping him going. The blood of a unicorn will keep you alive even if you are an inch from death. But at a terrible price. From the moment the blood touches your lips, you will live a half-life. A cursed life. Your salvation will damn you. Firenze's gaze was ancient and knowing. The thing you call Quirrell is desperate. And desperate creatures are the most dangerous of all. Harry heard the words, but his attention was split. The system was processing Firenze's presence, and the results were fascinating. Scan initiated, Firenze, Centaur Diviner, designation, independent agent, not aligned with final boss, loyalty, to the stars. Centaurs do not recognize wizarding authority. Note, Centaur divination operates on different principles than human prophecy. Firenze has seen something in the heavens related to you. Recommend engagement. You said the forest is dangerous tonight, Harry said, climbing to his feet. But you didn't say why. You know something. Something about me. Firenze was silent for a long moment. Then, Mars is bright tonight, Harry Potter. Unusually bright. It has not shone so fiercely since the last great war among wizards. Mars, Ron muttered. What's Mars got to do with anything? Mars is the bringer of conflict. The planet of war. Its brightness signals approaching battle. Firenze's eyes were fixed on Harry. But it is not the centaur's stars you should fear. The centaurs read the heavens and offer counsel. There is another force at work here. A star that has appointed itself your son. The system spiked. Prophetic statement detected, translating symbolism, Mars equals approaching conflict with secondary boss / Voldemort, sun that appointed itself equals final boss / Dumbledore, a force that nourishes and sustains but also controls and consumes, meaning, the final boss has positioned himself as your guide and protector while simultaneously orchestrating threats against you. He is both sun and shadow. I don't understand, Harry said, though he understood perfectly. You will. In time. Firenze turned, his hooves making no sound on the mossy ground. The creature will not return tonight. It has fed. But it will grow bolder. The philosopher's stone draws it like a beacon. Be ready, Harry Potter. The final test approaches. He vanished into the trees, leaving Harry and Ron standing in the clearing with the dead unicorn and the glowing blood. What did he mean? Ron asked. About the star that appointed itself your son. Harry didn't answer. He was watching the system's analysis unfold. Centaur divination analysis complete, Firenze has identified Dumbledore as a controlling influence in your life. The centaurs have observed Dumbledore's manipulations for decades but have remained neutral due to their non-intervention policies. Firenze violated these policies by intervening tonight. His decision to save you from Quirrell/Voldemort was a choice, not a cosmic inevitability. Remember this. Not a cosmic inevitability. A choice. Firenze had chosen to help, knowing it would anger his herd, knowing it would violate centuries of centaur neutrality. He'd done it anyway. Why? Hypothesis: Firenze has seen the outcome of Dumbledore's plan. He believes preventing that outcome is worth violating centaur law. What outcome? Harry whispered. The system didn't answer. But a new notification appeared. Hidden quest unlocked, the centaur's secret, objective, discover what the centaurs have seen in the stars. Note, the centaur's divination is not prophecy in the human sense. They see probabilities, not certainties. They have seen a future where Dumbledore's plan succeeds, and they consider it catastrophic. A future where Dumbledore's plan succeeded. A future the centaurs considered catastrophic. Harry thought about what he knew. Dumbledore was preparing him for something, training him, testing him, shaping him. The third-floor corridor was a tutorial dungeon. The stone was bait for Voldemort. And the end goal, according to the system, was Harry's willing death at Dumbledore's designated moment. If Dumbledore succeeded, Harry would die. And apparently, the centaurs thought that outcome was catastrophic. Was it catastrophic because Harry would be dead? Or because of what would happen after? Insufficient data, of course. Harry. Ron's voice cut through his spiraling thoughts. Harry, we need to get back. Hagrid will be looking for us. And whatever that thing was, Quirrell or Voldemort or whoever, it could come back. Right. Yeah. Let's go. They found Hagrid's group at the forest edge, and Harry told Hagrid what they'd seen, a dead unicorn, a cloaked figure, the centaur's intervention. He didn't mention Voldemort by name, but Hagrid's expression suggested he'd guessed. Drinking unicorn blood, Hagrid said, his face pale beneath his beard. That's dark magic, that is. The darkest. Only someone who's got nothing left to lose would do something like that. Someone who's dying, Harry said. Someone who's desperate to stay alive until they can get what they really want. The Philosopher's Stone. The elixir of life. Voldemort was barely clinging to existence, and the stone was his only hope of true resurrection. He'd do anything to get it. Drink unicorn blood. Possess a professor. Traumatize a school full of children. And Dumbledore had brought the stone here knowing that. Had let Voldemort into the castle. Had let students be put at risk. Final boss awareness, 14%, the final boss has reviewed the events of tonight. He is pleased that you witnessed the unicorn's death. This exposure to dark magic is part of your preparation. Additional note, the final boss was present in the forest tonight. Astral projection. He observed your interaction with Firenze. He is now aware that the centaurs have taken an interest in you. Harry's blood went cold. Dumbledore had been there. Watching. Testing. He looked back at the forest, at the dark line of trees that suddenly seemed much more menacing. Somewhere in there, a star had appointed itself his son. And somewhere in the darkness, that star was watching him even now. We should go, Harry said. It's late. And we're already in enough trouble. Too right, Ron muttered. My mum's going to kill me when she finds out about the points. 200, Harry. We lost 200 points. Think of it as an investment, Harry said, but his heart wasn't in the joke. They trudged back to the castle, exhausted and shaken. The Gryffindor common room was empty and cold, and Harry collapsed into an armchair by the dying fire without even bothering to go up to the dormitory. Ron sat across from him. What the centaur said. About the sun. That's Dumbledore, isn't it? Yeah. He's been watching you. Training you. For what? Harry stared into the embers. I think he wants me to face Voldemort. And I think he wants me to die doing it. Ron was silent for a long moment. Then, we're not going to let that happen. Ron, no. Listen. Ron leaned forward, his freckled face intense in the firelight. I'm not smart like Hermione, and I'm not brave like you, and I'm not good at plants like Neville. But I know chess. And chess is about seeing the whole board, not just the pieces in front of you. Dumbledore thinks he's the only one playing. But he's not. We're playing too. And we're going to win. Harry looked at his friend, the boy who'd sat with him on the train, who'd thrown a pipe at a troll, who'd followed him into the Forbidden Forest and faced a creature out of nightmare. Ron's loyalty wasn't flashy. It wasn't dramatic. But it was solid. Unshakable. How do we win, then? Same way you win any chess match. You sacrifice pieces when you have to. You protect your king at all costs. And you never, ever let the other player see your strategy until it's too late. The system pinged. Companion insight, Ronald Weasley, strategic analysis, his chess-based reasoning is accurate. The final boss views the world as a game board and people as pieces. To defeat him, you must think in the same terms while rejecting his methods. Key difference, Dumbledore sacrifices pieces without their knowledge or consent. You must not do this. Volunteers only. Informed consent. This is what separates you from him. Harry nodded slowly. No secrets from each other. No manipulating people into doing things they don't understand. We're going to beat him by being everything he's not. Exactly. Ron grinned. And we're going to need Hermione's help to plan it, because honestly, you and I are rubbish at details. Speak for yourself. I am speaking for myself. I'm also speaking for you. You're terrible at details. You forgot your potions essay was due yesterday. Harry winced. Snape had been positively gleeful about docking points. Fair enough. The fire popped, sending sparks spiraling up the chimney. Outside, snow had begun to fall again, silent and soft, blanketing the grounds in another layer of white. We should sleep, Harry said finally. Today's, going to be bad. Everyone's going to be furious about the points. Let them be furious. They don't know what's really going on. Ron stood, stretching. They think the biggest problem at Hogwarts is a couple hundred house points. They don't know about Voldemort, or the stone, or Dumbledore's master plan. We do. And we're going to stop it. Ron headed up to the dormitory, but Harry lingered by the fire. The system's notifications were still cascading, updating and recalculating based on the night's events. Player status update, Harry James Potter, level 5, level increase earned through, survival of Forbidden Forest instance, successful alliance recruitment, Centaur prophecy received, skill points available, 2, alliances, Ronald Weasley, S rank, Hermione Granger, S rank, Neville Longbottom, A rank, Luna Lovegood, special, Fred and George Weasley, B rank, conditional, quests, unravel the greater good, 22%, survive first year, 28%, the Philosopher's Gambit, initiated, final boss. Awareness, 14%, 14%. Dumbledore's attention was growing, but Harry was growing too. His network was expanding. His skills were increasing. And the information he'd gathered tonight, about the Cerberus and the music, about Voldemort's desperation, about the Centaur's prophecy, was invaluable. The game was far from over. But for the first time, Harry felt like he might actually understand the rules. He allocated his skill points, one to Path of Hufflepuff, bringing him closer to the healing abilities that might save one of his friends, and one to Path of Slytherin, inching toward the occlumency that might protect him from Dumbledore's mental probes. The system acknowledged his choices and dimmed to standby. Harry climbed the stairs to the dormitory, crawled into bed, and closed his eyes. Tomorrow would bring new challenges. The other Gryffindors would be angry about the points. Snape would be insufferable. Quirrell would be more desperate than ever. And Dumbledore would be watching, always watching, adjusting his plans based on every move Harry made. But Harry wasn't playing Dumbledore's game anymore. He was playing his own. And somewhere in the Forbidden Forest, a centaur had risked everything to save a boy he barely knew, because he'd seen a future too terrible to allow. Harry meant to prove him right. Christmas arrived, and with it, an unexpected reprieve. Most of the students went home for the holidays, leaving Hogwarts half-empty and strangely peaceful. The Gryffindor common room, which was usually a chaos of noise and motion, became a quiet haven of crackling fires and squashy armchairs. Harry, who had nowhere else to go and no desire to return to the Dursleys, stayed. Ron stayed too, because his parents were visiting Bill in Romania. Hermione went home to her parents, but not before extracting solemn promises from both of them to write daily and send her any unusual findings. The twins stayed, claiming they had experiments to conduct. Neville departed with his grandmother, but not before slipping Harry a bundle of papers, old Order of the Phoenix correspondence that his gran had kept in her attic. "I found these in her trunk," Neville said, his voice low and urgent. "She doesn't know I took them. There's stuff in here about the war. About missions. About Dumbledore's orders." Harry took the bundle, feeling its weight. "Neville, if your gran finds out, she won't." And even if she did, Neville's jaw tightened. "She told me my parents were heroes. But she never told me how Dumbledore used them. She's always said he was the greatest wizard alive. But if he let Mom and Dad get tortured, if he let it happen because it fit his plan, I deserve to know. They deserve to be remembered for the truth, not the propaganda." The system classified the documents the moment Harry touched them. Order of the Phoenix Archive, classified, contains evidence of orchestrated casualties and strategic sacrifices. Add to evidence file? Absolutely. Christmas morning brought presents and a startling discovery. Among the gifts at the foot of Harry's bed, sweets from Ron, a book from Hermione, Nicholas Flamel and the Quest for Immortality, a lumpy sweater from Mrs. Weasley, there was a package wrapped in silver paper that shimmered like liquid mercury. No card. No identifying marks. Just Harry's name written in a hand he didn't recognize. Scan initiated, unknown package, content, cloak, invisibility, high quality, enchantment analysis. This cloak is not standard. It is a true invisibility cloak, impervious to summoning charms and detection spells. Age, 700+ years. Origin, unknown. The cloak's magical signature is ancient. Possible connection to the Peverell family. A true invisibility cloak. One of the most valuable magical artifacts in existence, sent to him anonymously on Christmas morning. "Blimey," Ron breathed, holding up the cloak. It flowed through his fingers like water, shimmering silver. "This is worth more than my whole house." Who sent it? The system had a guess. Probable sender, Albus Dumbledore. Evidence, the cloak matches descriptions of artifacts in Dumbledore's possession. He is known to have had a close relationship with James Potter. Theory, this cloak belonged to your father. Dumbledore took possession of it after your parents' death. He is returning it now as part of your preparation. Part of his preparation. Another tool. Another test. Harry wrapped the cloak around his shoulders. He vanished completely, and Ron's gasp of amazement was genuinely satisfying. Merlin's beard. "You're invisible. Completely invisible." Harry looked at his vanished hands and thought about the implications. With this cloak, he could go anywhere. The restricted section. The third-floor corridor. The headmaster's office. He could gather evidence without being seen, spy on Dumbledore's meetings, track Quirrell's movements. And Dumbledore had given it to him. Either because he wanted Harry to have these advantages, or because he wanted to see what Harry would do with them. Final boss awareness, 15%, the cloak is a gift. It is also a test. The final boss is watching to see what you do with it. Of course he was. Harry folded the cloak carefully and tucked it under his pillow. I'm going to use this tonight. The restricted section. There might be information about the stone, or about Dumbledore, that Hermione couldn't find. I'm coming with you. Ron, you said no secrets. No manipulating. I know what we're doing, and I'm choosing to help. Ron's expression was stubborn. Besides, if you get caught, I can say I put you up to it. Mum will be less angry. Harry laughed, and the tension broke. Your mum terrifies you more than Snape, doesn't she? Mate, Snape's just mean. Mum's got a howler. That night, under the cloak's shimmering concealment, Harry and Ron crept through the darkened castle. The corridors were eerie in their emptiness, torchlight casting dancing shadows that the system's minimap identified as non-threatening but which still made Harry's heart race. The restricted section was separated from the main library by a rope barrier and a magical alarm. The system identified the alarm's frequency, detection ward, standard configuration, can be bypassed with silencing charm layer, and Harry disabled it with a whispered spell Hermione had taught him. Which book are we looking for? Ron whispered. Anything about the Philosopher's Stone. Or Dumbledore's history. Or soul magic. They split up, Ron searching the left shelves, Harry the right. The books in the restricted section were different from the ones in the main library. Some of them whispered. Some of them glowed. One screamed when Harry touched its spine, and he dropped it in panic before realizing the sound was contained within the book itself, not projecting into the room. Book identified, Secrets of the Darkest Art, Content, Forbidden Magic, Soul Manipulation, Horcrux Creation, Immortality through Dark Ritual, Warning, this knowledge is dangerous. The final boss has read this book. He has taken precautions against the magic described within. Horcrux. The word echoed in Harry's mind, and the system provided a definition unprompted. Horcrux, a vessel created by splitting one's soul through murder. The soul fragment is hidden in an object, anchoring the creator to life even if their body is destroyed. This is the darkest of magical arts. Voldemort had created a Horcrux. That was how he'd survived the night he tried to kill Harry. He'd split his soul, hidden a fragment somewhere, and that fragment had kept him alive as a disembodied spirit for 10 years. But the system had mentioned that Harry himself was a vessel carrying soul fragments. Did that mean, affirmative? Voldemort's soul fragment attached to you the night he tried to kill you. You are an unintentional Horcrux. This is why you can speak Parseltongue. This is why your scar hurts in Voldemort's presence. This is why the final boss cannot directly harm you. Harry felt the world tilt. He was a Horcrux. A piece of Voldemort's soul was living inside him, had been living inside him since he was a baby. And Dumbledore knew. Dumbledore had always known. And Dumbledore's plan, the training, the testing, the preparation, suddenly made horrible sense. If Harry had to die to destroy Voldemort's soul fragment, then Harry was never meant to survive. He was a sacrifice. A lamb raised for slaughter. Harry. Ron's voice came from the next aisle. You all right? You've gone quiet. Harry forced himself to breathe. I'm fine. Found something interesting. Let's keep looking. He didn't tell Ron about the Horcrux. Not yet. The knowledge was too heavy, too terrible to share in the dark of the restricted section. Later. When they were safe in the common room. When Harry had time to process exactly what he was and what Dumbledore wanted him to become. They found what they were looking for on a high shelf in the farthest corner, a slim volume titled Alchemical, The Stone and Its Keepers. It was written in Latin, but the system translated effortlessly. Book identified, Alchemical, The Stone and Its Keepers, Content, History of the Philosopher's Stone, including security protocols and destruction methods. Key passage: the stone can be destroyed by its creator's willing consent. As long as the creator lives and wishes the stone to exist, it cannot be unmade. To prevent the stone from falling into wrong hands, the creator must choose its end. Nicholas Flamel could destroy the stone. He just hadn't chosen to. And as long as he lived, the stone would exist, drawing Voldemort like a beacon, endangering anyone near it. If we can convince Flamel to destroy the stone, Harry murmured, Voldemort has no reason to stay here. No way to return to power. Convince a 600-year-old alchemist to give up his immortality, Ron said. Simple. It might not be simple. But it's a path. Harry tucked the book under the cloak. Come on. We've got what we needed. They slipped out of the library, past the disabled ward, through the silent corridors. The cloak kept them hidden, but it couldn't hide the weight of what Harry had learned. He was a Horcrux. Voldemort's soul fragment lived inside him. And to kill Voldemort permanently, Harry would have to die. Dumbledore knew. Dumbledore had always known. And Dumbledore was still preparing him, still training him, still positioning him like a piece on a chessboard. Not to defeat Voldemort. To die defeating Voldemort. The centaurs had seen it. Firenze had tried to warn him. The star that appointed itself your son, a force that nourishes but also consumes. Back in the common room, Harry stared into the dying fire while Ron excitedly planned how they'd research Flamel's location over the holiday break. He barely heard his friend's words. All he could think about was the piece of Dark Lord's soul nestled in his scar, and the old man who'd known about it from the beginning. Daily summary available, new quest objective. Discover alternative to Horcrux destruction through self-sacrifice, current known path, destroy Voldemort's other Horcruxes first, then destroy the one within you last, at the cost of your life. Theoretical alternative path, unknown. The system is searching. Continue investigating. Note, the final boss has accepted the current path as inevitable. He grieves it. But he will not deviate from it. Dumbledore grieved the death he planned for Harry. He probably even thought that made him noble, sacrificing one child for the greater good, bearing the guilt so others didn't have to. He'd loved Grindelwald and imprisoned him. He'd loved Harry and would let him die. The tragedy, Harry realized, was that Dumbledore wasn't a monster. He was a man who had convinced himself that love and sacrifice were the same thing. Harry meant to prove him wrong. The fire crackled. Snow fell outside the window. And somewhere in the castle, a turbaned professor prepared his next move, while the headmaster watched them both from his tower, playing a game that had been in motion for 50 years. But Harry Potter was done being a pawn. The game was changing. And he was going to be the one to change it. Chapter 4, The Philosopher's Gambit. January brought rain that froze on the castle stones, turning Hogwarts into a fortress of ice. The corridors became treacherous, the greenhouses steamed with tropical heat that fogged every window, and the students who had returned from Christmas holidays brought with them a fresh wave of gossip about Harry Potter and the 200 points he'd lost for Gryffindor. Harry barely noticed the hostility. He was too busy planning. The documents Neville had stolen from his grandmother's attic were spread across Harry's bed, their yellowed parchment crackling with age. Order of the Phoenix Mission Reports. Casualty Lists. Strategic Directives signed with Dumbledore's distinctive looping signature. Hermione, back from her parents' house and radiating the particular intensity that came from 2 weeks without access to the Hogwarts library, was cross-referencing them with historical records. Here, she said, jabbing a finger at a report dated November 1979. A raid on a Death Eater safe house in Wiltshire. The Order had intelligence that the Lestranges would be there, but Dumbledore sent only 5 members. 2 of them were Frank and Alice Longbottom. The other 3 were junior members with minimal combat experience. 5 against the Lestranges. Ron shook his head. That's suicide. Exactly. And look at this, Hermione pulled out another document. 2 days before the raid, Dumbledore reassigned the 3 senior Aurors who were supposed to lead the mission. Sent them to Scotland on a routine patrol. The system pulsed its analysis. Document analysis, Order of the Phoenix operational records, pattern detected. The final boss repeatedly withdrew support from high-risk missions involving specific individuals. Casualties among these individuals were above statistical expectation. Individuals targeted for sacrifice: Frank and Alice Longbottom, Dorcas Meadows, Benji Fenwick, Caradoc Dearborn. Commonality: all were highly skilled Aurors capable of independent action. All were potentially capable of defeating Voldemort without relying on prophecy. Merlin's beard, Ron breathed, reading over Harry's shoulder. He was getting rid of them. The ones who might have beaten you-know-who on their own. Because if someone else defeated Voldemort, the prophecy wouldn't be fulfilled. Hermione's voice was hard. Dumbledore needed Harry to be the one. The prophecy said so. Anyone who might have ended the war prematurely was removed. Harry stared at the casualty lists. Dorcas Meadows, killed by Voldemort personally after her backup failed to arrive. Benji Fenwick, blown to pieces in a trap that Dumbledore's intelligence had flagged as suspicious but not communicated. Caradoc Dearborn, vanished without a trace after being sent alone to investigate a Death Eater stronghold. The Order of the Phoenix, he said slowly, wasn't an organization to fight Voldemort. It was an organization to control the war. To make sure it ended the way Dumbledore needed it to. And it did, Hermione said. Voldemort came for you. Your mother's sacrifice created the protection. The prophecy was fulfilled, or at least, the first part of it. And Dumbledore was positioned as the leader who guided the boy who lived to victory. Except I was a baby. I didn't defeat anyone. You don't have to. The story's enough. The symbol. Hermione's expression was grim. And now he's positioning you for the second part. The final confrontation. The one where you either defeat Voldemort permanently or die trying. Ron pushed away from the bed, pacing the dormitory with restless energy. So what's the alternative? We can't just let Voldemort win. He's possessing Quirrell and hunting unicorns and trying to steal the stone. He's evil. He is, Harry agreed. But Dumbledore's plan doesn't have to be the only way to stop him. We've got options. The Philosopher's Stone can be destroyed if Flamel agrees. Voldemort's soul fragments, Horcruxes, can be destroyed individually before anyone has to die. He paused. I found something in the restricted section over Christmas. About Horcruxes. He told them. About the soul splitting, the murder required to create each fragment, the way the creator's soul became increasingly unstable with each division. About the book Secrets of the Darkest Art and its detailed instructions for how a Horcrux could be unmade. And Voldemort has at least one, Harry finished. Maybe more. His soul was so damaged by the time he attacked me that a piece broke off and attached itself to the only living thing in the room. Ron stopped pacing. Hermione went very still. A piece attached itself, she repeated. To you. My scar. It's why I can speak Parseltongue. Why I feel pain when Voldemort is near. Why Dumbledore can't directly harm me. Harry met their eyes. I'm a Horcrux. An unintentional one, but a Horcrux. And to kill Voldemort permanently, I have to die. The silence in the dormitory was absolute. No, Ron said. The word came out flat, final. No. There's another way. There's always another way. You said Flamel could destroy the stone, that's one thing. And if Horcruxes can be destroyed, then we find another Horcrux and figure out how to destroy it without killing you. Maybe if Voldemort's other soul fragments are destroyed first, the one in you will weaken or something. The book didn't mention anything like that. Then we find another book. We research. We experiment. We do whatever it takes. Ron's voice cracked. I'm not letting my best friend walk to his death because some ancient prophecy said so and a manipulative old man thinks it's poetic. Hermione was crying. Silently, without drama, tears tracking down her cheeks. Harry, why didn't you tell us earlier? Because I needed time to process it. And because I needed to be sure. The system, he stopped, realizing what he'd said. The system, Hermione repeated. Her tears had stopped, replaced by sharp interest. That's the second time you've mentioned that. On the train, the first day, when you touched Dumbledore's card. I thought you were just talking to yourself. But you weren't, were you? Harry looked at Ron. Ron looked back, his expression unreadable. Then, the visions. The way you know things. The map of the castle. The warnings about Quirrell and the troll. He sat down heavily on his bed. There's something in your head. Something that tells you things. It's called the system. It activated on the Hogwarts Express, right after I met you. It shows me things, threats, alliances, skills I can learn. It analyzes people and tells me their loyalties and their weaknesses. Harry forced himself to keep talking. It's the reason I knew Dumbledore was dangerous before I ever saw him. His chocolate frog card triggered it. He was labeled as the final boss. Threat level, apocalyptic. Hermione's mouth opened and closed several times before any sound came out. A threat assessment system. In your brain. That labels people as game mechanics. Something like that. And you've been using it this whole time. To navigate the castle. To recruit allies. To investigate Dumbledore. Yes. That's why you trusted us so quickly. On the train, the first day. You'd only known us for hours, but you acted like we were already friends. The system gave you both S-rank compatibility ratings. Highest possible. It said you were essential allies. Ron let out a strangled laugh. S-rank. I've been S-rank this whole time and didn't know it. It's not funny. It's a little bit funny. But Ron's expression sobered quickly. All right. You've got a magical game system in your head. Fine. We've accepted stranger things. We go to a school where the staircases move and the headmaster is secretly a manipulative chess master. What does the system say about the Horcrux situation? Harry called up the interface. It expanded to full visibility, and he realized with a start that he could choose to share it, not the full interface, but the analysis outputs. A new skill he hadn't noticed unlocking. System sharing, Tier 1 unlocked. You can now project system analysis to bonded allies. This requires physical contact and will drain energy proportional to information complexity. Give me your hands, Harry said. Ron and Hermione exchanged glances, then each took one of Harry's hands. He focused on the Horcrux analysis, and the system's readout projected into the air between them, translucent blue text hovering above the bed. Horcrux destruction analysis, known methods, basilisk venom, rare, fiend fire, extremely dangerous, killing curse targeting specific conditions, theoretical, player Horcrux status, unintentional creation. Soul fragment is anchored to scar tissue and blood bond. Possible removal methods, 1. Death of host, 100% effective, 100% fatal, 2. Blood transfusion ritual, 32% effective, requires Voldemort's original body, unavailable, 3. Basilisk venom application with immediate Phoenix tear administration, 67% effective, requires live basilisk and live Phoenix, 4. Self-extraction through advanced soul magic, theoretical, known practitioner, a basilisk, Hermione breathed. And Phoenix tears. Phoenix tears are so rare they're practically mythical. And basilisks have been illegal to breed for 500 years. But phoenixes exist, Ron said slowly. Dumbledore has one. Fox. I've heard Percy mention it. And basilisks, Harry said, remembering something from weeks ago. The Chamber of Secrets. There was a book in the restricted section, Hogwarts, Myths and Legends. It mentioned Salazar Slytherin building a secret chamber and supposedly stocking it with a monster. The description matched a basilisk. You think there's a basilisk in the school? I think it's worth investigating. But that's a long-term project. Right now, we have a more immediate problem. Harry closed the interface sharing, releasing their hands. The Philosopher's Stone. Voldemort is getting more desperate. The unicorn blood is slowing Quirrell's deterioration, but it won't last forever. He'll make his move soon, probably before the end of the school year. Then we need to move first, Ron said. Get the stone ourselves. Destroy it. Destroy it how? Find Flammel. Convince him. You said the book said only the creator can unmake it. Hermione was already pulling books from the pile beside Harry's bed. Nicholas Flamel lives in Devon, according to great wizarding alchemists of the modern era. But the location is unplottable. We'd need to find him, establish contact, and convince him to give up 600 years of life. 600 years of life that have turned him into a target, Harry said. Voldemort will never stop hunting him as long as the stone exists. If Flammel destroys it, he eliminates the reason anyone would come after him. That's, actually a good argument. We'll need more than a good argument. We'll need a way to contact him. Letters can be intercepted. Dumbledore probably monitors all owl post. Then we don't use owls. Ron grinned, the expression transforming his face from worried to mischievous. We use the twins. They've got contacts all over the country, joke shop suppliers, potion ingredient dealers, people who don't ask questions. If anyone can get a message to an unplottable alchemist without Dumbledore knowing, it's Fred and George. Harry nodded slowly. Bring them in. Full disclosure, or at least, as much as they need to know. And Luna. If the Philosopher's Stone is somewhere in the castle, she might be able to see it. You're expanding the network. It's the only way we win. Dumbledore's been playing this game for 50 years. He's got advantages we can't match, power, experience, reputation. But we've got something he doesn't. What? People who chose to follow us. Not because they were manipulated or coerced or bound by magical vows. Because they saw the truth and made a decision. Harry looked at his friends, his first two allies, the foundation everything else was built on. Dumbledore's network is held together by secrets and manipulation. Ours is held together by trust. That's our edge. The network convened for the first time in late January. They met in the Room of Requirement, which had configured itself as a cozy meeting space with squashy armchairs, a crackling hearth, and walls lined with exactly the books each member needed for their particular expertise. Neville had a stack of herbology texts. Luna had a collection of obscure magical creature references. The twins had a large, blank parchment that Harry suspected was the Marauder's map. Right, Harry said, standing before the assembled group. You all know bits and pieces of what's happening. Tonight, I'm going to fill in the gaps. But first, I need to know I can trust everyone in this room absolutely. You can trust us, Neville said quietly. After what you told me about my parents. I'm with you. Whatever it takes. Same, George said. Fred nodded. We've suspected something was wrong with Dumbledore for years. Having proof just confirms it. Luna tilted her head. Your numbers are very serious tonight. More orderly than usual. You've made a decision about something important. I have. Harry took a breath. Here's the truth. Voldemort is in the castle. He's possessing Professor Quirrell. He's after the Philosopher's Stone, which is hidden in the third-floor corridor behind a series of magical protections. Dumbledore knows he's here and is letting it happen because he wants to engineer a confrontation between Voldemort and me. He paused, letting the words sink in. The twins' expressions had gone from interested to horrified. Neville had paled. The stone can grant immortality, Harry continued. Voldemort needs it to get his body back. Dumbledore has it here as bait. His plan for me, is that I'll face Voldemort, defeat him through some combination of my mother's protection and whatever skills Dumbledore's been training me to develop, and probably die in the process. Why probably die? George asked, his voice unusually serious. Because I'm carrying a piece of Voldemort's soul. Harry touched his scar. The night he tried to kill me, a fragment of his soul broke off and attached itself to me. As long as it exists, Voldemort can't be permanently destroyed. But destroying it means destroying me. The silence that followed was terrible. Bollocks, Fred said finally. Complete and utter bollocks. There's got to be another way. There might be. We're looking into it. But the immediate problem is the stone. If Voldemort gets it, he regains his body and comes back to full power. If we destroy it, he loses his best chance at resurrection, and Flammel is freed from being a target. You want to destroy the Philosopher's Stone, George said slowly. One of the most valuable magical artifacts in existence. I want to prevent Voldemort from returning. The stone is how he plans to do it. Remove the stone, and you remove his motivation to stay at Hogwarts. Question, Fred said. Why not just tell someone? McGonagall. The Ministry. Someone with actual power. Because Dumbledore controls the narrative. He's the most trusted wizard in Britain. If we accuse him without proof, he'll say we're confused children who got in over our heads. And he'll be right, we don't have enough evidence to convince anyone who doesn't already have doubts. Harry met each of their eyes in turn. That's why we're building this network. Not just to deal with the stone, but to gather enough proof to expose Dumbledore's manipulations publicly. When we move against him, it has to be undeniable. The documents Neville brought, Hermione added. They show a pattern of strategic sacrifice in the Order of the Phoenix. Dumbledore was removing people who might have defeated Voldemort independently. The Longbottoms, Dorcas Meadows, Benji Fenwick, all of them were set up to fail because their success would have interfered with the prophecy. My parents, Neville said, his voice hard, were tortured into madness because Dumbledore needed them out of the way. Essentially. Yes. Neville's hands clenched into fists. Then I want to help. Whatever you need. I can get more documents. My gran has more things in her attic, she saved everything from the war years. Luna, Harry said, turning to her. You can see things other people can't. The protections on the third-floor corridor, could you identify them by looking? I think so. Magic has colors. Wards are like netting. Curses are splotchy. She considered. I could map the protections without going near them. If someone got me close enough. The cloak, Ron said. We can use the invisibility cloak. That's the second priority, Harry said. Understanding exactly what's between us and the stone. The twins, you've been mapping the patrol routes? Fred tapped the blank parchment. Every night for 2 weeks. We know when Filch makes his rounds, when the prefects switch shifts, and when Snape does his creepy midnight walks. We also know that Quirrell has been visiting the third-floor corridor every few days. He goes in, stays for about an hour, and comes out looking worse each time. He's trying to get past the protections, Hermione said. But something's stopping him. Music, Harry remembered. He said music calms the Cerberus. He's gotten past the dog at least. But there are other obstacles. The devil's snare, Neville said. If you know how to deal with it, it's not hard. Light or fire drives it back. The flying keys, that's a seeker's challenge. The chessboard. Chess, Ron said, perking up. That one's mine. And the troll's already been dealt with, Hermione added. That leaves the logic puzzle and the final protection. The mirror. The mirror of Eriste, Harry said. I've seen it. Over Christmas, when I was exploring under the cloak. It shows your heart's desire. Your deepest desire, Hermione corrected. Eriste is desire, spelled backward. What did you see? Harry hesitated. My parents. My whole family. They were waving at me. I wanted to stay there. If Ron hadn't pulled me away. That's the trap, Hermione said. Dumbledore designed a protection that targets the one thing you want most. The one thing that would make you stop and stare and forget what you came for. The system pulsed. Mirror of Eriste analysis updated. The mirror has been enchanted by the final boss. Its standard function, showing deepest desire, has been overlaid with a specific trigger. Only someone who wants to find the stone but not use it can retrieve it. This is tailored to you. The final boss expects that your desire to stop Voldemort will be stronger than your desire for the stone itself. Dumbledore expects me to go after the stone, Harry said. The whole corridor is designed for me to be able to get through. The others bought time, but the final test, it's calibrated specifically for my psychology. Then we don't send you, Ron said. What? If Dumbledore designed it for you, then going in yourself is exactly what he wants. It's the obvious move. But what if we don't make the obvious move? What if we send someone else? Hermione's eyes widened. Someone whose deepest desire Dumbledore can't predict. Someone whose mind works differently enough that the mirror's enchantment might not trigger correctly. Everyone looked at Luna. What? She blinked. I'd be happy to look at the mirror. Mirrors are interesting. They show things that aren't there and don't show things that are. That's not quite what we mean, Harry said. But you might be right. Luna, what do you see when you look at mirrors normally? Nargles, she said serenely. And sometimes my mother. She died when I was 9, but mirrors remember her. The room went quiet. Luna's mother was dead. She'd never mentioned it before. I'm sorry, Hermione said softly. It's all right. Death is just the next room. That's what my father says. Luna's expression didn't change. If the mirror shows what you want most, it will probably show me my mother. But I already know I can't have her back. So I wouldn't try to take anything from the mirror. I just say hello. The system ran a probability analysis. Luna Lovegood, mirror of Eriste interaction, probability of successful retrieval, 78%, advantages, she has accepted her loss. The mirror's allure will be diminished. Her detachment from material desire makes her unlikely to trigger the stone's defenses. Disadvantages, the final boss's enchantments are specific. Deviation from expected user may trigger alarms. Alarms, Harry murmured. What? The protections. If someone other than me gets the stone, Dumbledore might know immediately. Then we need to be fast, Ron said. Get in, get the stone, get out, contact Flammel, destroy it. All before Dumbledore can react. That's insane, Hermione said. Even with all of us, the logistics alone, Hermione. We're past sane. We've been past sane since Harry's brain labeled Dumbledore an apocalyptic threat on the first day of school. The twins were grinning now, the expression of people who'd been waiting for exactly this kind of chaos. We can handle the logistics, Fred said. Distractions, false trails, timing. It's what we do. And I can handle the devil's snare, Neville added. Herbology is the one thing I'm actually good at. Ron's got the chessboard. I can probably manage the logic puzzle, Hermione said. And Luna for the mirror. That just leaves, Quirrell, Harry said. If Voldemort knows we're going after the stone, he'll be there. And my scar, if I'm anywhere near him, the pain will be crippling. Then you stay behind, Ron said. No. Harry, I'm not sending all of you into danger while I hide in the dormitory. That's what Dumbledore would do. I'm not Dumbledore. Ron's jaw tightened, but he nodded. Fine. Then we move together. All of us. And if Quirrell shows up, we deal with him together. The system pulsed a warning. Probability analysis, full network deployment, success rate if all members participate, 43%, success rate if Harry Potter remains behind, 67%, reason, Voldemort's presence triggers Harry's scar pain, reducing combat effectiveness. Additionally, the scar connection may allow Voldemort to track the group. Harry ignored it. We plan for everything, he said. Every obstacle, every patrol, every possible interference. We practice until we can do it in our sleep. And when we move fast. When? George asked. Easter holidays. The castle will be mostly empty. Dumbledore goes to the Wisengamot for the spring session. I've been tracking his schedule. He'll be in London for at least 6 hours. That's our window. 3 months, Hermione said. That's enough time to prepare. Barely. Then we'd better start now. February was reconnaissance. Under the invisibility cloak, Harry and Luna mapped the third-floor corridor in exhaustive detail. The system recorded everything: ward frequencies, magical signatures, the precise breathing patterns of the Cerberus. Luna's unique perception identified layers that even the system missed: ancient charms woven into the doorframe, a subtle compulsion ward that made intruders feel increasingly anxious the closer they got to the final chamber. That one's Dumbledore's work, Luna said, pointing at a shimmer Harry couldn't see. It's the same color as his chains. Gold and silver and sad. The Cerberus, a massive 3-headed dog named Fluffy, according to Hagrid's drunken ramblings, was the first obstacle. Harry had tested the music theory during one of their reconnaissance runs, playing a few notes on a flute Hermione had charmed to be silent outside the corridor. The dogs' heads had drooped instantly, all 6 eyes sliding shut. Music puts it to sleep, Harry reported back. But we need something that plays continuously. If the music stops, the dog wakes up. Enchanted instrument, Hermione said immediately. A self-playing harp or flute. I can research the charm. The devil's snare is next. Neville. It's sensitive to light and heat. If we bring a strong enough light source, it'll recoil. But it also responds to relaxation: the more you struggle, the tighter it grips. Neville paused. I could talk to it. Plants listen to me. You can talk to plants. Not like Parseltongue. More like, they know I won't hurt them. Mostly. All right. Neville handles the snare. The flying keys, that's a seeker's challenge, right? Catching a specific key among hundreds. Leave that to me, Harry said. I'm the youngest seeker in a century, according to Wood. I can spot a snitch in a thunderstorm. A key shouldn't be harder. The chessboard was Ron's. They'd played through the scenario a dozen times in the common room, Ron calling out moves while Harry and Hermione moved pieces on a regular board. The system had analyzed the likely configuration and provided optimal strategies, but Ron had added his own instincts to the mix. There's always a sacrifice, Ron said. Winning chess means losing pieces. The question is which pieces and when. We're not sacrificing anyone. Harry, no sacrifices. We find another way. Ron looked at him for a long moment. You know Dumbledore would say that's naive. Dumbledore's the one who sacrifices people. We're not him. The troll was already dealt with, the one Quirrell had let in was dead, and no new troll had been installed. That left the logic puzzle, which Hermione was confident she could solve, and the mirror. Luna, Harry said one evening, finding her in the astronomy tower where she often went to think. If the mirror shows you your mother, will you be okay? She considered the question with her usual serenity. I miss her every day. But missing someone isn't the same as wanting them back. Death changes people. If my mother came back, she wouldn't be the same person who left. I'd rather remember her as she was than have a stranger wearing her face. That's very mature. My father says grief is just love with nowhere to go. I have plenty of places for my love. My friends. My creatures. The things I can still see. She smiled. I'll be fine, Harry. The mirror can't trap me because I'm not looking for anything it can give me. The system pinged. Luna Lovegood psychological profile updated. She has achieved emotional acceptance of loss. This makes her uniquely resistant to the mirror's enchantment. This quality is extremely rare. Most adults never achieve it. She is 11. 11 years old and wiser than most adults. Harry filed that away as another reason to protect her. March was practice. They couldn't access the actual obstacles, too risky, too likely to trigger alarms, but they could simulate. Hermione transfigured chess pieces into larger, more threatening versions. Neville grew Devil's Snare in a controlled greenhouse environment, practicing his calming techniques while Ron stood ready with bluebell flames. Harry drilled on flying keys, using charmed paper birds that Hermione sent darting through the room of requirement. The twins built a scale model of the third-floor corridor, complete with moving patrol figures and a timer that counted down to Dumbledore's estimated return. They ran the gauntlet in simulation 20 times, 30 times, reducing their completion time from 45 minutes to 12. They decided to include an additional member 2 weeks before Easter, a decision Harry agonized over but ultimately could not ignore. Viktor Krum, the Bulgarian 7th year, had no connection to Dumbledore's network, no pre-existing loyalty to the headmaster, and was a silent presence in Hogwarts' social landscape. It was the system that flagged him. Scan initiated, Viktor Krum, designation, Durmstrang exchange student, international status, loyalty, to Durmstrang Institute. No connection to Final Boss's network. Threat level, high, combat, 0, ideological, note, Krum is trained in dark arts defense unique to Durmstrang curriculum. He has experience with dangerous magical creatures. He is also isolated socially and may be receptive to alliance. Harry found Krum in the library, of all places, hunched over a book in the corner furthest from the windows. He looked up when Harry approached, his dark eyes wary. Potter, he said, his accent thick but his English precise. The boy who lived. Just Harry. Can I sit? A pause, then a nod. Harry sat. You're a long way from Durmstrang. Exchange program? Something like that. Dumbledore invited me. Said it would be good for international cooperation. The system pulsed. Dumbledore invited Krum. Reason unknown. Possibly part of wider political strategy. Monitor. Victor, I'm going to tell you something that's going to sound insane. I need you to hear me out before you decide anything. Krum's expression didn't change. I am listening. Harry told him. Not everything, not the system, not the Horcrux, but enough. Dumbledore's manipulation. The Philosopher's Stone. Voldemort possessing Quirrell. The plan to destroy the stone before Voldemort could take it. When he finished, Krum was silent for almost a full minute. You are 11 years old, he said finally. Yes. You are telling me that the most powerful wizard in the world is manipulating events to engineer a confrontation between you and a Dark Lord. Yes. And you want me to help you break into a heavily protected corridor, steal a legendary artifact, and destroy it. Yes. Krum leaned back in his chair. At Durmstrang, we are taught to respect power. Dumbledore is powerful. It would be logical to follow him. Probably. But I have met men like Dumbledore before. Men who believe they see the full board. They are always wrong about something. Always. Krum's eyes were unreadable. What is the alternative? If we destroy the stone, Voldemort loses his best chance at resurrection. Flamel is freed from being a target. And Dumbledore's plan, whatever it is, gets disrupted. And if we fail, we probably die. Or get expelled. Or both. Another long pause. Then, incredibly, Crumb smiled. It was a small expression, barely a twitch of his lips, but it transformed his heavy features. In Bulgaria, we have a saying. Better to die on your feet than live on your knees. I was getting bored here anyway. Alliance network expanded, Victor KRUM, loyalty, conditional, based on shared opposition to manipulation, contribution, dark arts defense, combat experience, Durmstrang magical techniques, international status provides partial immunity from Dumbledore's direct action, international status. Crumb was a Durmstrang student, not a Hogwarts one. Dumbledore couldn't discipline him the way he could British students. That was an angle Harry hadn't considered. April arrived, and with it, the Easter holidays. The castle emptied. Students flooded out of the gates and onto the Hogwarts Express, heading home for 2 weeks of family and rest. The Gryffindor common room fell silent. The corridors echoed with absence. Harry, Ron, Hermione, Neville, Luna, Fred, George, and Victor remained. 8 students against the most powerful wizard in the world and the Dark Lord possessing his defense professor. The system rated their probability of success at 47%. We move tonight, Harry said, spreading the Marauders map on the Room of Requirements central table. Dumbledore left for London 3 hours ago. The Wisengamot session runs until at least midnight. That gives us until midnight to get in, get the stone, and get out. Quirrell? Ron asked. Still in the castle. He's been in his office all day, the map shows him pacing. I think he knows something's happening. He might be planning his own attempt for tonight. Then we need to beat him to it, Fred said. If he's in the corridor when we go in, Victor handles Quirrell, Harry said. Your Durmstrang training includes combat defense, right? Extensively. We are taught to fight dark creatures from first year. If Quirrell shows up, you slow him down. Don't try to defeat him, just keep him occupied until we've got the stone. And if the Dark Lord himself appears. Harry touched his scar. Then I'll deal with him. My mother's protection should still work. He can't touch me directly. The system added a warning he didn't share. Direct contact with Voldemort's soul will likely trigger scar pain and possible system instability. Proceed with extreme caution. They went over the plan one final time. The twins would create diversions, dung bombs in the Slytherin dungeons, a false trail leading Filch toward the astronomy tower, a stolen prefect badge that would confuse the patrol rotation. Neville would handle the devil's snare. Ron would lead the chessboard. Hermione would solve the logic puzzle. Luna would retrieve the stone from the mirror. Harry would be everywhere at once, coordinating through the system's companion telepathy, watching for threats, ready to intervene if anything went wrong. Victor would guard their exit, positioned at the corridor entrance to intercept Quirrell if he appeared. Midnight, Harry said. Everyone synchronize your watches. They didn't have watches. Hermione cast a Tempest charm that created a floating clock face, and they all memorized the countdown. One more thing. Harry looked around the room at his friends, his allies, his guild. Whatever happens tonight, whatever we find in that corridor, I want you to know that this was your choice. All of you. You could have walked away at any point. You could have pretended none of this was happening and just been normal students. You didn't. And whatever Dumbledore says about the greater good, you're proof that the greater good doesn't have to mean sacrificing people. It can mean choosing to stand together. We know, Ron said. Now stop being sappy and let's go steal an immortality rock. The corridor was dark. Harry led the way under the invisibility cloak, the system's mini-map overlaid on his vision. Filch was on the 4th floor. Mrs. Norris was in the trophy room. The patrol prefects were where the twins' diversions had sent them, far from the third-floor corridor. The door at the end of the corridor was slightly ajar. "He's already here," Harry breathed. "Quirrell. He's inside." "Then we're out of time," Hermione said. "We go now." They pushed through the door. The Cerberus was awake, all three heads snarling, but before it could bark, Hermione's charmed flute lifted into the air and began playing a soft, lilting melody. The dog's eyes drooped. Its head sagged. In seconds, it was snoring. "Trapdoor," Ron said, pointing at the floor beneath the dog's massive paw. "There." They dragged the paw aside and opened the trapdoor. Darkness yawned below, and Harry felt the system's arcane resonance spike. Protection layer detected, Devil's Snare, active, additional magical signature detected, Quirrell/Voldemort passed through here 23 minutes ago. He is currently at the final chamber. He's already at the mirror, Harry said. But he hasn't gotten the stone yet. He's stuck. How do you know? I just know. Come on. They dropped through the trapdoor one by one. The Devil's Snare wrapped around them instantly, its tendrils seeking warmth, tightening with predatory instinct. Neville's voice cut through the darkness, calm and steady. "Don't struggle. I know you're hungry, but we're not food. We're just passing through. Relax. Let go." The plant hesitated. Harry felt the tension in its coils ease slightly. Then bluebell flames erupted from Ron's wand, not directed at the plant, but held carefully to the side, providing the heat that Devil's Snare instinctively recoiled from. The snare released them. They tumbled through into a stone chamber. "Brilliant, Neville," Harry said. "I told you. Plants like me." The flying keys were next. The chamber was filled with winged keys, hundreds of them, darting through the air like a flock of metallic birds. An old-fashioned broomstick hung on the wall. Across the room, a heavy wooden door was locked. "We need the right key," Hermione said. "There, that one. The one with the bent wing." Harry didn't wait for discussion. He grabbed the broomstick, ancient, slow, nothing like his Nimbus 2000, and kicked off. The keys scattered around him, a blur of gold and silver, and the system highlighted the target key with a soft blue glow. Target acquired, silver key with damaged wing, flight pattern, erratic, predictable next vector. Intercept course calculated. He caught the key in 30 seconds flat. Wood, watching from the Quidditch stands, would have wept with pride. "Doors open," Ron called. "Next one's mine." The chessboard was enormous. Towering black and white pieces stood at attention on a board the size of the Great Hall. Across the room, a door waited. Between them and the door, checkmate or death. "You've got to be joking," George breathed. "It's a giant chess set," Ron said, but his voice was strange, not frightened, but focused. "We have to play our way across." "Play? As pieces?" "As players and pieces. We need to replace enough pieces to form a complete side." Ron's eyes were already scanning the board. "I'll be the knight. Harry, you take the bishop's square. Hermione, queen. Fred and George, rooks. Neville, take the other bishop. Luna, Victor, stay back. We need reserves." They took their positions. The game began. Ron played like Harry had never seen him play before. His voice was calm, authoritative, utterly sure. He called out moves that made no sense to Harry's novice understanding, yet somehow always positioned them exactly where they needed to be. Pieces fell around them, stone shattering against stone, white and black locked in mechanical combat. And then Ron stopped. "I have to be taken," he said. "What?" "No. It's the only way. The knight has to be sacrificed to clear the queen's path to checkmate." Ron's face was pale but determined. "Don't argue. We're running out of time." Ron, checkmate in 3 moves if I go. Stalemate in 12 if I don't. By then, Dumbledore's back and Quirrell's got the stone. He met Harry's eyes. You said no sacrifices. But this isn't Dumbledore's kind of sacrifice. This is mine. I'm choosing it. The system's tactical analysis confirmed, sacrifice of knight, Ronald Weasley, is optimal move. He will be incapacitated but not killed. The pieces are enchanted to stun, not destroy. Those pieces are swinging real weapons, Harry said. How do you know? Because it's a game. And games have rules. Ron smiled, and it was the grin of a boy who'd found the one challenge in the world he was absolutely certain he could beat. Checkmate in 3. Go. He stepped forward before Harry could stop him. The White Queen turned, raised her stone sword, and brought it down. Ron crumpled without a sound. The board fell silent. Move, Harry, Hermione said, her voice cracking. He made his choice. Now finish it. 3 moves later, Harry dazed and automatic, Hermione fierce and unstoppable, the White King removed its crown and threw it at their feet. The remaining pieces parted. The door swung open. Neville, Luna, stay with him, Harry ordered. Victor, guard the door. Fred, George, if anything comes through that entrance, you slow it down. What about you? Hermione and I are going to finish this. The final chamber was small and bare. The mirror of Erist stood in the center, tall and ornate, its inscription gleaming in torchlight, Erist stra eru oit ube kafru oit anwosi. And before the mirror, his turban unwound to reveal the terrible second face fused to the back of his skull, stood Quirrell. Potter, Quirrell said, and his voice was not his own. It was higher, colder, a whisper that echoed in the close space. I wondered when you would arrive. Voldemort. The scar on Harry's forehead detonated with pain. He'd felt it before, in the forest, when the cloaked figure had approached the dying unicorn. But that had been distant, muffled by shadow and distance. This was proximity. This was Voldemort's soul fragment in Harry's scar resonating with Voldemort's primary soul fragment in Quirrell's body, and the result was agony. Harry went to his knees. The system's interface flickered wildly. Warning, soul resonance detected, intensity, critical, recommendation, retreat. Prolonged exposure may cause permanent neural damage. Alternative recommendation, use the pain. It is a connection. Connections can be exploited. Harry. Hermione's voice seemed very far away. Harry, get up. See how he suffers, Voldemort's voice crooned through Quirrell's mouth. The boy who lived. The boy who stole my power. Look at him now, groveling on the floor. Harry forced his head up. The mirror caught his eye, and for a moment, the pain receded. In the reflection, he saw himself, not the Harry on the floor, but a Harry standing tall. A Harry with his parents beside him, their hands on his shoulders. They were smiling. And then the image shifted, it was the same Harry, but alone, and he was pulling something from his pocket. The Philosopher's Stone. Red as blood, glowing with inner light. The reflection winked and put the stone back, and Harry felt a sudden weight in his actual pocket. The stone was there. The mirror had given it to him. Because he wanted to find it but not use it. Fascinating, Voldemort whispered. The mirror gives you the stone. How appropriate. Give it to me, Potter. No. You are in agony. Your friends are far away. The old fool is in London. There is no one to save you this time. Quirrell's body stepped closer, and the scar pain intensified until Harry could barely see. Give me the stone, and I will let you live. I will even spare your friends. The stone is all I require. And then what? And then I return. I reclaim my body. I finish what I started 12 years ago. Killing me. You. The mud blood. The blood traitors. Everyone who stood against me. Quirrell's hand reached out, fingers inches from Harry's face. The stone, Potter. Now. Harry felt the system's combat protocols pushing through the pain. Critical situation, direct confrontation with secondary boss, host, Quirinus Quirrell, passenger, Voldemort, recommended action, physical contact. Your mother's protection is a blood-based enchantment. It repels Voldemort's touch. Use it. Harry summoned every ounce of strength he had. The stone was in his left pocket. The pain was a white-hot knife in his skull. And Voldemort was reaching for him. He grabbed Quirrell's wrist. The effect was immediate and catastrophic. Quirrell screamed, not Voldemort's high cold voice, but Quirrell's own voice, ragged with agony. Where Harry's fingers touched flesh, the skin blackened and blistered and crumbled. Harry's scar was on fire, but his hand was ice, the protection, Lily Potter's final gift, burning through Quirrell's body like acid through paper. Kill him. Voldemort screamed. Kill him now. Quirrell's hands came up, not to touch Harry, but to cast. Harry saw the wand rising, saw the curse forming on Quirrell's lips, and he did the only thing he could think of. He tackled Quirrell, pressing his hands against the professor's face, against the face on the back of his head, against every inch of skin he could reach. The screaming became a sound beyond human hearing. The pain in Harry's scar became something that existed outside of his body. The system's interface fractured into static. And then, silence. Quirrell's body crumbled to ash. Harry collapsed atop it, gasping, his hands smoking, his scar a supernova of pain that was only now beginning to dim. The stone was still in his pocket, warm against his hip. Through the haze, he heard footsteps. Harry. Harry, can you hear me? Hermione's face swam into view. Oh God, your hands, we need to get you to the hospital wing, wait. Harry pushed himself up. His hands were blistered, red and raw, but they were still there. Still functional. The stone. I have it. Did anyone, is Ron's conscious. Neville and Luna got him out of the chest chamber. He's got a concussion, probably a broken rib, but he's alive. And Quirrell? Hermione looked at the pile of ash. Gone. You killed him. No. Harry shook his head, the movement sending fresh spikes of pain through his skull. Voldemort killed him. Voldemort used him up and threw him away. I just accelerated the process. The system's interface was slowly reassembling itself, text flickering back into coherence. Secondary boss defeated, Quirinus Quirrell/Voldemort, defeat method, maternal blood protection, direct contact ignition, status of Voldemort primary soul, disembodied, weakened, retreated, note, Voldemort is not destroyed. He has fled the castle. He will return. But not today. Can you stand? Hermione asked. I think so. Harry let her help him up. The chamber was a wreck, ash scattered across the floor, the mirror still standing serenely in the center, reflecting nothing now but an empty room. We need to go. Dumbledore might be back any minute. The plan was always to get the stone and destroy it. We will. But not here. If Dumbledore catches us with it, he'll take it. Use it for his own purposes. Hermione nodded, her expression hardening. Come on. Victor's holding the entrance. Let's get everyone out. They retreated through the gauntlet in reverse, up through the chessboard, where Ron was indeed conscious, propped against Nevile's shoulder, his face grey but his eyes bright, through the key chamber, past the devil's snare, which Neville had charmed into temporary dormancy, and up through the trapdoor where the Cerberus had woken and was growling at Victor, who was holding it at bay with a series of rapid-fire hexes Harry didn't recognize. Go! Victor shouted. I will follow. They burst into the third-floor corridor just as the system screamed a warning. Warning, Final boss in proximity, Albus Dumbledore has returned to the castle. He is on the 3rd floor. He is approaching. Final boss awareness, 23%, critical threshold breached, recommendation, evasive action. Do not allow the final boss to identify your group. Cloak. Ron gasped. Get under the cloak. They weren't all going to fit. 8 people, several of them injured, one of them a 7th year built like a professional athlete. Harry threw the invisibility cloak over as many as he could, Ron, Hermione, Luna, Neville, and shoved the stone into Hermione's hands. Go. Through the hidden passage behind the tapestry. Get to the room of requirement. Don't stop for anything. What about you? He's already seen me. I can't hide. Harry stepped away from the group, into the middle of the corridor. Go. They went. The tapestry rippled and fell still. Harry stood alone in the corridor, his blistered hands at his sides, his scar throbbing with residual pain, and waited. Dumbledore came around the corner like a storm contained in human form. His robes flowed behind him, deep purple embroidered with silver stars. His long beard was immaculate. His half-moon spectacles glinted in the torchlight. And his eyes, those famous twinkling eyes, were fixed on Harry with an intensity that made the system's threat tracker spike. Final boss direct encounter initiated, engagement requirement, level 999 plus, current player level, 6, survival probability if engaged directly, 0.007%, recommendation, social combat. Truth. Do not lie. Do not challenge directly. But do not submit. Harry, Dumbledore said, and his voice was gentle. Warm. The voice of a grandfather who had just found his grandson sneaking cookies before dinner. What has happened here? Harry met his eyes. Quirrell is dead. Voldemort was possessing him. He tried to take the Philosopher's Stone. Dumbledore's expression flickered, surprise, calculation, and something that might have been genuine concern, all passing across his face in the space of a heartbeat. The stone, Dumbledore said. You have it? No. No. The twinkle dimmed. Harry, the stone is an extremely dangerous artifact. If it has fallen into the wrong hands, it hasn't. It's safe. Safe where? Harry thought about lying. The system's social camouflage could help him, make him appear more innocuous, suppress the tells that Dumbledore was undoubtedly reading. But lies were Dumbledore's weapons. Harry had promised himself he wouldn't use them. Safe where you can't use it, Harry said. The silence that followed was absolute. Dumbledore stood very still, his wand hand relaxed at his side, his expression unreadable. Somewhere in the castle, a bell began to toll midnight. You've been busy, Dumbledore said quietly. Busier than I anticipated. The troll at Halloween, you understood it was a diversion. The dragon, you handled it without involving me. And now this. He gestured at the open door to the 3rd floor corridor. You navigated my protections. You faced Voldemort. You survived. More than survived, it seems. You're not surprised. I am, in fact, quite surprised. I expected you to face the challenges eventually, but not this year. Not so soon. And not with such preparation. Dumbledore's eyes were piercing now, the grandfatherly warmth fading to reveal something much sharper beneath. You have had help. Friends. Friends. Yes. Mr. Weasley. Miss Granger. Others, I suspect. Dumbledore took a step closer. Harry, I understand that you have questions. Suspicions, even. But the stone is not a prize to be hidden away. It is a beacon. As long as it exists, Voldemort will hunt it. The safest place for it is under my protection. Like I was under your protection. With the Dursleys? The words came out before Harry could stop them. Dumbledore's expression flickered again. I placed you with your aunt and uncle to ensure your safety. Your mother's sacrifice created a protection that lived on in her blood. By placing you with her sister, I extended that protection. You left me with people who hated me. Who locked me in a cupboard. Who told me my parents died in a car crash. Something moved behind Dumbledore's eyes. Guilt? Grief? Harry couldn't tell, and the system couldn't analyze fast enough. I made choices, Dumbledore said quietly. Difficult choices. I do not expect you to understand them. Not yet. But I hope, in time, you will come to see that everything I have done, everything, has been to protect you. Protect me for what? So I can die at the right moment. Dumbledore went very still. The system's threat tracker spiked to critical. Final boss emotional state, detected fluctuation, previous projection, calm, manipulative, condescending, current projection, shock. You have accessed knowledge he believed was secure. He is recalculating. His estimation of your capabilities has just doubled. Who told you that? Dumbledore asked, and his voice was no longer grandfatherly. It was the voice of a man who had just discovered a piece on the board that he had not placed there. No one told me. I figured it out. Harry met his eyes. I know about the prophecy. I know about the Horcruxes. I know that a piece of Voldemort's soul is in my scar, and I know that for Voldemort to die, that piece has to be destroyed. And I know that you've known all of this since the night my parents died. Dumbledore was silent for a long, terrible moment. Harry, he said finally, and his voice was different now, sad, genuinely sad, stripped of its usual theatrical warmth. My dear boy. What a burden you have been carrying. Don't. The word came out harder than Harry intended. Don't pretend this is about my burden. You've been training me. Testing me. The troll, the forest, the third-floor corridor, it was all designed to prepare me. To make me into the kind of person who would walk into a confrontation with Voldemort and not walk out again. I have been preparing you, Dumbledore admitted. But not for death. For sacrifice. There is a difference. There isn't a difference if I'm dead at the end of it. Dumbledore closed his eyes. When he opened them again, Harry saw something he hadn't expected, tears. You are correct, Dumbledore said. I have known about the soul fragment since the night I brought you to Privet Drive. I have known that destroying it would require your death. I have spent 10 years trying to find another way. I have failed. His voice cracked. Every path I have explored, every text, every expert, every branch of magic known to wizardkind, leads to the same conclusion. The fragment cannot be removed without destroying its vessel. And its vessel is you. Then find a new path. There is always another path. You just haven't looked hard enough. Harry stepped forward, and something in his posture made Dumbledore actually take a step back. You've spent 50 years playing chess with people's lives. You sacrificed the Longbottoms because they might have ended the war before the prophecy was fulfilled. You let Death Eaters walk free after the war because you needed them for your long-term strategy. You brought the Philosopher's Stone to a school full of children as bait for a Dark Lord. The stone was a test. A tutorial dungeon. Designed for me. Harry's voice was rising now, the anger he'd been suppressing for months finally breaking through. You wanted me to face Voldemort. You wanted me to experience the protection, to learn what I could do. You wanted me to be ready for the real confrontation when it comes. Yes, Dumbledore whispered. I did. Because the alternative, Voldemort returning to full power, unchecked, immortal, is unthinkable. Millions of lives, Harry. Wizarding and Muggle alike. Against those stakes, what is one life? What is my soul, my guilt, my eternal regret, against the salvation of millions? The lives you're sacrificing aren't yours to sacrifice. I know. Dumbledore's tears were falling openly now. I know. And I do it anyway. Because I am a coward. Because I cannot face the alternative. Because I have spent so long believing that the ends justify the means that I no longer know how to believe anything else. Harry stared at him. This was not the confrontation he'd expected. He'd imagined denial, manipulation, maybe even threats. Not this, not the most powerful wizard in the world weeping in a dark corridor because an 11-year-old boy had forced him to confront his own monstrousness. There's another way, Harry said. Flamel can destroy the stone. If the stone is gone, Voldemort loses his easiest path to resurrection. It buys us time to find another solution to the Horcrux problem. The Flamels have been preparing for this eventuality. The stone has been a burden as much as a gift. 600 years is a long time to live. Dumbledore wiped his eyes. But if the stone is destroyed, Voldemort will find another method. He always does. Then we'll stop him again. Together. Not with you manipulating from the shadows, but with all of us working openly. A real alliance, not a game. You would trust me. After everything. I would trust you to be who you are. A man who wants to do good and has forgotten how. Harry pulled the stone from his pocket. He'd taken it back from Hermione, he realized, in the chaos of the retreat. It glowed faintly in the corridor's torchlight, blood-red and beautiful. Help me destroy this. Help me find another way to deal with the Horcrux. And I'll help you remember that people aren't pieces. Dumbledore looked at the stone, then at Harry. His expression was unreadable. You are remarkable, he said quietly. More remarkable than I ever anticipated. I designed the third-floor corridor to teach you the skills you would need. Instead, you taught yourself something far more important. What's that? Mercy. The willingness to see your enemy as human, even when they have given you every reason not to. Dumbledore extended his hand. Give me the stone. I will contact Nicholas tonight. By morning, it will be destroyed. Harry hesitated. The system pulsed. Truth analysis, Albus Dumbledore's statement, I will contact Nicholas tonight. By morning, IT will be destroyed. Analysis, true. The final boss is not deceiving you. His emotional state is genuine. But be warned, the final boss's fundamental nature has not changed. He is still a man who believes the ends justify the means. This is a temporary alliance, not a conversion. Temporary alliance, Harry murmured. What was that? Nothing. Harry placed the stone in Dumbledore's palm. Destroy it. And then we talk. Really talk. About the prophecy, and the Horcruxes, and how we're going to stop Voldemort without anyone else dying. Dumbledore closed his fingers around the stone. The red light vanished. Agreed. But first, the hospital wing. Your hands need treatment, and Mr. Weasley's injuries require attention. Whatever else has happened tonight, the health of my students remains my first priority. My friends aren't your students. They're my guild. Dumbledore blinked. You're what? Nothing. Hospital wing. Let's go. They walked through the silent castle together, the boy who lived and the final boss, the pawn and the chess master, the student and the mentor who had planned his death since he was an infant. The system's threat tracker remained elevated, but its urgent warnings had subsided. Final boss status, temporarily allied, awareness, 23%, stabilized, note, this is not victory. This is a respite. The fundamental conflict remains unresolved. But for tonight, you have achieved something the system did not predict, peaceful coexistence. This outcome was not in the probability matrix. Not in the probability matrix. Harry had done something the system hadn't seen coming. Something that existed outside the game mechanics and threat assessments and optimal strategies. He'd talked to the final boss and found a human being underneath. A deeply flawed human being. A manipulative, calculating, emotionally damaged human being who had made terrible choices and justified them with terrible logic. But a human being nonetheless. And if Dumbledore could be reached, if the man who had spent 50 years treating people as chess pieces could be reminded that they were real, then maybe nothing was impossible. The hospital wing doors opened. Madame Pomfrey descended on them with the fury of a healer confronted with preventable injuries, and Harry let himself be pushed onto a bed, his blistered hands wrapped in bandages soaked with something that smelled like burnt honey. Ron was in the next bed, his ribs already strapped, his expression groggy but triumphant. "Did we win?" Ron mumbled. "Yeah," Harry said. "We won." Sort of. Sort of. It's complicated. It's always complicated with you." Ron's eyes drifted closed. "Wake me up when it's simple." Harry lay back on his pillow. Through the hospital wing windows, the first pale light of dawn was beginning to creep across the sky. Somewhere in the castle, Hermione was probably pacing the room of requirement, organizing the evidence they'd gathered. Neville was probably tending to the devil's snare sample he'd insisted on collecting. Luna was probably watching the sunrise and seeing colors no one else could name. And Albus Dumbledore was contacting Nicholas Flamel, preparing to destroy an artifact of immortality that had defined his partnership with one of the oldest wizards alive. The game had changed. The final boss was still the final boss, still powerful, still dangerous, still committed to a plan that ended with Harry's death. But for the first time since the Hogwarts Express, there was a possibility of something else. A different path. A third option. The system pulsed one final time before Harry drifted into exhausted sleep. Chapter complete, The Philosopher's Gambit, Outcome, Stone destroyed, pending, Voldemort driven off, temporarily, Final Boss Alliance established, conditional, new quest unlocked, the Horcrux hunt, find and destroy Voldemort's soul fragments without self-sacrifice, new alliance faction, the guild, membership, 8, status, active, tomorrow's quest, begin the real conversation with Albus Dumbledore. Demand truth. Offer trust. But verify. Harry slept, and this time he didn't dream of chess. He dreamed of a sunrise over a castle that was, for the first time, beginning to feel like home. Chapter 5, The boss rushed. The hospital wing at dawn was a cathedral of silence and slanted light. Harry woke to find his hands wrapped in fresh bandages and his scar reduced to a dull, manageable throb. Madame Pomfrey had clearly been busy during the night. Ron was still asleep in the next bed, his chest rising and falling with the steady rhythm of healing potions at work. Hermione sat in a chair between them, a book open on her lap that she wasn't reading. Her eyes were fixed on the windows, watching the sun climb over the forbidden forest. "You're awake," she said, not looking at him. "Barely." "How long was I out?" "About 6 hours. It's 9 in the morning." She finally turned, and Harry saw that she hadn't slept at all. "Dumbledore was here. He said the stone has been destroyed." Nicholas Flamel agreed to it. Harry absorbed this. The Philosopher's Stone, the artifact that had drawn Voldemort to Hogwarts, that had been the center of Dumbledore's elaborate tutorial dungeon, that had very nearly gotten all of them killed, was gone. And Flamel? He'll live for another year or so. Long enough to put his affairs in order. He and his wife have been preparing for mortality for a while, apparently. Dumbledore said they were relieved. Hermione's voice was strange. 600 years is a long time to be alive. The system, which Harry had minimized to its resting state, expanded slightly. Quest update, The Philosopher's Gambit, complete, the stone has been destroyed. Voldemort's easiest path to resurrection is closed. New objective, assess the final boss's current state. Dumbledore's actions last night were uncharacteristically direct. Something has changed in his calculations. Did he say anything else? Harry asked. He wants to meet with us. All of us. In his office, this afternoon. Hermione's expression was troubled. He said we'd earned the truth. His words. The truth. Harry tested the word. Do you think he actually means it? I think Dumbledore always means something. Whether it's what we think he means is another question. Ron stirred, groaning. Are we alive? I feel like I got hit by a chess piece. You did get hit by a chess piece, Hermione said. A very large one. You've got 3 cracked ribs and a concussion. Madame Pomfrey said you'll be fine by tomorrow. Tomorrow. Great. What did I miss? Harry and Hermione exchanged glances. Then Hermione began to explain, Quirrell's death, Voldemort's flight, the destruction of the stone, and Dumbledore's strange, tearful response to Harry's confrontation. Ron listened in silence. When Hermione finished, he said, so he cried and said sorry. That's it? After everything he's done? It's more complicated than that. It's really not. He spent 10 years planning your death, Harry. He knew about the soul fragment the whole time. He sent my uncles to their deaths in the war because they were inconvenient to his prophecy timetable. Ron's voice was hard. I don't care if he cried. Tears don't bring back the dead. No, they don't. Harry swung his legs off the bed. But they might mean he's willing to change. And if he's willing to change, we can use that. Use him? Hermione frowned. Harry, that sounds like something he would say. It's not using. It's working with someone who has power and resources we need. The difference is that we're being honest about it. Harry flexed his bandaged hands, feeling the sting of healing burns. Dumbledore has decades of research on Horcruxes. He knows things about Voldemort that no one else knows. If we're going to find another way to remove the soul fragment, there is no other way. The voice came from the doorway, and all 3 of them turned. Albus Dumbledore stood at the entrance to the hospital wing. He had changed robes since last night, deep blue now, with golden embroidery that caught the morning light. His beard was immaculate. His spectacles were perched precisely. But his eyes were different. The twinkle was still there, but it was dimmer, shadowed by something that looked almost like uncertainty. Madame Pomfrey informs me that Mr. Weasley will make a full recovery, Dumbledore said, stepping into the room. And your hands, Harry, the burns were superficial. Another hour in the healing solution and you'll be entirely restored. Good, Harry said. Then we can have that conversation now instead of this afternoon. Dumbledore paused. I had thought to give you time to recover. I've been recovering for 10 years. I'd rather have answers. The silence stretched. Then Dumbledore nodded, and pulled up a chair beside Ron's bed. He sat down heavily, not the graceful movement Harry usually associated with him, but the motion of someone who was genuinely tired. Ask your questions, Dumbledore said. I will answer them honestly. I owe you that much. Harry didn't hesitate. The prophecy. What exactly does it say? Dumbledore's expression flickered. I was not expecting you to know about that. You weren't expecting a lot of things. The prophecy. For a long moment, Dumbledore said nothing. Then he reached into his robes and withdrew a small crystal vial filled with swirling silver mist. The prophecy was made to me, 16 years ago, in a room above the Hog's Head Inn. The one who spoke it was Sybil Trelawney, now the divination teacher here at Hogwarts. She was applying for the position. I was unimpressed. But she spoke a real prophecy, Hermione said. A true one. She did. Her first and, to my knowledge, her only true prophecy. Dumbledore uncorked the vial, and the silver mist swirled upward, taking shape. A harsh, rattling voice filled the hospital wing, the one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies. And the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not. And either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The mist collapsed back into the vial. The silence that followed was absolute. Either must die at the hand of the other, Harry repeated. That's the part you built your plan around. Yes. The prophecy established a connection between you and Voldemort. One that cannot be broken until one of you dies. Dumbledore's voice was quiet but steady. When Voldemort attacked you as an infant, he fulfilled part of the prophecy, he marked you as his equal, and in doing so, he transferred a fragment of his soul into you. That fragment is the reason you can speak Parseltongue. It is the reason your scar hurts when he is near. And it is the anchor that prevents him from being truly destroyed. Because as long as the fragment exists, he's not fully dead. Precisely. Destroying his body is insufficient. His soul is tethered to this world by the Horcruxes he created, and by the one he made accidentally. You. Ron pushed himself upright, ignoring Hermione's protest. And you've known this since Harry was a baby. Since the night I brought him to Privet Drive. I suspected it before. The shape of his scar, it was not a random mark. It was soul magic, burned into him by the rebounding killing curse. I confirmed my suspicions within the first year. 10 years. Harry's voice was flat. You've had 10 years to find another way. I have tried. I have consulted experts in soul magic. I have traveled to distant lands and spoken with practitioners of arts that are forbidden in Britain. I have read every text in the Hogwarts library, including those in the restricted section and those I keep in my private collection. Dumbledore met Harry's eyes. Every path I have explored leads to the same destination. The fragment cannot be removed without killing the vessel. Then you haven't explored every path. Dumbledore blinked. Harry, basilisk venom. Phoenix tears. You have a phoenix. There might be a basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets. You haven't tried that combination. The Chamber of Secrets is a myth. Like the Philosopher's Stone was a myth. Like the Deathly Hallows are a myth. Harry leaned forward. You told me last night that you'd failed to find another way. But you didn't say you'd been looking recently. When did you stop searching? Dumbledore's face went very still. 10 years ago, Hermione breathed. You stopped looking 10 years ago, didn't you? You found out about the Horcrux and you decided there was no other way, and you stopped looking. I concluded, Dumbledore said carefully, that the probability of finding an alternative was low enough that my energies were better spent preparing Harry for the confrontation that must eventually occur. You concluded, Ron said. You gave up. And then you spent 10 years turning an orphan into a sacrifice instead of spending 10 years trying to save him. The accusation hung in the air. Dumbledore didn't deny it. You said last night that you're a coward, Harry said. That you've believed for so long that the ends justify the means that you can't believe anything else. But that's not true. You can believe something else. You just have to choose to. I have spent 50 years making choices that seemed necessary at the time. Each one required the next. Each sacrifice demanded another, until the weight of them became the foundation of everything I am. Dumbledore removed his spectacles and polished them on his sleeve, a strangely human gesture. I told myself I was serving the greater good. That the few must sometimes suffer for the many. That the guilt I carried was the price of leadership. And now I find myself confronted by an 11-year-old boy who has done what I could not. Who faced the same darkness I faced and chose a different response. Who saw his enemy not as a monster to be destroyed, but as a person to be confronted. Dumbledore replaced his spectacles. It is humbling. And it is terrifying. Because if you are right, if there has always been another way, then everything I have done, everything I have sacrificed and ordered others to sacrifice, was unnecessary. The hospital wing was very quiet. Madame Pomfrey had retreated to her office. The windows showed a bright spring morning, birds circling the towers, the lake glittering in the distance. We can't undo what you've done, Harry said. We can't bring back the people who died because of your choices. But we can do better going forward. You said you wanted to serve the greater good. Then help us find a way to destroy the Horcruxes without killing me. Help us prepare to face Voldemort when he returns, because he will return, and this time, do it honestly. No secrets. No manipulation. And if we fail, then we fail together. But at least we tried something other than my death. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was very quiet. Very well. I will reopen the investigation. I will share everything I know, about Horcruxes, about Voldemort's history, about the prophecy. And I will not manage the outcome. Whatever happens, you will face it with full knowledge and your own choices. The system pulsed. Final boss status update, direct confrontation resolved, peaceful path selected, the final boss has agreed to transparency and cooperation. This is an unprecedented outcome. Warning, the final boss's habits are ingrained. Monitor for regression. Trust but verify. Current awareness, 23%, stabilized, new phase initiated, the Horcrux hunt. Before we go any further, Dumbledore added, I believe there are others who deserve to hear this conversation. Your network, I believe you called them. Harry tensed. You know about them? I know that 8 students did not appear at the start of term feast. I know that the third-floor corridor was breached by a group, not an individual. And I know that Mr. Weasley's brothers possess a certain artifact that I have been aware of for years. Dumbledore's expression was almost amused. I am, despite recent evidence to the contrary, quite observant. An hour later, the full guild assembled in the room of requirement. The room had configured itself as a council chamber, a round table large enough for 12, with high-backed chairs and a ceiling enchanted to show the current sky. Sunlight streamed down, warm and golden, and Harry felt something loosen in his chest at the sight of his friends all together. Ron was propped up in an armchair transfigured to provide back support. Hermione sat beside him, a fresh notebook open and ready. Neville was next to her, his expression a mixture of nervousness and determination. Luna was humming quietly, her eyes tracking something invisible near the ceiling. Fred and George flanked the door like guards. Victor Crumb sat apart, his heavy brow furrowed, his wand visible in a wrist holster. Dumbledore stood at the head of the table. He did not sit. I have invited Professor McGonagall to join us, he said. She will be here shortly. I believe she deserves to hear what I am about to tell you. You're going to tell her? Hermione asked. Everything. She has suspected for years that I have not been entirely forthright. She has remained loyal to the school and to the students despite those suspicions. She deserves the truth as much as any of you. Almost as if summoned by his words, the door opened and Minerva McGonagall strode in. Her expression was thunderous. Albus. What is the meaning of this? I am informed by the portraits that the third-floor corridor has been breached, that Professor Quirrell is dead, and that a battle involving students took place in the very heart of the castle while I was. She stopped, taking in the assembled students. Potter. Weasley. Granger. Longbottom. Lovegood. And, Mr. Crumb. What in Merlin's name is going on? Please sit, Minerva, Dumbledore said quietly. What I am about to share will take some time. And you may find it difficult to hear. McGonagall sat. Her lips were pressed into a thin line, but her eyes were sharp and watchful. Dumbledore began to speak. He told them everything. The prophecy. The Horcruxes. The soul fragment in Harry's scar. The Philosopher's Stone gambit, bringing it to Hogwarts as bait, designing the protections as a training exercise, hoping to engineer a confrontation that would teach Harry about his own abilities and about Voldemort's nature. He spoke of the war. Of the Order of the Phoenix. Of the choices he had made, the the missions he had manipulated, the casualties he had accepted, the people he had sacrificed for what he believed was the greater good. He did not excuse himself. He did not ask for forgiveness. He simply laid out the truth, decades of calculation and compromise, and let it stand on its own. When he finished, the silence was absolute. McGonagall's face was white. You let the Longbottoms go into a trap. You knew the Lestranges would be there, and you sent them anyway. Yes. You withheld intelligence that could have saved Dorcas Meadows. That could have prevented Benji Fenwick from being massacred. Yes. You brought the Philosopher's Stone to a school full of children. You let a Dark Lord possess one of your professors, let him teach our students, let him walk among them, because it served your timetable. Yes. McGonagall stood. Her hands were shaking. Get out. Minerva, get out of this room. Get out of my sight. I cannot look at you. Dumbledore rose from his chair. His expression was grief-stricken but accepting. I understand. I will be in my office when, if, you wish to speak with me. He walked to the door and paused. He turned back, not to McGonagall, but to Harry. I meant what I said earlier. The Hogwarts library is open to you. My private collection is open to you. Whatever resources I have, whatever knowledge I possess, it is yours. I will begin researching alternative methods of Horcrux destruction immediately. And then he was gone. McGonagall stood rigid, her back to the table. Her shoulders were shaking. Hermione rose and went to her, tentatively touching her arm. Professor. I trusted him. McGonagall's voice was barely a whisper. For 30 years, I trusted him. I told myself that his secrets were necessary. That his manipulations served the light. That he was better than the rest of us, wiser, more far-sighted. She turned, and her eyes were wet. He was not better. He was simply more willing to do terrible things. The question, Harry said quietly, is what we do now. McGonagall looked at him. What do you mean? Dumbledore's not the only one who's been looking into things. Harry gestured at the assembled group. We've been investigating him all year. We have documents, Order of the Phoenix mission reports, casualty lists, evidence of strategic manipulation going back decades. Neville found them in his grandmother's attic. My gran doesn't know I took them, Neville said, his voice small but steady. But she will. I'm going to tell her. She deserves to know what happened to my parents. What do you intend to do with this information? McGonagall's voice was carefully neutral. That's what we need to decide. Harry leaned forward. We could keep it quiet. Dumbledore's cooperating now, he's agreed to help with the Horcrux problem, to be transparent about his plans. If we expose him publicly, we might lose those advantages. And the alternative? Fred asked. We go public. Not as an attack on Dumbledore specifically, but as a demand for accountability. The Wizengamot. The Daily Prophet. The International Confederation of Wizards. We present the evidence, we demand an investigation, and we make sure that no one, not even the most powerful wizard in the world, gets to play games with people's lives. That's a massive undertaking, George said. And we're students. First years. No one's going to believe us over Dumbledore. They will if we have witnesses, Hermione said. Professor McGonagall. The centaurs, Firenze spoke to Harry in the forest, he knows what Dumbledore was doing. Nicholas Flamel, he just destroyed his life's work on Dumbledore's recommendation, he might be willing to testify about the stone being hidden in a school. Neville's grandmother, Ron added. She's on the Wizengamot. If we can convince her, she can call for an official inquiry. Victor's an international student, Harry said. Durmstrang isn't under Dumbledore's jurisdiction. If Victor testifies about what happened, Krum nodded slowly. Headmaster Karkaroff will not be pleased. He and Dumbledore have history. But he will not stop me. We are taught at Durmstrang that truth is worth the cost. You're talking about a full-scale political offensive, McGonagall said. Against the most respected wizard in Britain. We're talking about justice, Harry said. Maybe Dumbledore's genuinely sorry. Maybe he's going to change. But the people he sacrificed deserve more than his private guilt. They deserve the truth. Their families deserve the truth. McGonagall was silent for a long moment. Then, I will help you. Professor. I have stood by for 30 years while Albus Dumbledore made decisions I did not question. I told myself it was loyalty. It was cowardice. I will not be a coward again. Her voice hardened. I will testify before the Wizengamot. I will provide whatever documentation I possess. And I will ensure that this school, my school, is never used as a game board again. The system pulsed. Alliance network expanded, Minerva McGonagall, loyalty, to students and truth, contribution, internal documentation, Wizengamot testimony, Hogwarts administrative access, combat capability, S-rank, warning, McGonagall's defection from Dumbledore's inner circle is a significant event. The final boss will be aware. Prepare for his response. The first step, Harry said, is to organize what we have. Hermione, can you compile the evidence? All the documents, all the witness statements, everything we've gathered. I've already started, Hermione said. I've been keeping a master file since October. Of course you have. Harry almost smiled. Neville, talk to your grandmother. Don't just tell her about the documents, tell her about your parents. About what we've learned. She might be angry at first, but she deserves to know. I will. I've been thinking about it for weeks. Ever since you told me. Neville's voice was stronger now. I'm ready. Fred, George, can you get word to the Daily Prophet? You mentioned having contacts with suppliers who know people. We know a reporter, George said. Rita Skeeter. She's awful, but she loves a scandal. If we feed her the right information, she'll print it. Not yet, Hermione said sharply. We control the narrative. We don't give her the story, we give her an invitation to the Wizengamot inquiry. Make her come to us. Luna, Harry said, your father runs the Quibbler, right? Luna looked up from whatever she'd been watching near the ceiling. Yes. He publishes stories that the Daily Prophet won't touch. They call him a conspiracy theorist, but sometimes he's right. Can you write to him? Tell him what's happening. We might need an alternative press if the Prophet refuses to print anything. Of course. He'll be very excited. He's always said Dumbledore was hiding something. And Victor, can you contact Durmstrang? Karkaroff might not want to get involved, but if you testify as an exchange student who witnessed dangerous conditions at Hogwarts, it adds international pressure. I will send a message tonight. The school's communication mirrors are monitored, but I have alternative methods. Harry looked around the table. His guild. His friends. His army. We move fast, he said. Dumbledore said he'd cooperate, but we can't count on that lasting. The evidence goes to the Wizengamot this week. McGonagall, can you call for an emergency session? I can. As Deputy Headmistress of Hogwarts and a member of the Wizengamot, I have that authority. She paused. Albus will see it coming. He'll know what we're doing the moment the session is called. Then we don't hide it. We tell him. He said he wanted to do better, this is his chance to prove it. If he accepts the inquiry without interference, it's a start. If he tries to block it, then we know he hasn't really changed, Ron said. Exactly. Dumbledore did not try to block the inquiry. When McGonagall informed him that evening that an emergency Wizengamot session would be convened to investigate irregularities in Hogwarts administration and the conduct of the war against Voldemort, he listened without interruption. Then he nodded. I expected this, he said. I will not contest it. I will attend and answer whatever questions are asked of me. Truthfully? McGonagall asked. Truthfully. I have spent 50 years constructing a fortress of secrets. It has brought me nothing but isolation and guilt. He removed his spectacles, rubbing the bridge of his nose with a weariness Harry had never seen in him before. Perhaps destruction is what it deserves. The inquiry was scheduled for the last week of May. The weeks between were a blur of preparation. Hermione compiled the evidence into a dossier that ran to nearly 200 pages. Neville's grandmother arrived at Hogwarts 3 days after receiving his letter, her face like granite, her grip on her handbag white-knuckled. She spent 2 hours in a private meeting with Harry, Hermione, and Neville, reading through the documents her grandson had taken from her attic. When she emerged, her eyes were red but her voice was steady. I will call for a full investigation, she said. Not just of Dumbledore's conduct during the war. Of the Department of Mysteries. Of the prophecy that started all of this. Someone wrote that prophecy down and stored it. Someone knew what it said and told the Death Eaters. I want to know who. The system pinged at her words. Quest updated, unravel the greater good, 67%, new lead, the prophecy's origin, inquiry, who recorded the prophecy? Who stored it in the Department of Mysteries? Who informed Voldemort of its existence? Potential lead, the prophecy was heard by Dumbledore, but it was recorded and catalogued by the Department of Mysteries. Someone in the department may have been responsible for the leak. Harry filed this away. It was important, potentially crucial, but it was also beyond their immediate reach. The Department of Mysteries was impenetrable to students. For now, they had to focus on what they could accomplish, the inquiry, the testimony, the public exposure of Dumbledore's methods. Rita Skeeter arrived 2 days before the session, her acid green quill already floating beside her. Harry met her in the Three Broomsticks, chaperoned by McGonagall, and gave her an advance copy of the dossier. This better not be a waste of my time, Potter, Skeeter said, her eyes gleaming. If you've dragged me all the way to Hogsmeade for some schoolyard grudge, read the documents, Harry said. Then decide. She read. Her expression changed from skepticism to astonishment to pure journalistic hunger. Merlin's beard, she breathed. If this is true, it's true. And there's more. But the rest comes out during the inquiry. Why give this to me now? Because I want the public to know before the Wizengamot tries to bury it. If this goes to a closed session, and they decide Dumbledore's reputation is too valuable to damage, the story gets swept under the rug. And you want me to make sure that doesn't happen. I want you to report the truth. Whatever that truth turns out to be. Skeeter studied him for a long moment. You're not what I expected, Potter. Most people try to control the narrative. You're just handing it over. I'm not most people. No, she said slowly. I don't suppose you are. The article appeared the morning of the inquiry, splashed across the front page of the Daily Prophet, Dumbledore on trial, secrets of the war exposed evidence of strategic manipulation, orchestrated casualties, and the raising of the boy who lived as a weapon. The story did not pull punches. It detailed the documents Neville had found, the testimony of the centaurs, the destruction of the Philosopher's Stone, and the allegation that Dumbledore had known about the Horcrux in Harry's scar for a decade. It quoted sources close to the investigation, Hermione, under an assumed name, and ended with the question that Harry had been asking since the train: if the greatest wizard in the world has been playing games with our lives, who holds him accountable? The answer, as it turned out, was the Wizengamot. The hearing chamber was packed. Every member of the Wizengamot was present, from Augusta Longbottom in her vulture hat to Griselda Marchbanks in her moth-eaten robes. The visitors' gallery was overflowing, reporters from every magical publication in Britain, representatives from the International Confederation of Wizards, and a delegation from Durmstrang that included a grim-faced Karkaroff. Harry sat in the front row, flanked by Ron and Hermione. Neville was beside his grandmother, who had taken her seat on the Wizengamot with a face like thunder. Luna was in the gallery with her father, who was taking notes for a Quibbler special edition. Fred and George had somehow managed to get seats directly behind the Daily Prophet contingent, where they could make faces at Rita Skeeter whenever she turned around. Victor Crumb sat with the Durmstrang delegation, his expression unreadable. And at the center of it all, in a simple wooden chair facing the assembled Wizengamot, sat Albus Dumbledore. He looked smaller than Harry had ever seen him. His robes were plain grey. His beard was unkempt. His eyes, which had always twinkled with knowing amusement, were tired and quiet. He had not brought a legal representative. He had not prepared a defense. "The Wizengamot is now in session," intoned Amelia Bones, the stern-faced head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. "We are convened to investigate allegations of misconduct by Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Order of Merlin First Class, Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot, and Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards." She paused, and her expression suggested that even she was struggling to process the scope of what was about to occur. The allegations include strategic manipulation of Order of the Phoenix operations during the war against He Who Must Not Be Named, deliberate withholding of intelligence that resulted in the deaths or incapacitation of Order members, placement of Harry James Potter with known abusive guardians without monitoring or intervention, concealment of a fragment of He Who Must Not Be Named's soul within Mr. Potter's scar, and the deliberate engineering of dangerous situations at Hogwarts School for the purpose of training Mr. Potter as a weapon. The chamber erupted. Reporters scribbled furiously. Members of the Wizengamot turned to each other with expressions of shock and outrage. Dumbledore sat motionless, his hands folded in his lap. "Who brings these charges?" Bones demanded. Augusta Longbottom rose. "I do. On behalf of my son and daughter-in-law, Frank and Alice Longbottom, who were tortured into madness by Death Eaters after being sent into a trap by the accused." Minerva McGonagall rose next. "I do. On behalf of the students of Hogwarts, who were placed in mortal danger without their knowledge or consent, and on behalf of the staff who were kept in ignorance of the true situation." And then, to Harry's shock, Victor Crumb stood. "I do. On behalf of the international magical community, which has been misled about the nature of the British response to dark forces. Durmstrang Institute is prepared to offer full testimony about the events witnessed by our exchange student this year." The system was flickering with notifications faster than Harry could read them. Public opinion tracking activated, current sentiment, 62% support for investigation, 23% undecided, 15% pro-Dumbledore, key witnesses identified, Augusta Longbottom, credibility, high, Minerva McGonagall, credibility, very high, Victor Crumb, credibility, high, international, notable absences, Cornelius Fudge, Minister of Magic, has not attended. He is likely distancing himself from the situation. The testimony lasted for 3 days. Neville's grandmother spoke first, her voice cracking as she described the night her son and daughter-in-law were brought to St. Mungo's. She presented the order documents, mission briefings signed by Dumbledore, casualty reports that showed a pattern of high-risk assignments given to members who might have been capable of independent action. "I loved Albus Dumbledore," she said, and her voice was terrible in its grief. "I trusted him with the lives of my family. And he used them. He used my Frank and my Alice as bait to draw out the Lestranges, and when they were taken, he did not retaliate. He did not avenge them. He let their torturers walk free because it was convenient for his long-term strategy." Dumbledore did not contest any of it. When asked if the documents were authentic, he said simply, "Yes." McGonagall's testimony was more measured but no less damning. She described Dumbledore's secrecy, his tendency to make unilateral decisions, his habit of treating information as a resource to be hoarded rather than shared. She described the Philosopher's Stone, its placement in the school, the announcement of the third-floor corridor that was clearly designed to attract curious students rather than deter them. "I believe," she said, her voice tight with suppressed emotion, "that Albus Dumbledore has spent so long playing chess with the lives of others that he has forgotten the pieces are people. When it was Harry's turn, the chamber fell absolutely silent. He walked to the witness chair and sat down. Dumbledore was 10 feet away, watching him with an expression Harry couldn't read. "Mr. Potter," Bones said, "you have submitted a written account of the events of this year. For the record, please summarize your testimony." Harry took a breath. "When I arrived at Hogwarts, I discovered that Albus Dumbledore had been directing the course of my life since I was a baby. He placed me with the Dursleys, who abused me for 10 years. He brought the Philosopher's Stone to Hogwarts knowing that Voldemort would follow it. He designed the protections around the stone as a training exercise for me, hoping to engineer a confrontation that would teach me skills I would need for a final battle. And how did you learn all of this?" "I investigated. I gathered evidence. I talked to people who knew things." Harry paused. "And I had help. My friends. Without them, I would have walked into Dumbledore's trap without ever realizing it was there." Bones leaned forward. "You are aware that you carry a fragment of you-know-whose soul?" "I am. I've known since Christmas." "And you are aware that destroying that fragment requires your death?" "That's what Dumbledore believed. But I've found alternative theories. Basilisk venom combined with phoenix tears. Removal through blood transfusion rituals. Self-extraction through advanced soul magic." Harry met Dumbledore's eyes. "The difference between Dumbledore and me is that he stopped looking for alternatives 10 years ago. I haven't stopped." "Why do you think he stopped?" "Because it was easier to accept my death than to keep searching. Because he'd been sacrificing people for so long that one more sacrifice felt inevitable." Harry turned to face the Wizengamot directly. "I'm not here to condemn Albus Dumbledore. I'm here to say that his way of doing things, the secrecy, the manipulation, the sacrifice of individuals for the greater good, doesn't work. It didn't defeat Voldemort. It didn't protect the people who trusted him. It just created a cycle of lies that almost got me and my friends killed." "And what would you propose instead?" "Transparency. Cooperation. An actual alliance against Voldemort, not a secret chess game. Investigation into alternative methods of Horcrux destruction. And accountability, for Dumbledore, and for whoever in the Department of Mysteries recorded the prophecy and leaked it to Death Eaters." The mention of the Department of Mysteries sent a ripple through the chamber. Several Wizengamot members exchanged glances. "What do you know about the prophecy's recording?" Bones asked sharply. "Only that someone wrote it down and stored it where Voldemort's agents could find it. The prophecy said I could defeat Voldemort, but it didn't say how. Someone wanted Voldemort to hear that, enough to risk him coming after a baby. I want to know who." The system pulsed. "Quest progress, unravel the greater good, 82%, the inquiry has identified a new thread of investigation. The Department of Mysteries will face scrutiny. Warning, this investigation will expose powerful individuals. The true architect of the prophecy's dissemination may be more dangerous than the final boss." Dumbledore was the last to speak. He rose from his chair and faced the Wizengamot without defense or deflection. His voice was quiet but carried through the silent chamber. "Everything you have heard is true. I made choices, terrible choices, that cost the lives of people I loved. I told myself it was necessary. I told myself the alternative was worse. I told myself that I was the only one who could see the full shape of the conflict, and that therefore I was the only one qualified to make those choices." He paused, and for a moment, his composure cracked. "I was wrong. Not just about the choices. About everything. The foundation of my entire life, the belief that the ends justify the means, that the greater good requires terrible sacrifices that only the strong can bear, was a lie. It was a lie I told myself because I was afraid. Afraid of failure. Afraid of loss. Afraid of being the one who let Voldemort win because I hesitated to do what was necessary." He looked at Harry. "A 11-year-old boy showed me that there is another way. Not because he is the chosen one or the boy who lived. Because he refused to accept the logic of sacrifice. He insisted on finding a path where no one had to die. And he was right. Dumbledore turned back to the Wizengamot. I accept whatever judgment this body renders. I will resign as headmaster of Hogwarts, as chief warlock, and as supreme mugwump. I will cooperate fully with any investigation into my actions. And I will devote whatever remains of my life to helping Harry Potter find a way to destroy the Horcrux without sacrificing himself. He sat down. The chamber erupted. The verdict came 3 days later. Albus Dumbledore was found guilty of misconduct on 7 counts, abuse of authority, endangerment of minors, strategic manipulation of military operations, withholding of intelligence, neglect of a dependent child, unauthorized use of Hogwarts resources, and concealment of dark magic. The charges of conspiracy and intentional murder were not sustained. There was insufficient evidence to prove that Dumbledore had deliberately caused the deaths of Order members, only that he had made choices that led to their deaths. He was sentenced to 5 years of house arrest in a location to be determined by the Wizengamot. His titles were stripped. His Order of Merlin was suspended pending review. And he was barred from holding any position of authority over children for the rest of his life. Hogwarts would have a new headmaster. The Wizengamot appointed Minerva McGonagall to the position on an interim basis. It's not Azkaban, Ron said, reading the Prophet's coverage while lying on his bed in the Gryffindor dormitory. 5 years of house arrest. That's nothing. It's more than anyone expected, Hermione said. He's the most powerful wizard in the world. The Wizengamot was terrified of what he might do if they pushed him too far. He wasn't going to do anything, Harry said. That's the point. He'd given up. He'd accepted the consequences. There's a difference. Hermione set down the newspaper. The question is what happens now. Voldemort is still out there. Disembodied, weakened, but not destroyed. And the Horcrux problem is what we work on next. Dumbledore's already sent me the first batch of research. There's more than I expected. Harry pulled a thick envelope from his trunk. He's been corresponding with alchemists in Egypt, cursebreakers in South America, a hermit in the Himalayas who supposedly discovered something about soul magic. It's all theoretical, but it's a start. A start, Ron repeated. We almost died half a dozen times this year, and that's just the start. We're not going to solve everything at once. But we've got time. Voldemort's weak. He doesn't have the stone anymore. Whatever he tries next, it won't be quick. The end-of-year feast was strange. The Great Hall was decorated in Gryffindor scarlet. They'd somehow managed to recover from their 200-point loss and win the House Cup, thanks largely to the points that McGonagall retroactively awarded for services to the school. The Slytherins looked murderous. The Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws looked relieved. McGonagall sat in the headmaster's chair at the center of the staff table, and Harry felt a swell of something like pride. She looked different there, more confident, more authoritative. Like someone who'd finally been given the authority to do what she'd always known was right. The feast was excellent. Harry ate until he couldn't move, then ate some more. Ron gave a running commentary on every dish. Hermione corrected him on the historical origins of 4 different puddings. Luna pointed out creatures that no one else could see and seemed perfectly content with their invisibility. Neville was quieter than usual, but he smiled when Harry caught his eye. He'd visited his parents over the Easter holidays, Harry knew. Hermione had gone with him. She hadn't told Harry what happened, and he hadn't asked. But Neville had come back different, taller, somehow. More certain. As the feast wound down, McGonagall rose to speak. Another year has passed, she said, her voice crisp but warmer than usual. It has been an unusual year. A difficult year. We have faced dangers that no students should have to face. We have discovered truths that have shaken our understanding of this school and its history. She paused, and her gaze swept across the Gryffindor table. But we have also witnessed extraordinary courage. Not the courage of grand gestures or dramatic duels, though there were some of those as well. The courage of children who refused to accept that the world had to be the way it was. Who insisted on finding a better path. Who proved that love and loyalty and trust are not weaknesses, but strengths. She raised her goblet. To the first-year students who saved this school. May we all learn from their example. The hall erupted in cheers. Harry felt his face go red. Ron was beaming. Hermione was trying to look modest and failing completely. Fred and George were standing on their chairs and bowing. Luna waved serenely. And across the hall, at the Slytherin table, Draco Malfoy was staring at Harry with an expression that was no longer contemptuous. It was something else. Something that looked almost like calculation. The train home was a different experience from the train that had brought them to Hogwarts. Harry sat in a compartment with Ron, Hermione, Neville, and Luna. The system floated at the edge of his awareness, quieter than it had been all year, its urgent warnings replaced with steady, maintenance-level pulses. Year-end summary available. Review now. Harry thought yes. Chapters 1 to 5 complete, the first year, final boss status, defeated, social combat. Albus Dumbledore has been publicly disarmed. His power was built on secrecy and inviolability. Both have been destroyed. Secondary boss status, defeated, temporarily. Voldemort has been driven from the castle. He is weakened but not destroyed. He will return. Alliance Network, 8 members, strong foundation. Potential for expansion in Year 2. Quests completed, Unravel the Greater Good, 82%, Survive First Year, 100%, The Philosopher's Gambit, 100%, Quests active, The Horcrux Hunt, 5%, Investigate the Prophecy's Origin, 12%, Player Level, 7, Skills, Loyalty Aura, T2, Companion Telepathy, T2, Pattern Recognition, T2, Social Camouflage, T1, Last Stand, T1, Arcane Resonance, T2, Occlumency Shield, T2, Healing Touch, T1, Hidden Boss Route Unlocked, The Prophecy's Architect, the Department of Mysteries contains records of who wrote the prophecy that doomed you as an infant. Dumbledore was merely the executor, not the author. New objective, investigate the Hall of Prophecy. Discover who wrote the prophecy. Determine why they wanted Voldemort to hear it. Warning, this investigation will lead beyond the scope of Year 2. The true final boss remains hidden. Harry stared at the notification. The true final boss remains hidden. Dumbledore had been the final boss of this level, the tutorial, the introduction, the first stage of a much longer game. But the system was telling him that someone else was waiting. Someone who had written a prophecy and arranged for it to reach Voldemort's ears. Someone who had set in motion the chain of events that led to Harry's parents' deaths, his scar, his Horcrux, and everything that had followed. Someone who was still out there. What are you thinking about? Hermione asked, looking up from the book she was reading. The prophecy. Who wrote it down? Who told Voldemort about it? We've been over this. The Department of Mysteries, someone in the department. Someone who knew what the prophecy said and wanted Voldemort to hear it. That's what Mrs. Longbottom said. Harry looked out the window at the countryside flashing past. Dumbledore heard the prophecy. He told the order. And someone else, someone who was there, or someone who was told, made sure Voldemort found out. You think there's another player, Ron said. Someone besides Dumbledore. I think Dumbledore was a weapon, same as I was supposed to be. Someone else was holding the board. Harry turned back to his friends. And I think whoever it is has been waiting a long time for me to start looking for them. The compartment fell silent. Outside, the sky was darkening, turning from blue to purple to the deep black of a summer night. So what do we do? Neville asked. Harry looked at the system's final notification, pulsing at the edge of his vision. New Game Plus available, the first year is complete. The second year begins. Are you ready, player? Same thing we did this year, Harry said. We prepare. We investigate. We find the truth. He smiled, a real smile, the first one in a long time that didn't feel forced. And we do it together. The train raced on through the darkness, carrying them toward summer and sunlight and whatever came next. And Harry Potter, level 7 player, with 8 allies and a hidden boss to find, was exactly where he needed to be. The game was far from over. But he was winning.